Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Hakuna motangu, hakuna koga book.
Sunday, All right, I'm not going to give you the full diet of that because that goes on for a bit too long. So here I am again. Have you missed me? I hope you noticed that I didn't come on yesterday. It's for reasons of sleep. You know, sometimes you just have to. I wonder if sometimes some of you wonder if this guy even has a life, is permanently on here. The answer is yes. Difficult as that may be to believe. So good to have you here. Good to me too. Welcome and all that. So let's get straight into it. Quite a few things to go through in this particular session. This one comes to me. Let me remove the bar. Right. Sorry, before we get into all that, you see, I take a day off and then I forget my opening routine. Click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in, just to, you know why. And then click on subscribe if you haven't done that already. The hyperlink that says StreamYard in your invitation to the studio, and the buy the coffee link that you can see on your screen, your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee. So it's 3 easy steps for the buy the coffee thing. So if you feel inclined, then please do that. Only if you feel inclined, though. There is no pressure on that. But what I am pushing for is, if you're a new voice, come join us on the screen. Hassan, I left a message for you in the private chat if you can pick it up. So let's go straight to the let's get straight to the headline. So this comes really as a surprise. New Naira. Oh, let me actually read it from here. New Naira no scarcity. CBN may phase out newly redesigned notes, Nigerians say. So now, I mean, it's almost unbelievable. You know, a cool $2 billion went on this thing, which lasted for barely. Of all of the monumental failures that are. All of the monumental catastrophes that we have experienced with Buhari over the course of this 8 years approximately or so, of all of the monumental catastrophes, this has to go at the top. The only thing that is worse than this was the bloodletting. This has been one of the biggest failures in Nigeria's history in terms of policy and administration, a categorical failure. Even the United Nations was saying that it's inflicted a really big damage on the Nigerian economy. And then to cap it all off, new Naira note scarcity, CBN may phase out newly redesigned notes, Nigerians say. So there it is right there. So that is Nigeria for you, a gift that just keeps on giving. So there it is, Nigeria, a gift that just keeps on giving. Nigeria, a gift that just keeps on giving, and it gives you this as well. So here it is. Buhari hands off 2023 census. So a lot of money had been expended on that space, and you wondered why something that big a project will be left to the dying minutes of an administration. And then you also wondered what quality of exercise it was going to be. And you wonder if the traditional counting cattle and cows and chickens is that sort of a census. But it looks as though now Buhari has buckled just under the weight of. I think Buhari cannot now just wait to get out of there. He says he's even escaping to Niger Republic, his ancestral homeland. So we'll be going to that in a moment. Buhari hands off 2023 census. So yes, I for one, I am glad that Buhari is not going to be counting this census because it's going to give you false data. You know, and that's the most important thing. It's going to give you false data. And aside from because what they usually use the census to tweak, to dabaru, what they usually use it to tweak, to dabaru, is to hint that there are mass numbers of people in certain geographical spaces, so that the resources can be pointed more to that space. So that's what they usually use. That's what they usually use the census for, and they use it as the providing argument for rigged elections. So those are sort of things that they use the census for. But the census is far more important than that. It gives you, if it's done properly, and it must be done properly, then it gives you an accurate, near as close as can be, accurate depiction of the numbers of people you have to cater for. and then you can configure resources to meet that population. So you need a good head count. And it gives you the demographic as well, because it gives you who is bracketed between 18 to 20 something, etc., etc. So and the educational background. So a lot of information that's needed for governance is embedded in that exercise. So I am glad that Buhari is not carrying it out. Buhari hands off 2023 census. But then what happens to all of the money that has been spent is the question. So much wastage as ever in the history of the Nigerian state. This one comes as no surprise to anyone, but of course, it's somewhat a little bit irritating because it's what a lot of people have always questioned the allegiance of Buhari to the Nigerian state, and you have further reasons to question it when you see this. MBF slams Buhari's remark on relocating to Niger Republic, says he is not committed to Nigeria. So now this is something that people find difficult. I don't actually think there's one single head of state that I can think of that lives outside of the country. Atiku Abubakar was not an head of state, of course, so I know you immediately think of Atiku. But I cannot think of, Goodluck Jonathan lives in Nigeria, Obasanjo lives in Nigeria, Babangida lives in Nigeria, they all live in Nigeria. But Buhari, of course, is it then going back home after a hard day at work? MBF slams Buhari's remark on relocating to Niger Republic, says he is not committed to Nigeria. So there it is right there. And a lot of people, there's so many stories that are the allegiance and familiar, the kinship that Buhari has is more to the Niger Republic than Nigeria. And a lot of a good 60%, if not 70% of his foreign policy thrust throughout his governance was geared towards that country. He's even building a railway there. So all of that now links to this. MBF slams Buhari's remark on relocating to Niger Republic, says he's not committed to Nigeria. So we have a look at that. We'll do the readouts at some point, but people are saying the readouts are long and winded. So I'll give you the headlines. And by the way, there's plenty of room on the studio if you wanted to come join. So we see how that goes. So I'll give you the headlines and then bring the panelists as they are. Only a couple so far, and then we try and kick off the conversation, and then we read the body of it as and when. So that's how we're going to do it with this session. We'll experiment with that just to see how that rhymes. No, this is the one we just looked at. So on to the next and on to this one. So this now a lot of scrambling for this position, but it looks as though it's been settled now on two candidates to duke it out. And this is coming off the back of TINUBU's commentary a couple of days ago that he wants this post to go to the south, and especially to the south or southeast. Senate president race, Akpabio squares up against Kalu. So there it is, a plague on both their houses, you'd say. It's between the devil and the deep blue sea. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Either way, you're screwed anyway. If either of these two, and by the way, Akpabio, he's just recently had is it a 20 billion Naira case that the EFCC are chasing him for now? That little cameo, it was barely at the Niger Development Organization for barely a minute, and already 130 billion from his time as Abia State Governor, that file still at EFCC, comes to NDCCD, or whatever it's called, the Niger Delta Development Company or Commission, and immediately 10-15 billion scandal, just awarding contracts and signing checks. This is what the EFCC are levying against him. So that's Akpabio. And Orji Kalu himself, he was locked up at Kirikiri. A lot of you remember, for a couple of weeks over the course of the last 2 years or so. So damned if you do, and damned if you do. Damned if you do, rather, and damned. So that's better. Damned if you do, and damned if you don't. So either way. all right. So yeah, so somebody just sent me a text. So either way, you are effed anyway. Either way, you are effed anyway. So this now next headline I will read out is one of those human interest stories that we introduce occasionally. So we introduce it then on this occasion. So this will be the human interest story. That the GO sent packing from a community for allegedly impregnating at least 10 church members in Enugu State. So we were talking about chances and opportunists just then, and there are no bigger chances or opportunists than this Daddy GO system. So it's just a license to steal, isn't it? Really, they get up to all sorts and get away with all sorts. So the two things that are all these so-called Daddy GOs and preacher men are noted for: taking advantage of the choir girls. This one in this instance got 10 pregnant, and helping themselves to the offerings of the church. So everything changes but remains the same. A couple more headlines, and then we'll carry on. All right, so this one's still within the realms of our human interest story. I'll just read this one out because it's just a snapshot moment in time. Nigerian man in shock after Lagos automatic number plate recognition camera caught him driving with expired car papers, got automatic fine of 60,000 naira. So people that feel that Nigeria is not progressing, Nigeria is progressing, and technology underpins a lot of that progression. That they don't even, this is what happens to all of us, of course. You that you live in XYZ country, that letter comes through your post, and then they tell you that you violated some traffic infraction or the other. A Nigerian man residing in Lagos State has taken to Twitter to lament after he was sent an automatic billing ticket of 60,000 naira for breaking the law. The Lagos State automatic number plate recognition camera had captured him breaking traffic laws, and an automated bill was sent to him as a fine. So I just wonder how that automated bill would have been sent. I wonder, because it wouldn't capture the home address, I suspect. So I suspect it would have been a bleep on his phone to think that that girl that was toasted is about to say yes, only to get then this notice of a 60,000 naira fine. According to the billing ticket, the man was indicted for driving with an expired license, expired insurance, as well as an invalid roadworthiness certificate. So banks to rights, that's what they call that, banks to rights. Reacting after he received the bill, the man, via his Twitter handle, wrote, LMO, laughing my ass off, that's what that means. When did Lagos start all this and all that? So I think he's taking it in good humor. His tweet elicited reactions as some other people shared their experiences of how the cameras caught them breaking the law and fined them. So it looks as though Lagos fast propelling. So here are just some of the commentaries. I suffered this too. I had to pay 20,000 naira because the traffic light in Surulere picked that insurance paper had expired. So if there is one thing that would tame people is fines. So all of these people now, and as this story starts to percolate, people will start making the necessary adjustments. Lagos has been doing this since. They came to my compound in Ikorodu to arrest someone who broke the traffic law at Allen. The guy didn't wait for red light. They captured his car and plate number. He was surprised that they came to his house. So I'm not quite sure if a traffic infraction is an arrestable offense, but nevertheless, there it is. Let me bring you two more headlines, and then, like I said, I'll only be reading out the headlines, and then we'll start to wrap the conversations around them. So let me bring you this headline. So this speaks to now the topic that seems to be agitating the political space the most. NDLEA counters PDP drug case in court, says TINUBU was never prosecuted in the United States. So now is this vexatious TINUBU drug lord narrative that seems to is somewhat of an irritant now, really. But they were inviting the NDLEA, which is the Baba Marwa or Buba Marwa organization, the drug agency, that they should effect the arrest of TINUBU, and those ones just tell them to get lost. TINUBU will turn Nigeria around. This is Yemsen WIKE just taking the spoils of his war, because a good amount of how TINUBU became the president is certainly down to WIKE. And this is a story that we have been following severally on this platform. Kano governor-elect will revisit Sanusi's dethronement. So we covered this story quite extensively when Lamido, Sanusi Lamido, when he was deposed as the emir of Kano by the Ganduje administration. And there was an element of spite to that dethronement, because Sanusi was quite critical of the Ganduje administration, and he somewhat looked down at Ganduje as well, even though Ganduje is a PhD holder, but no, not this one. Even though Ganduje is a PhD holder, Sanusi, by virtue of being a prince, he just has a natural air of superiority to everyone. And I think that Ganduje could not abide that anymore. So he just he got rid of Sanusi. In fact, they were going to banish him to Nasarawa, which is what usually happens when they depose an emir in Kano. They'll banish you to Nasarawa and you live the rest of your life there in a modest little bungalow. It was actually, because like I said, we covered it was actually El Rufai that went to rescue him then. But then what Ganduje then did was to break up the Kano Emirate into 5 smaller emirates. I think about 2 or 3 of those emirates are actually emired by the Bayero family. So he broke it up into 5 different emirates just to break up that system. So now if they are looking to reinstall Lamido Sanusi, it doesn't want to get it because it's the Khalifa of something or the other. I won't attempt it because I don't want to offend religious sensibilities, but he has a religious title now that cascades the whole of the Sahels, which is probably an even greater honor than the emirship. So does he want that emirship back? I think he actually does want it for reasons of family history. So he might want it back. But then will they then rejoin the Emirates to then give him the give him the expanse that he had as his dominion in the first instance? So a lot of that is just fun and games in Kano State. So there it is. Kano governor-elect will revisit Sanusi's dethronement, Kwakwanso. But quite why Kwakwanso is speaking on behalf of the Kano governor-elect is a different thing. So is this how it's going to be? That it's going to be yanking this guy's chains, or is this guy a man of independent mind? So all of that are for discussion. So there it is. Lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. Like I said, there's plenty of room in the studio if you still want to come and join us. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol. Click on the like button just as you're coming in. Subscribe if you're not done that already. And then the link to come and join us is there, StreamYard. And then, of course, your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee. Let me take a micro 2-minute musical break, and then we kick off the conversation. You know where we're going, of course? The Care Guides. And I'll play you two very short clips after the Care Guides.
Only water, where they see my water. Oh, yes, Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Kẹ̀kẹ́rẹ́ lẹ́mùrẹ́ o, Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́rẹ́ lẹ́mùrẹ́ o, Chief Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́rẹ́ lẹ́mùrẹ́ o, eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ mú dòdò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. May death have nothing to do with us. So there it is. I played these two very short clips, and then we kick off the conversation with Hassan, who joins us from somewhere in the north. Babati joins us as well. So we kick off the conversation with Hassan. But let me just, the election, anyway, why do I keep saying the elections have come and gone? Of course, the elections have come and gone. We're talking about the formations of the new administration now. But here are people, they say to the victor, the spoils. To the victor, the spoils. So the winner takes all. And this is what they mean.
Okay. Thank you very much.
All right. And then let me play you this one as well. Here, WIKE.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I came here to basically pay homage to the president-elect and to let him know that, elections are over. This is governance, and we will do our best, to give him support for good governance of Nigeria.
Elections have come and gone. The winner has emerged, and therefore it is necessary for all Nigerians to rally around to give you the necessary support for the interests of Nigeria. And everybody is expecting, everyone can wait till May 29th to see that the president has been inaugurated, and then from there he kick the ground rolling to make sure that Nigerians get what they expect. I'm confident that he has what it takes to turn Nigeria around. I have that confidence.
So there it is. So there it is. Let's kick it off with Hassan if he's ready to go. Hassan, are you there? Hassan.
Yes. Good evening,
all right, brilliant.
everybody.
Good evening. What are you doing up this time of the morning? This time of the night? Are you?
It rained today.
Are you cooking? You don't strike me as a man.
Yeah, I'm listening.
All right. Okay, let me take you just.
No, I'm not. I don't.
All right, let me take you to it then. I'm not sure if you are familiar with this space. Kano. Sorry, we're getting a lot. I think that might be from Zita. Let me mute Zita. Yes, Kano governor-elect will revisit Sanusi's dethronement. This is Kwakwanso So, I mean, are you familiar with that space? Because the dethroning or the dethroning of Sanusi, of course, are very much a political move. But it looks as though they are going to revisit that. But as I was saying in the opening phase, Zita wanted to tell us something. Hold on. Zita, did you want to tell us something? All right. All right. So as I was saying in the opening phase, Hassan, the emirate has been broken up into 5, and then how can Sanusi still be brought back? So do you have any thoughts on that space?
Yeah, yes, I do. I've been following closely ever since he was dethroned. In your introduction, you made mention of Sanusi, criticizing Ganduje's government. And I think it was around the election in 2019 that they had issues with Ganduje. Sanusi, even as a prince, was a very opinionated person. And because of the vast knowledge that he has, as Emir of Kano, he introduced several new things. Even though he was more of a liberal in ideology, he got some enemies, within Kano, because he was trying to, change the Islamic philosophy that we are used to here in Nigeria. He was trying to see how he could convince people to stop, giving birth to so many children. He was talking about women's rights. He was talking about development and the kind of systems that is operated in Indonesia, where they have a higher population than us, and they're a Muslim country, but they are quite liberal, and their economies are so well set. As you said, if Sanusi will be brought back to that throne.
Sorry, Hassan, can you hear me? But are those ideals, they are Ganduje's ideals as well, because Ganduje is a progressive too, so he believes in education and all that. So where's the conflict?
Yes, Ganduje, it was the political commentary that, broke the camels. It was the last straw that broke the camel's back for Sanusi. He's somebody who, like to multitask. He takes multiple roles. He was the first emir in recent times who handled, aspects of religion and then handled his royal duties at the same time. He's the one that leads prayer. He preaches. The guy is just so intelligent, and because he's intelligent and opinionated, he has a lot of fans, people that respect and follow him, even outside the traditional people that usually follow royal activities and all that. So he became a real threat to Ganduje, and because of that, Ganduje had tried to he removed him anyway as payback for his comments during the 2019 election. So because Kwankwaso was the one who installed Sanusi, obviously people will begin to think that yes, they could remove the emirs that are there. I just think that what will happen is, if Sanusi really wants that throne, then he could go back to that throne. But if he doesn't want it, because princes, they so much like to be kings, to be emirs, because that's the family name. You want to inherit your father, your lineage, and and continue with the legacy. So if Sanusi wants that throne, I think he would go back to that throne. But there are other things too that I think he may consider and not want to go back on that throne. You see, the Ado Bayero family and those who were given, who were made emirs, all the 5 different apportioned emirates, all of them are his cousins, relatives, and things like that. So he may, in the interest of the family and the emirate, sheath his sword and then, just forget about the throne and not coming back. But if he really wants it, then there's going to be drama. But I think those guys will at least the one who is of Kano, the Kano Emir. I think the immediate the son to the late Ado Bayero, that one, I think he is the one that is his job is at risk right now. So that is the way I see it. Frankly, and regarding Sanusi, frankly, I have been saying, we've been discussing this with my friends ever since he took the throne, that even though he's a prince and all that, he is a very, very smart and intelligent and a go-getter. His attitude, he has a level of integrity.
Have you lost you, Hassan? Have you lost me?
We can hear you. We can't hear Hassan.
Yeah, I think maybe connection problems, network problems. Hassan, are you still there?
You can't hear me.
No,
yes, I'm here. Can't you hear me?
Yeah, you are back now. You went off for a moment. Carry on.
Okay. So I see Sanusi as a talent that Nigeria deserves. I have singled some individuals that I really like, and I would have wanted them to become president. These two individuals are Sanusi Lamido Sanusi and Akinwumi Adesina, the AFDB president. These two guys, if we are lucky to get one of them, into that presidency, then there's going to be a lot of reform. And they have proven track records of achievement after achievement after achievement. They are trailblazers. These are the kinds of people that, you would want to lead a country, not go and be sitting in one palace just within one state. And people are just hailing you, and you hold a scepter or a stick. I don't know, the way I see it. But there is emotion too involved in this. Yes, I'm listening.
Yeah, go on, Ola.
Yeah, Hassan, when you said Sanusi is a performer performing after, what are the performances? Because it will be interesting to know what he actually achieved. That you said is a performer.
Okay, Sanusi won while he was CBN president. He won the best CBN governor of the world. He won that, I think, twice. He has received numerous awards, because what Sanusi did was sanitize. He sanitized our banking system. He reduced the level of risk of defaulting loans, that we've had, and the abuse that the top echelon of the banks, they keep doing and getting. They take people's savings, and they do all sort of nonsense, give risky loans, buy private jets, do things like that. So you see, when he came, he put a stop to that. And one other thing, there was a recession in 2008. That recession, Sanusi actually, and his policies helped Nigeria to weather that storm. It could have been very bad.
No, it was not the CBN governor in 2007, 2008. So, see.
All right. Hold on, everybody. He guided us through the credit crunch space, but you can have a little conversation around that, but I don't want you to seize charge of, but carry on.
No, see, Hassan, you see one fear, one thing that is scary about Nigeria is how we turn narratives around, how we pretend and make something that is almost a failure as we push that into to be a success. E.g., like that of Buhari. That's exactly the way I see that of a Sanusi. Sanusi's success rate, Sanusi achievement were more of media stunts. But if you ask the real people,
I don't believe that.
Wait now, and if you ask those people within the banking sector what happened that time, they will tell you that those things were just noises. If you were to give credit to anybody for scaling through that recession, that particular praises, that particular glory should go to Professor Soludo. So see, Sanusi from, because he talks, because he is a good orator. So he used, now ask yourself a question. Don't take my word for this. Go and ask people. You said he made the banking system he saw the risky aspect of giving loan out with that it tried to reposition that risky asset. Ask anybody that's worked in UBA how much debt, how much bad debt did Sanusi live with UBA while he was in charge of that place. So to me, I don't believe in that. If you have a counter position, you can please push it across. I don't believe in that. Sanusi is one of those people I never want to see to become the president of the country. For the wrongs he had on a CBN. You were saying in the position of CBN, he had the wrongs on a CBN that scare foreign investors away. When you have CBN governor that talks too much. So to me,
all right. Sanusi was the one criticism that I will have against Sanusi was that he was very political. Yes, the credit crunch happened under Soludo, but it was still in place through the Sanusi era. So that's that one. One of the things that, and by the way, Sanusi won a Bank of the Year internationally twice. So he's well rated internationally, globally. But I think he also rebalanced the I don't know the technicalities of it, but our banks needed to have a minimum of a threshold amount as maybe like a deposit of some sort, a minimum of a threshold to insulate bank savers, etc. So he tightened that threshold for that bar of entry for them to have some cash rate. I don't know what the technical is about. I rate him anyway. I'm not a banker, but just as a
it's about liquidity. It's about liquidity.
Yeah, liquidity. Yeah, liquidity.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want
yes.
If Patrick can come here, I want to raise this issue so that we can corroborate each other. If we have a good system in that country today, if you want to x-ray what Sanusi did during that banking shakeup that we talk about, I doubt it if Sanusi will not go to jail. I tell you that. Let's just leave it at that.
Yeah, that's your opinion anyway.
Yeah, that's your opinion.
But
it's not only my opinion. We have
no. That's your opinion. Even if you say he was not the one that is responsible for managing the recessions, at least the Financial Times did not think so. They know of the steps he took, and we also know the steps he took, to ensure that Nigeria actually scaled through. In fact, other countries were asking Nigeria during his tenure how he was able to, achieve the kinds of things that he achieved while he was central bank governor. Of course, Sanusi is a type of person that is not very likable because he's a very bold, combative kind of personality. But at his core, he's somebody who has some level of integrity because he was able to go after a lot of people who were abusing our banking system and making ridiculous money out of it. He was able to gather evidence and jailed some of them. The EFCC actually got them, but he initiated those processes. And the thing that I think most about Sanusi is that he's a forward thinker. Sanusi opened the space for Nigeria. Charles Soludo was the actual person that wrote and initiated the policy of Sharia banking, but Sanusi saw to its implementation fully, and Nigeria got a lot of funding for the infrastructure. A lot of the infrastructures that we're seeing since 2015 downwards, a lot of sukuk funding from international Islamic banks were channeled. Nigeria got to get those loans to invest in our infrastructure. That too is a win because nobody had done it before him, and he opened
Hassan,
options for Nigeria to get a lot of.
Hassan,
Yes.
did he not introduce the cashless policy as well? I'm pretty certain that he introduced the cashless policy as well. He did a lot, Sanusi. He did a lot.
Yes, he introduced it, but he did a lot. He did a lot. He introduced it, but he never got the chance to see its full implementation. But at least those are his ideas that were carried over. And he also initiated. There was a time he wanted Nigeria to print 5,000 naira notes too, because about that decision, I think it was not his alone. It was with Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala and one other person like that. They wanted the 5,000 naira note to be printed, but at that time people did not want it. A lot of people protest NLC and that was scrapped off. But Sanusi has very, very good understanding of setting a goal, following through and achieving it. He's a bureaucrat, and he's a person who is ruthless when he sets an objective that he wants to meet, and he does the work. The work already speaks for itself. That's what I think.
All right, thank you, Hassan. I agree with a lot of what you said about Sanusi, but I would not have Sanusi or Adesina. If I was to pick a president for Nigeria, do you know who I would pick? I will pick RUFAI. I think the country needs somebody like is a killer. It doesn't. It will. Yeah, somebody like RUFAI.
They have similar personalities.
Yeah.
They have a similar personality with Sanusi. They are very good friends. That's why they're very good friends. They have a similar personality. Yes, they are all short people. You know what people say about short people? The superstition that short people are always ruthless and they're kind of arrogant, but they are go-getters. They are action people. Yes, I agree with that.
All right, brilliant. So let me take you to this space. Then you were saying that Sanusi wanted to introduce the 5,000 naira note just because of the devalued naira space. But then Godwin Emefiele, he introduced a whole raft of currencies. But it looks as though let me read this one. Let me speed through it. It says new naira scarcity. CBN may phase out newly. Mute yourself for a moment, Hassan. New naira note scarcity. CBN may phase out newly redesigned naira note. So this is what we're seeing now. It says Nigerians wondered what happened to the newly redesigned naira notes introduced on December the 15th, 2022. The scarcity of the notes at ATMs and across the country has left many speculating that the Central Bank of Nigeria may be rethinking its purportedly poorly executed Naira redesign policy. The new notes began to steadily decline in circulation after the Apex Bank capitulated to a Supreme Court order which rendered the withdrawal of the old notes invalid. Many believe that due to the pressure on CBN to ease the cash crunch, which nearly crippled the economy between February and early March this year, it has decided against reprinting the new notes. Clive Kennedy, a banker with one of the new generation banks, told correspondents that the absence of the new notes needs to be explained to bankers and customers. He said he could not recall the last time the Apex Bank issued the new notes to his banks. Kennedy said, "We are surprised as many of our customers. Imagine the pain Nigerians went through because of these new notes, and now they are rarely in circulation." According to the banker, he believes that the CBN did not print enough of the new notes, and perhaps Nigerians are hoarding them too. The thinking amongst bankers is that the CBN did not print enough of the new notes, and so the available few are being hoarded by Nigerians. When asked if he thought the scarcity of the Naira note would return after the December deadline given by the central bank, Kennedy said the incoming government might not allow it. A trader in Ikpodo market in Ikeja, Comfort Babajide, said she believes CBN made a mistake with the policy and has tactically withdrawn the new note. As she said, why are the new notes not available? I am sure the CBN is withholding the new notes out of shame because of what Nigerians went through, or they may be phasing them out entirely. Despite the relative abundance of the old Naira notes, Nigerians are still apprehensive the scarcity might return in December. We are counting down to December to see if the scarcity will return, Babajide said. All efforts by correspondents to get CBN. So there it is. The speculations are, Hassan, that they are now going to phase out now these new Naira notes after what some people estimate a $2 billion dollar spend. What are you then making then of that? And what's even the experience? Are people spending the new notes, or have they reverted to the old ones?
Well, actually, what I think of the new notes is that it was actually a political move that was done by Buhari with Emefiele to try to curtail, use of cash during the elections. That was it, because it doesn't make any sense to print that low amount of money, because they actually it was intentional. What RUFAI was accusing Buhari, and even when TINUBU was saying that they did that to hurt his chances in election, they are not. They are right half of it, but they are not. It was not done actually to target one person. Buhari thought he was, doing an election that will be his legacy, and he wanted that to be a grand election. Somebody might have sold this idea to Buhari, and he, agreed to it. It may be Emefiele, but we all agree that Emefiele is one of the worst CBN governors, at least for my lifetime. Me, I've never seen a useless CBN governor like Emefiele, because the kind of hardship that he made us face in this country, that guy is heartless.
Sorry, Hassan.
It was just because of political moves.
All right, yeah, come in, Solomon.
Yeah. Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
Hassan, I want you to understand something. From like the way I see this whole thing, you don't need to. I don't think we should be abusing Emefiele. Emefiele was just being used, and you will not compare Emefiele and this guy. What is his name? This Sanusi. Sanusi is somebody that was just full of confidence. I don't know if it's because maybe where he was coming from, so that was why he was too confident that he even was going against Jonathan, saying things against Jonathan's administration. But Emefiele can't do the same thing to Buhari. Emefiele was just being a boy to Buhari and his family, especially his cousin Mama Daura. So I don't want you to just come here and abuse this guy. And I never supported what he did, but you don't need to abuse him. He was just being used, and he was working under instruction. Yeah.
Okay, I hear you.
All right, but
were you in Nigeria during the cash crunch?
I disagree with Izzy though, because
were you in Nigeria during the cash crunch?
Hold on, Ola.
It was a very, very messed up idea. It was a very, very messed up idea, and it was haphazardly implemented. It was unnecessary suffering that they made us go through during that season of the elections. And then the bitter thing is that it was intentional. Of course, the buck will always stop at the president's table, but you cannot just absolve people who are working for the government just because the buck stops at the president's table. You cannot absolve them of what they actually did in their positions that affected the lives of people. You cannot say that you whip somebody, and then you will not allow that person to cry. In Hausa they say ba adukan yaro sannan kuma hana shi kuka, and Nigerians felt it. So Nigerians have a right to say, because he's a public figure, that at least during his tenure they face serious suffering. He must take some form of responsibility. That you have to share blame in everything that you do. You cannot just say he has been a boy to Buhari, so therefore he's innocent. No, it doesn't work like that. If you are going to say Buhari, it's Buhari's fault, you must also say that it is Emefiele's fault, because the CBN is supposed to be independent, and I believe Buhari is somebody who actually will listen to advice and then he will act on it. Emefiele was one of the people that sold this idea to Buhari. In fact, Emefiele wanted to be president himself. He had printed posters and all that. So already Emefiele was a compromised figure. He has lost the respect, and that respect you give people who are neutral in political environments. He has lost that by the mere intention of wanting to be president. And then that was not enough. He was the CBN governor again with a haphazardly implemented cash policy that turned the country upside down. People lost their livelihoods. Some people died in hospitals prematurely. All this, and you say people do not have a right to abuse him. Okay, we will say it with niceties, okay, and flowery words. Emefiele is the best thing that happened to Nigeria. The best thing, the way the devil works, the way even if the devil does a good job, he does it very well. That way too.
All right, really understand. Hold on, Ola. Sorry, Hassan. This news now that the people are speculating that they want to phase out the new Naira notes. If that happens, should there be repercussions? Because the expense, never mind everything you've just said, the pain that was vested on the country, human lives lost, and all of this. But now they've stopped printing it at all, and they've stopped delivering it to the banks. It's not in the ATM and all that. And people speculating that they want to phase it out. If they phase it out, surely this will be that crime too far for Emefiele. Somebody must pay a price for this if they phase it out.
I think they have already decided to phase it out. They are going to phase it out. At least it was the whole thing is a political. Okay, it was done to accommodate what they thought was a free and fair election in the country as at that time. It has no purpose when you look at it. They actually printed. I don't think they printed up to 1 trillion naira of those new notes. What they printed is around 400 billion or so, something like that, which is very, very meager and could not have done anything. So immediately the election was over. If you recall, it was after TINUBU had won the presidency that in that week the Supreme Court made the final decision to say CBN should reverse to status quo. So there is an element of those things are correlating. They are not just correlating by accident. That's something's happening. I don't think the Naira notes are they have already served their purpose. They are not coming back. That's just it. But people have suffered for it unnecessarily.
But should somebody pay a price? Should somebody pay a price for it? It can't just happen and we let it go now. Should somebody be arrested?
Of course, I am happy that the next coming administration would work. Emefiele will work on that. TINUBU, I think he's going to pay a price. He will pay a price. That is for sure.
Ola, let's hear from you, and then we move to another talking point. Ola, come in.
I didn't have much to say. I think, as Azan has said, most of those things. See, easy. If you are in a position of power, even if you have someone that you report to, you have some direct responsibility, even in some cases, accountability, because CBN is supposed to be an independent organization. You are supposed to be responsible for the monetary policy. Today, we see the like of Okonjo-Iweala, that were our finance minister. Whenever you want to refer to our fiscal policy under the federal government, then people do, before people can even remember who the president was that time. The first person they remember is Okonjo-Iweala. If they want to talk of CBN governor today, maybe after these guys must have left, it's still going to be this guy. You must be ready to make yourself the willing tool to do something wrong before someone can force you to do something wrong. We have a record in the country where they force some certain individuals to do the wrong thing, even though under the military government, and they refused, and they would rather leave that position than to be used. So the likes of Emefiele did what he did just because he would like to do that to his own to his own favor or to his own benefit. So if there's anybody to be blamed here, I will even blame Emefiele instead of Buhari, because Emefiele is knowledgeable enough, or is supposed to be knowledgeable enough to know the evil he was about to promote. So to me, it should be the one to even be mentioned 99 times before you can even mention Buhari. Thank you.
All right, Bilan. Does anyone else have any thoughts on the new notes being phased out?
Yes, I have something to say. One man.
Yeah, come in.
Yeah, I think I don't want to believe this is true, that they want to take this action. But if they ever, if they go further, rather, to take that action to, what do you say they're gonna do? They want to
phase it out.
If they want to phase it out, then that will amount to economic sabotage. And to me, I think a lot of people should be slammed in jail for the rest of their life, and they may feel they should top that list. And Buhari as well should be tried and sentenced to lifetime in jail as well, because that policy destroyed the economy of that country. It set us backward. The productivity of that country suffered a huge loss. The economy suffered a huge loss, financially and in any other way you can look at it. So people died because people were so desperate for survival because they didn't have no cash. And a lot of businesses suffered a huge loss as well. Some businesses closed down because of this policy. Some are yet to recover from the loss they recorded during that period of time when Nigerians were trying to survive and trying to get some cash. So it's an economic sabotage, and people that effected economic sabotage against the country should not be spared. The law is there. If you committed economic sabotage against the country, you have to go for some terms of imprisonment. I mean, look, politicians that stole money and were tried by EFCC for the reason that they committed they committed economic sabotage against the country. stole the country's wealth, commonwealth, or things like that, they spend sometimes imprisonment. So these people, Emefiele and Buhari, should not be spared. And their team that colluded together to carry out this policy against the state, they should all be slammed in jail. And politicians as well that supported this action openly should suffer some punishment too. Politicians that supported it openly should suffer some punishment. They should be banned. They should be blacklisted and banned from
no, Ajale Koko, hold on. You can't ban them now for having an opinion.
No, hold on. If you are a leading politician and you supported an action that amounted to economic sabotage against your country.
Yeah, but that's not a criminal offense. Now, if you don't have the influence to action it, then that's not a criminal offense, surely.
Well, I think you might be right, but I think the people should see them as not fit for the position of leadership because they couldn't see it well that this action taken at that point in time was not good for the country, was not good for the interests of the people. So when you are aspiring to lead the people or you are in the position of leadership of the people, you should be able to do your homework well and know what policy is good for the country and the people and which one that are not good for the interests of the people. That is where that's my the way I perceive it. Leadership should be able to know what is good for their people and what is not good for their people. So politicians that supported it for the reason of winning election should be punished some kind of way by the people if the law cannot punish them for the reason that they did not committed any atrocity against the state, but rather they are just airing they were airing their own opinion. But still, the people should see it that politician is not fit for any purpose, is not fit to be their leader, and in the people's court, it should be punished, it should not be voted for again. It should be seen as somebody that could as well commit such an atrocity against the state if he happened to get to the position of leadership, governmental leadership in that country. So Emefiele and Buhari should not be spared. If they should phrase out this thing, they should serve some punishment by going to jail, and the people around them that they plan all these things, because this is a huge economic sabotage against the people of that country.
But sorry, I wanted to interject. On what grounds can you jail either Emefiele or Buhari? They've not broken any laws.
They broke law. When you
they did not break any law.
Oh, okay. Let me tell you. You might
it badly. Let me just land it.
They broke law. I will tell you why they broke law.
Let me land my point. Hold on. Let me land my point. Then you can tell me. A badly implemented policy is not a crime. It's just incompetence. I don't know when incompetence became a crime. So while that was caused pain and suffering, it's not a criminal offense. Can people go to the civil court to lay claim of damage? Yes, they can, but you cannot. I mean, I don't know if people can file a class action suit, but a class action suit is still going to be civil. But they did not do anything. They did not do anything criminal. In my opinion.
This is my point.
They did what they did.
Before you go, so that you can run it up together. I'm saying that the need to change the currency, Emefiele gave a reason, right, for the need to change it. Now, I believe that if they're gonna roll this back, there also has to be a reason for that. So, if we're juxtaposing both reasons, I want to see the reason why we got into this mess in the first place and the reason why we're rolling back. That's really, I want to compare and contrast what it was really thinking to initiate this in the first place and the reason why it's rolling it back. That would be where we can make the proper assessment to know what the hell it was thinking. Doesn't make any sense to me either, but I really want to know what is the Kilwa Loria to at the beginning. And now that told that he said anything, now that he wants to roll it back, what is the reason he's giving now? One man, do we have that in the story for dialing this back? Is there a reason why?
No, it's not been officially dialed back, but the market, the bankers are saying that they are not delivering the new notes anymore, and the market is saying that
That's what I'm saying. That he has to then provide the country the reason why they want to stop it. There has to be he has to then come out and say, "This is so I'm doing this for A, B, C, and D reasons." Right? There has to be a reason behind that. You can't go through these troubles, this wahala for so long to put this out there only to be shot at this point. There has to be a reason, and he has to come out as the CBN governor, have the media grill him, sit down in front of the media, in front of Nigerian people, and explain yourself. That would be the first thing I would recommend that we should all at least push for.
Babati is living in June. He doesn't have to say anything. He's living in June.
I'm saying that if I'm Buhari, I will put him in front of the camera to explain himself. If I'm like, dude, go and sit down there in front of the cameras and take questions from the Nigerian people. You owe them that. He owes Nigeria an explanation.
No, actually, you're right, but they're not going to do it because this is now going to be the next government's problem. Because Buhari is living in May, Emefiele is living in June. This is based on, informed speculation by the banks. So they'll just keep quiet like nothing happened, and then the new administration will have to deal with it.
I know the Nigerians will not. But we should start holding people accountable. We should not be excusing bad behavior. At some point,
if you go, you need to also look at how the court works. What law did they break?
I am not. You remember, I did not mention anything about law or anything. I didn't even bring that up. I'm just saying that we need to know why. You cannot just bring up policies. Remember everything we went through. You talk to us. What is the reason why you're doing this? You owe Nigerians that explanation.
I think the best we can get is for the Senate or the House of Rep can call them in for questioning. That's the best we can get.
That's what I'm saying. But he owes us that. The CBN owes us that. Buhari owes us that explanation. You can't just say the CBN. You're the president, for God's sake. So is he not watching what is going on out there?
You know, somebody can test this in law. One of these human rights type lawyers, they could test it in law just to see how the law responds to it.
Yeah, I mean, like, if you're a boy, for God's sake, you can't keep telling me you're naive, you don't know what's going on. Talk to us before you, I don't know. Okay, he has 30 more days to leave the damn office anyways. I'm sick and tired of that guy. Sorry, one man, go ahead.
Okay, can I tell Bukolata the law that they broke? Hello?
Yeah.
Okay. People that were supposed to constitute that group of people before carrying out such policy were not carried along. They excluded them. The National Assembly should be involved. The maybe the vice president, by the virtue of his being the head of the economic committee of the country should be involved. The finance minister, the manager of the economy should be involved. All these people were excluded. That was against the law. The law is very clear that at any
But
time,
that's not in the CBN Act. That's not in the CBN Act at all. What you just said is not in the CBN Act.
It is.
It's not.
It is to change the currency.
It's between the president and the CBN. It's between the president and the CBN governor. And then they consult the finance minister for advice. That's it.
No, they have to be in the team together. They have to do it. They didn't even consult. This one you are talking
about.
They
don't consult the Senate or the House for monetary policy. They don't.
No. They have to.
Someone needs to bring up the CBN Act. I read this thing a while ago. Someone needs to bring it up.
So you mean that them guys? Wait.
They cannot
somehow. Wait. Somehow, you tell me that this guy will just go scot free and nothing happens to him?
Babati, most likely, yes.
No. Okay. Look, I have not read it, but I have heard experts that mention all these things, that these are the people that were supposed to be involved in taking that, go through it in such a way that it can be well implemented. You understand? But how can the president and the CBN governor come up with a policy for the whole country? And the policy is not a policy that well carried out. It's a mess. It's a policy that mess up the whole country. It mess up the economy of the country, the productivity capacity of the country were destroyed almost to the ground. So these people in a nation that is well governed, they should not go scot-free. They should spend the rest of their life in jail.
Yeah, but Akali Koko, incompetence is not a crime. Incompetence is not criminal. You don't have any crime against this guy.
Okay, look, that is what you think. If they are invited, like you said, that the best they could
Can
do
I interject?
is for. Give me 1 minute, my sister. I will let you. If you are saying that the assembly should invite them for questioning, I believe a lot of things will be discovered against them that they did against the law in carrying out that policy. A lot of things will be discovered. But look at the nation, look at the country that we have as a country being run just like a one-man business. Even Emefiele, he was invited during that time for questioning, he refused. He didn't show up until when, at the last minute, when they are trying to carry out what do you call this thing, to issue out arrest warrant. That was when he came. They invited him like 3 times to come and talk to the assemblyman, to our representative. He didn't show up. What kind of country is run like that?
You know, somebody could sue of the consequences of that policy. Remember when we were playing clips of bananas rotting away because there was no money to buy it, no money to trade. Hassan just cited examples of people dying in hospital as a result of. So the consequences of that policy can be used as a leverage to take out
but that's a civil suit. It's not criminal.
Can I interject?
Okay, interject, my sister.
Yeah. Come in, Zeta.
But I well done. No. Good day, everyone.
Good to see you.
I think Ajani Koko is right. He just said what I wanted to say. If some group of people or an organization, or maybe the Congress sue Anefere for the pain, the first stage is the pain he afflicted in the citizens. And then in the course of the investigation of what happened, they find things like misappropriation of fund, money laundering, destroying the old note too early. He might go to jail. Thank you.
So let me quickly interject. It has to be the action of Congress. It has to be the action of Congress. I don't think this Congress can also act like a court. I mean, to arrest. So it has to be action of Congress. It can't be something that happens in the court of law, because there's no crime to it. If it's court of law, it must be a civil case.
Is there not an economic sabotage argument like Adande Koko suggested?
But it's civil. That's pain and suffering. It's civil. It's
no,
not
it's an act of treason. Economic sabotage. It's a treason.
No, it's not. It's not an act of treason. It's not an act of treason, because you cannot. He has the CBN governor. He will say the reason he changed the currency, and he's not going to say the reason why they want to change this, because he's not the one going to facilitate this. He's just going to leave you alone till December and have the new CBN governor do what he's going to do. So it's only if the new CBN governor does this, then the House and the Senate can now call him for questioning, and then they can arrest him via that via the alternative process, not through a criminal process. It has to be through the legislative process, and then they can rope all sorts of things with him through the legislative process. But you can't take him to court and say he committed a crime, because he's just going to say I was doing my job.
Well, all right. Let's hear from you, Des, and then we move on. Des, you wanted to come in?
Yeah. Good day, everybody.
Good to see you.
Yeah. I just wanted to, say that Kulata was right. I didn't want to start reading the law, but he's absolutely right in everything he was saying. The CBN Act, if you read it very well, it basically says that the people that have the right to change currency is the CBN and the president, and not any other person, to do that. You cannot just go to court and start arresting a man or doing something because of a wrong implementation. That's not done. And that's just what I wanted to say. He's absolutely right. Yeah. Carry on.
All right, brilliant. Yeah, let me take you to another talking point, Hassan, and then from there I'll go on to Zita, who I think came in specifically to address a matter. Hassan, so to this space then, Buhari hands off 2023 census. Let me just give you a few paragraphs, because when I first saw the headline, I thought this was yet another wasted money by the administration, but in the reading, maybe not. Outgoing President Muhammadu Buhari has again postponed the 2023 population and housing census a few days before it was scheduled to commence. Mr. Buhari announced the postponement at a meeting with some members of the Federal Executive Council and the chairman of National Population Commission, etc., etc. He said the exercise would now be conducted by the incoming administration, even as preparation will be ongoing to achieve it. So processes will still carry on, but to now be carried out under the new administration. The president further directed the commission to continue with preparation for the conduct of the 2023 population and housing census in order to sustain the gains already recorded and provide the basis for the incoming administration to consolidate on these achievements, the outgoing president said. In arriving at the decision to postpone the census, the meeting reiterated the critical need for the conduct of a population and housing census 17 years after the last exercise to collect up-to-date data that will drive the developmental goals of the country and improve the living standards of the Nigerian people. The president noted that with the completion of the enumeration area demarcation of the country, the conduct of first and second pre-test, and the recruitment and training of ad hoc workers, procurement of personal digital assistant and ICT infrastructures, appreciable progress has been made in the implementation of the 2023 population and housing census. He also commended the methodology being put in place by the Commission to conduct accurate and reliable census, especially the massive deployment of technology that is capable of delivering world-class census and laying a sustainable basis for future censuses. The meeting was attended, and then it goes on to tell us the retinue of people. But so to that census, just to kick it off first, Hassan, a census, a population count is probably one of the most important components in development and governance. So start it off with, why did the Buhari administration leave it to the 11th hour of their tenure to do this huge piece of work? And also, why is it deferring it to the incoming administration? And how quickly would you like the incoming administration? Because they have all of these plans, they don't have the data on how to carry it out. So how quickly do you anticipate that the incoming administration will take it on? So all of that, Hassan.
Yes, you see, the census thing is just like conducting, a nationwide election on steroids. It's a very, very logistical intensive activity, because you are aiming to go to every nook and cranny of the whole country, demarcated by areas. And there are a lot of places in Nigeria that, because of our security situation, you cannot even penetrate all those places. That aside, the amount of money that is going to be spent, to carry out the census is a lot of money. And I think partly, and the level of training you need to give the enumerators to, it's going to cost a lot of money. I don't know the specific figure, but it's in the hundreds of billions that was budgeted for this activity. And even at that, Nigeria is not shouldering, the responsibility of the financial responsibility of holding it alone. I think the United Nations, the UNDP, United Nations Development Program, is also going to put a substantial amount of money into the activity. And that is why I think when the next government comes, they will continue, because the pressure, the lobby, the insistence on carrying it out will be coming from the United Nations people, and that will force the next government to ensure that they carry it out, because it's long overdue. We need a census, because our leaders and the policies they come up with, and it's just like a person who's in a dark room and he is blind. We're just doing things, not necessarily knowing the real demographic situations of the country. And we really need to get out of that space and go into where we can employ statistics, logic, reasoning to come up with policies, and we can anticipate the pitfalls that we can see when implementing them. I think it will also be in the interest of the next coming government to ensure.
All right. Hassan is joining us from Borno, so you can anticipate one or two network problems. But I was waiting for Hassan to land, only to ask him then if this is an international. Okay. Yeah, carry on your back.
Did you lose me?
We lost you, but you're back.
Okay, so I said Okay, so I think it's going to be also in the interest of the next coming administration to ensure that the census is done and done well, because it's going to help them, tailor out their policies and their commitments, and it's going to help them to implement it better. When they have the numbers, the demographics, it's only going to help them. So it is also in the interest of the next coming administration to ensure that the good census is done. There will be pressure from people from UNDP, and then the administration too will be motivated, to get that data for their own use if they want to, deliver for the country. I think Buhari, anticipated that he's leaving very soon, and maybe there are some financial implications that he's not willing to put towards that, or something like that, something along those lines. And he feels it is better to leave it to the next government. And one other thing too, you have to. I'm really looking at it from this angle again, because I think there is this misconception that a lot of Southerners have about the North, and that the North are lying on their population, that we are not as plenty as we say we are, that it is an intentional move always to count our cows and goats because we want power, we are power hungry and things like that.
Hold on.
Buhari is not willing to conduct that.
Hassan, hold on. Just that misconception. Let me tell you what the misconceptions are.
Let me finish the point. Let me finish the point. Let me just finish the point so that you can come in. So yeah, Buhari is maybe being advised or looking at the situation and then thinking it's better if a southern president is the one who conducts that census, because maybe it will be more acceptable for people who think that it's going to be, a corrupted process if it's under a northerner. But the last census was done under Obasanjo. Even as a southern president, a lot of people from the south still, question that people in the north are not as plenty as they are. Maybe Buhari is also looking at it from that angle too.
All right. I was going to target you. Some of the misconceptions is that when they are doing a population count in the north, for reasons of religion, you cannot go into the space that their wives are. So what they then do is they count the feet of the wives. So then the wives continue to revolve, so that you can count 4 people as 20, because they'll just keep shuffling. Because you can't see them, you can only count the feet. So that's one. And then what people also say is that when you travel to the north, all you see is vast swathes of empty land, and you hardly see people. And people speculate as to where these people are in the north.
Woma, can I come in here, please?
Okay.
Hold on. Let us.
Who is coming in?
It's Solomon, but let us go at it first.
Okay, you see, where did that information come from that they put their legs and then they change it and change? The 2006 census, I remember I participated in the 2006 census. I remember, and we did it here in Maiduguri. Maiduguri is relative conservative, but I know there is a place on that form. There is a questionnaire that was, because it's a manual one that was done in 2006. There's a questionnaire that everybody has to, thumbprint on. Even infants, their thumbprints are gotten on that, and then a lot of information too is taken, from the household. So you open a page for every member, you look for the person. Even if that were to happen, I don't think it happens to the level that it will skew, the results in, a significant percentage to reach to a talking point that people are saying, okay, the North are lying about their numbers and all that. And I can understand maybe how tight it is, land-wise in the South, and how we have an open space in the North. We have a lot of land, and you might get the impression that if you are traveling within the North, you are not seeing people. Oh my God, how can you compare people who marry 4 wives and can churn out four children every 2 years with people who marry only 1 woman and are doing family planning to have maybe 2 or 3 kids over generations? It's just logic now. That's just how do I see it.
All right, come in, Solomon. Solomon.
Yeah. Concerning this, words that I say that people can't go into any to where the wives of most of these northerners, counting them and going to where they are. I don't think it's true, because I assume this one held now. It was supposed to be the ending of this month. I think then they postponed to 3rd of May to 7th of May, but it has been postponed now indefinitely to see when the new administration comes in. The people that would have done these things, they will be their core members, and they will not use, like for instance in the north, they will use people who are Muslims, and especially girls that are Muslims and all that, to carry out this work. So if you're a Muslim and you're a girl, you can go into anywhere and take count of people there. So saying that people cannot go inside where they are to go and count them, I don't really think that is true. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. So that's just one
Thank
of the
you for this point too. It escaped me, but that's true.
All right. Hassan, when you were talking about the sort of the numbers of wives that people marry, let me just play you this clip. Watch this.
Arraigned in a Nigerian court for having 86 wives, he was arrested after challenging any Muslim to prove it was against the laws of Islam to keep more than 4. This is the apartment block where Mohammed Bello housed his women and over 150 children. They're outraged at his arrest and say he's a good husband and father. They strongly believe God ordained their marriages.
A man can have only one wife or 2 wives. He will get problem. Somebody should think twice that a man with 86 wives, without using anything, it's God that brought us to him. Look at me now. Who is a man can put me inside?
Bello has been accused of keeping his family as modern-day slaves, but even his children...
All right, that's not quite in the north. That was in Kwara. But, when I saw that, it blew my mind. 86 wives and 150 children.
Yes, even though, and that is not Islamic injunction, he took liberty to add to 2 more wives. But at least you can imagine the people that have 4. So, it's like that.
All right. There's speculations that this census was actually commissioned more by the international community than it being a Nigerian initiative, because people are saying that the international space, they want a near as accurate possible documentation of just how many people are actually on this planet. So is this actually being propelled by the international space, or is it the Nigerian initiative?
I think it's both, but the census, it was prodded by the United Nations. They actually prodded it, the government to have another census, because the level of the money that is going to be spent, usually they've been backing off. The governments don't want to spend that money. But now that the UNDP is saying they're going to put a substantial amount of money for it, the government sees an opportunity to get it over with anyway. So that is why they're doing it. And again, the UNDP and all those international bodies, especially here in Borno, because of the crisis in the B area, that is Borno, Adamawa, and Yobe, they rely on statistics to plan programs, to plan the strategy of implementation, and to make conclusions, to carry out social research, around people's culture, their livelihoods, their political economy, and all that. And so these expatriates that have come into Nigeria and in places where there are hotspots of conflicts and are needing to, or whether do emergency intervention or developmental intervention or things like that, or when Nigeria wants to borrow money for specific programs from the World Bank or IMF, usually you need a clean, pure data to input so that you can anticipate and expect a result that will be commensurate with what you are doing. But because this data is not available, a lot of the activities that the international bodies want to do in Nigeria is very, very difficult. So it's also in their own interest. And there is another push to the globalist thing to push everybody into the international financial system, such that people's spending, people's standing, social and economic mobility can be studied and then whether their income too can be studied, and a lot of these companies or people from the different countries want to see opportunity, of bringing in and selling whether particular products or seeing an economic opportunity if there is a thriving middle class, because it's research. That is what it is actually. So if they can get this raw data, believe you me, a lot of foreign investors too can, target a particular demographic and then come and provide a certain service aimed at that demographic, because Nigeria's economy is just in a lull. It's going to pick up very soon. And with the new government, who I think they know what they are doing economically, I think all these things, they are interconnected. And at the end of the day, it is targeted at a more broader, creating a more broader data pool, so such that all these activities can be done and done well.
Do you anticipate that when the numbers come in, we will be anywhere near the 200 million that they tell us we are? What is your anticipation of what the population figures will show us?
Well, what I think is that it's going to be around the 225 to 230 million space. That is what I'm anticipating, because in the last one, 17 years was around 190 something, 180 something. I've forgotten the exact figure. It was 180 something or 190 something. I've forgotten. And 17 years has passed. And a lot of if there's anything, you see, they're saying Africa has the youngest population. We have a lot of youths that are just coming up, a lot of children, and that number is only going to increase because Nigerians are having more children than they are dying all the time, especially in the north anyway. The amount of death is so low compared to the amount of birth. That is the way I see it anyway.
All right, brilliant. Well put, brilliant, well put. So that's Hassan, the excellent Hassan. The presentation, we could listen forever. But let's go on and listen to Zita, who's also with us. Zita, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, brilliant. Good to have you, Zita. So good to have you, Zita. Let me kick it off with you. Because this is a space that is so important to the sort of governance that we'll have over the next few years to come. So if they get this wrong, then it will be a continuous battle in governance. So one of the key, most important decisions to be made. So just as early as 2 days ago, in the meeting between the APC party stalwarts and the TINUBU president-elect, he narrowed the space that he wanted the Senate president to come from to the south, and especially to the southeast and the south-south. So and of course, if you go to those areas, there are really only two champions there. And those are this now. I use the term advisedly. These two gentlemen that you see on your screen, Godswill Akpabio and Orji Kalu. So the battle now for the Senate presidency, heads you win, tails you lose. Zita.
Woman, do you really want me to speak on this?
Of course.
Okay. I hope some people will not get very angry with me. You see, when it comes to Senate president, you are talking about people who will work with TINUBU, the president-elect, to get the job done, right? People who align with his vision, his dreams, and his aspiration, both in terms of his career and in terms of what he wants to do for Nigeria, right? Now, I want to take you a little bit. I've been looking for this opportunity to speak on this. I want to take you a little bit into what happened in 2023. What actually happened in 2023 is something if you throw to political analysts, they will get confused. But it happened anyway. There was a man who was so hated by his... Before I said that, let me say this. Because before I come to your platform, I usually send text messages and emails to families and friends and well-wishers who love to listen to me. I'm sure they are listening. And I'm sure most politicians in Nigeria are listening to me now. It depends on what TINUBU wants. Does he want to continue with his career as a politician? And is he willing to do something for Nigeria, putting everything aside? If he wants these two, then I will say what I want to say. Unless otherwise, he wants to end his career in his first term and then don't really want to do something for Nigeria. Now, let me go back to 2023 election. There was a man called TINUBU. What happened to him in 2023? If you throw it to a political analyst, they are going to get confused. You know why? Nobody in politics that kind of a thing happened to and he gets close to winning, let alone won. He was hated by his party, his people, the Yorubas, some of his friends, some region, and everything. A lot of lies, propaganda, deceit, all manner of things were thrown on him. Even in one-man platform, before I joined your platform, I used to listen to you people at the background. Somebody some time ago came to your platform and said the man has no father. They debated it like the mother did not got married. Somebody said it in a global platform. Now, that being said, I thought it was a joke. Most Yorubans came to your platform in other platform. They said unspeakable things about this man. What did he do wrong? It's an ambition. Everybody has ambition. We all have past. His past is not worse than others. But it is what it is because their camera is on him. I'm not trying to defend him, but I know his aides are listening. Everything, even his people, actually thought it was a joke. But when the results started tripping in, I began to wonder what is going on. I worked in a company where there are too many Yorubans. And those Yorubans wasn't that the company actually wanted to employ a woman. I don't know how much time I have, but I just...
Carry on, we're listening.
Not because the company actually wanted to employ all Yorubans, but they employed few, and the few get the rest. We used to call them Omowolabi or something. I got your back, bro. For the first time in the history of Yoruba land, this is the first time a politician in Yoruba land that has a clout. When I mean clout, he had people he has groomed politically. He has tentacle. He has planned several years. It's a career he has put in a straight line. Came out. Nobody should tell me about Abiola here because Abiola wasn't actually a politician. Nobody should talk about Obasanjo because you and I know why Yorubans did not vote for him. This guy came out. Don't tell me about Awolowo. Awolowo was a regional politician. This man came out. Not only that, for the first time, the Yorubans have what I call voter apathy. They did not come out to vote for him. The ones that came out, they shared their votes. The guy lost Lagos. He lost Osun. If not for Ekiti, because I'm somebody who listens a lot. If you look at the result in Ekiti from what the politicians there were saying even before the election, you know they were like, I got you, bro. And that election, that man was personally going, almost like going from one emir or the other in the north to beg for vote. Because maybe, probably, he was a seasoned politician. He did not trust his people, neither did he trust his party. He contested that election in the most chaotic environment Nigeria has ever witnessed in terms of economy, security, and all whatnot. He won, and he won. But if people think he did not win, that somebody sat down to write that result, that way it came out, although the people challenging me say they're not challenging the result, but I hear some of their supporters said it's the result. But I say this, if actually somebody sat down to write that result and it comes out like that, then that group of people that planned that is genius. And I think Nigeria needs geniuses now. That being said, that election was handed over to that man by the Northeast, Northwest, and North Central, a little of the South-South. Now, TINUBU, listen to me. I want to address you. I am, first of all, I must say to you that I'm happy your wife is not a Yoruba. It's from outside of the Yoruba. You got to watch your back. If you really want to keep your career, stay away from Southwest and Southeast. Take Northwest, Northeast, North Central, and a little of South-South. For the kind of hatred that is melted on you, I don't want to hear what I heard during the Buhari administration. You know, when a force is supposed to be semi-impregnable, when it is pregnable, what the force usually do because of their intellect, they cover it. You know why? They don't want to throw it to the public. Because if they throw to the public that it was actually pregnable, they will receive more attacks, more attempts. So let's keep it. Buhari's case was a case of self-medication. I don't want that kind of self-medication to happen to TINUBU. TINUBU. How many times did I call you? 3 times. Do a little from the Northwest, a little from the Northeast, a little from the North Central, and a little from the South side. If you want to move Nigeria forward and you want to keep your career. Because what I saw about you in 2023 is unimaginable. It didn't end there. Then we say, he's our brother. He's a Yoruba man, Yoruba job, Yoruba this, Yoruba that. Now, but even when he won, voices that's supposed to be the Yoruba cultural group to protect the Yoruba land. I used to tell people, in Nigeria, there are some tribes in Nigeria that their culture and tradition is embedded in spiritualism. Yoruba is one of them. A voices in the socio-cultural group of the Yoruba land are still fighting him. After he has won, they are still talking. They are still fighting him for reasons I don't know. I repeat again, TINUBU, take the Northwest, take the North Central, take the Northeast, and a little from the South-South, and make your government to avoid what happened to Buhari. Thank you, woman.
But you still not addressed. Zita, we are talking about marginalization. We're talking about inclusiveness. And we're talking about a space that has been over the years, they've managed to convince themselves that the Nigerian experiment is a cozy arrangement to their exclusion. So they've put up a performance in this particular election. Yes, they did not win the ultimate prize, but if you want to be able to govern, then you have to bring them in some form. So you cannot, what if you are saying he should, because you've listed virtually all of the geopolitical zones to the exclusion of the Southeast. So if you don't, if you don't want them in government, then give them Biafra and Odua nation.
Well, nobody said it's not giving them Biafra, if that's what you want us to talk about, but that's not what we are talking about now.
No, I don't want us to go into that space, especially, okay, but
that's not what we are talking about now. Let me address what you said.
Sorry. Yes, inclusiveness, which is really the language of this headline. Senate race, Akpabio, Kalu.
Okay. Inclusiveness. The Nigerian Constitution already includes everybody. Inclusiveness mustn't mean you have to bring the person close to you. Inclusiveness doesn't mean you have to put somebody who will make your administration so difficult for you to govern. Inclusiveness doesn't mean you have to play with your career and your life. I don't think that is inclusiveness. But in the Nigerian Constitution, I am very sure everybody is included. Inclusiveness means in governance. Inclusiveness means that if you are giving electricity, southeast, southwest, you get electricity. Inclusiveness means that if you are building...
Sorry, Zeta. It also means being able to participate in decision making.
Yeah, the Constitution has already made that clear. Because, you know why? You have senators from Southeast, senators from Southwest. They hold positions in the Senate.
But at the top echelons of governance, though, you know where the conversation is. Yes,
I disagree with you, woman. As I said before, I am very sure if TINUBU is not listening to me, his aides are listening to me. It depends on what he wants. If he wants to play a little to the left, a little for the right, a little to the east, bring everybody together to sit on the table to discuss whatever his vision is for Nigeria, the next step he's going to take, and then lose his career that he has worked over the years, get impeached, or probably die, then he can do this kind of inclusiveness you are talking about. But if the inclusiveness is like, go get the best hands, and I repeat myself, those best hands, you have to look for them extensively in the northwest, in the northeast, in the north central, and some part of the south. Get them to
sorry, Zeta. Let me break you up a little bit. You know, there was a decision to be made, and I think TINUBU had, because we discussed it extensively here as well. There was a decision to be made, and it looks as though TINUBU had made that decision. So the Senate presidency, it was a flip of a coin. On the one side of the coin is political expediency, which will make Senator Jibrin Barau from Kano State the Senate president. So that will be that flip of that coin, Senator Jibrin, because of course, like you said, the votes came from there. So to reward that. But then there is the national unity and to douse the tension in the country, which necessitates that the Senate presidency must come within that catchment area that TINUBU has narrowed it to. So he has gone for the national unity option for the balance, because the country needs, the octane needs to be brought down, the atmosphere to charge.
I have said my own no. It depends on what he wants. Like, if he wants to come for second term, he should go my way. Unless he doesn't want to come for second term. That's his career I'm talking about. Because most Nigerians do forget easily. I remember what happened to Buhari when he came in, and Saraki and Dogara. It was a yo-yo. I think Nigeria is not ready for that now. I think the guy should hit the ground running. Not bringing people who wants to make name out of the trouble they give to him and be clapped for.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Huh?
I mean, when you get a chance, I want to ask a clarifying question.
Go ahead. I have the chance now.
Okay. So I think one man was talking about Senate president, but it looks like you've expanded the conversation.
Yes, I did.
To general appointment.
Yes.
So, what about his loyalist? Because yes, your analysis is spot on. His support in Southwest was lackluster, to put it. I mean, was lackluster. Apart from Ekiti and Ondo, it was really lackluster. And well, Oyo to an extent, but Lagos or Osun was poor. Southeast was non-existent. South was decent, and of course the rest are in the north, especially the north central, the northwest. So when you are now talking about a lot of Tinubu's lackeys, they're from the southwest. So is it now going to like? No, I mean, it's Lagos crowd. Anyway. So we're talking about the Edun, the Bajamiamilas, all those people. Is it conceivable? No, listen, hear me out. Is it even in the southeast? There's the pastor Ben Akabwezi and co. Is it conceivable that, based on what you're saying, you can't dump all those people? You cannot. If some of them are some of his trusted technocrats, like Edun, for example.
Kulata.
So what are you advising? I'm trying to get your thought process here.
Kulata, you know, sometimes people will tell me to spell things out. I don't usually spell things out. You see, let me tell you something that TINUBU said. He said it. Never mind. He said it, and few people heard him say it. And somehow it came to the news. He said when he held his certificate of return given to him by INEC, he held it to his chest and said, "This is like a trophy to me." I said, "Not like a trophy, that's a trophy, a big one for that matter." You see, people might abuse me, accuse me, throw stones on me that I'm batified. I am not. But I'm just being honest. You see those names you call now, I don't want to go to degree and depth. But the only thing I have to tell you, for TINUBU, he has to watch his back. From these two regions I just called now, Southwest and Southeast, he can shoot somebody from the South. I don't mind, because those people.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Hold on, Zita. I'm not sure that there's an argument to suggest. Sorry, hold on there for a moment. I'm not sure that there's an argument to suggest that TINUBU should walk his back from the Southwest. They want their son to be president, and they want him to do well. Well, I think hold on. Forget Adebanjo. That's a personal gripe.
No, it's not Adebanjo. Yeah. I'm not talking about Adebanjo alone. One man, don't push it. Please don't push it. You see?
No. Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
Listen. You see, anytime you take a holidays, you say, "One man, I want to take a holidays." I don't know how much time you have for me, but I want to tell you, anytime you want to take a holidays, go back and start listening to you guys' conversation. Only Edni Martins At a point, he threw out a slogan that made me rolling on the floor. He said, support your own thief. Let me support my own thief. Don't come here and tell me your thief is a saint while my own is a thief. I know why he said that. The kind of things you guys as Yoruba said and did about TINUBU is unspeakable. Don't tell me that, oh, because I don't talk because I just want to talk. I talk with the facts and information in my hands. Most of you never believe we will win. Most of those names Kulata is calling to me now that are his loyalists. Who told you? Where did you get that one from?
No, I think you're misreading it.
Madam Zita, let me tell you something, Madam Zita. Sorry, you see those Southwestern guys that with TINUBU. Let me tell you, they stood with him. Even people that were not in office. I know some of them. Like these guys were really with TINUBU. That I know what you say. Yeah, what you're trying to say. I would say like maybe. It's like 30% from the Southwest, or maybe let's say 50-50. Yeah, that's like 50% that were really against him. But those who were with him, madam, they were ready to put their life for these guys' presidency. I'm telling you the truth, for real. Like this Femi, this our speaker, and those guys were really down for him. They were really down for him, to be honest with you. Yeah.
Okay, if you people say so.
Also, sorry, let me just add this before you. If you go back to the primary Zita, with the exception of Yemi Oshibanjo, I think every single Yoruba person with an ambition stood down for that guy. Fayemi, the rest of them.
But one man. There's a character flaw in Yoruba land. I won't say if it's a character flaw or a sign of some sort of advanced civilization. Because even if you look at that primary, the likes of Akpabio was neither here nor there. Even Ekiti governor, what's his name, Fayemi, I think eventually it was around that time that he aligned with TINUBU. A lot of time
it was Team Oshibajo initially.
It was Team Oshibajo initially. And when you also look at Aregbesola, they're still fraught with issues.
Okay, do you know who did the dirty job though to pull them back to TINUBU's side? It was Oshoba. Oshoba was the broker that brought everybody back into the TINUBU fold.
But we have I don't know if it's part of our culture, but we have this kind of like sometimes we're not reliable. Ote behavior.
Yes. Is it a culture? Is it a culture? Or
no, it's a part of a deliberative culture whereby you don't put all your cards in one basket.
Yeah, we're very
we're very like that. Very, very like that.
One thing, there's no absolute in the Yoruba culture. You're never gonna get it without buying in anything.
Yeah,
we half or more, we buy into something. The other one,
I feel, because doing what's his name? Is it Awolowo? What's his name? What's this guy that?
What is his name, Desmond? What is his name? Tell us.
Is he Abiola? Is he MKO Abiola?
I'm not very good with him. So I think I'm breaking up for some reason.
Yes, you are breaking up. We can now. Yeah, carry on.
Yeah, I'm talking about this popular guy that contested that they never gave his mandate to this Yoruba guy before Obasanjo came in.
MKO
Abiola. You know, yeah. During Abiola's time, I think a lot of Yoruba people backed Abiola, and in this TINUBU's case, I think it's more like a personality kind of thing to a lot of people.
They did not back Obasanjo. They did not back Obasanjo, though.
No, I'm talking about Abiola. Obasanjo is not someone that Yoruba trusts. We all know that. Do you understand me? He has his own baggages before, so Yoruba didn't really trust him that much. That is why Obasanjo didn't get his support, and that is why I feel like.
I think Abiola was an exceptional case because at that point in time we were all tired of military government and we just wanted a way out. And when we had the choice between Abiola and Bashir Tofa, Tofa was a non-entity really. So it was more logical. But when you even look at the likes of Awolowo's time, we voted Zeke. Akintola had his crowd. Like we've always had that dualism in us. Just, I mean, as popular as Awolowo, I mean, in national elections 79, yeah, Awolowo was very popular. But in the regional elections, it's not like dominating. There's still some faction. There's still going to be a credible faction.
Do you know why? Do you know why I think that in the Yoruba culture? You know, they say if you come out to your mom back home and you're crying, the first thing they will ask is, they won't ask you what happened to you. They say what did you do? Like we are very open-minded to both sides of the coin when it comes to any issue. So we're not very. I won't just support you because you are a Yoruba person. I want to know more.
It's not automatic.
Yeah,
it's not automatic.
It's not given. No, just because you are Yoruba, it's not enough for me to guarantee me supporting you. So I won't say it's
you lie.
All.
You lie.
I won't say
you're lying.
Really, but
you are lying.
That is why I say it's more of a personality.
You are lying to yourself.
Kind of thing. Why I said this is
who said lying? Who said lying?
You know why I said this? Because if
the...
if Osibanjo won that primaries, we all know that Yoruba would have gone almost 90%. Yoruba, the whole Yoruba.
Really?
No, you don't know that.
That is the feeling now.
That's your feeling. Your feeling is you're entitled to your feeling. But we Yorubas don't think it's correct.
That's not the way Yoruba is. It wouldn't have got, because they will have asked. Okay, let me come from a Yoruba perspective. Didn't you know the first thing I would say, because we are both from Ogun State, because to me is a political lightweight.
Let me give you an example.
No, let me
why
finish. Okay, go ahead.
Hold on, Zita. Let Babati land this point, and then tell us why you said you are lying. After Babati.
Yeah, because as a Yoruba person, let's say Oshibajo wins, right? I'm like, okay, does he have any track record? This is the mind of Yoruba man. No? Has he won anything? Who is he going to go against? Where is he from? This one is a lightweight. Okay, what does he have to offer? Our minds start going AY. We start asking questions all over the place. Then we start comparing the person to the person we wish we had. Like, okay, do we have anybody stronger than this guy from the Southwest? Who is he going to go against? So it's not just a one-way streak for us. There's multiple things, plethora of things that we look at when we want to support somebody, even though they are one of us. That person is from us. So I think that's just, and I've had that discussion with maybe Chief Gomez that even though it's very impressive to others, maybe because we are very philosophical, very intellectual when we do way we reason, but it does not work well in a multicultural society, a multicultural environment. Sometimes it might be to your own detriment if you reason that way. If you overthink things every time, if you're too philosophical, it might not be to your advantage all the time. So I think that's what the issue is. Sorry, go back to you.
Yeah, you disagree, Zita.
Before I started saying what I said, the long episode, I will call it, I made mention of working and living with Yorubans. I know how you people behave.
Better than us? You know it better than us?
Yeah, because sometimes you might be behaving, you don't know you are behaving that way. I don't know if somebody has called your attention to how you are behaving or the character you're exhibiting that is not known to you. So this question of I cannot know you more than myself, I don't think it really works. Because sometimes you might be doing something, you don't know that that's the way you do it until somebody calls your attention to it. That being said, before I started talking here, I made a comment. Maybe most people do not understand what I said. I said, there are some tribes in Nigeria that their culture, tradition is embedded in spiritualism, and Yoruba is one of them. Just like when you go into the world, there are two types of countries in the world. The ones that are struggling to protect their constitution, and the ones that are struggling to protect their culture and tradition. I'm talking about both the Western culture now. When you walk into those ones that are struggling to protect their constitution, you feel very free because it's all about constitution. But I always advise people, when you walk into those countries that are struggling to protect who they are in terms of their tradition and culture, be careful. So I repeat myself again, back to Nigeria. There are tribes in Nigeria that their tradition and culture is embedded in spiritualism, and Yoruba is one of them. Ranging from the time of the origin, they've been like that. So now, why did I say it's not true? I bring it home. One man on this your platform, I want to give it a little to this by saying it's a personality thing. But that personality thing on TINUBU, I think is dumped on him. Most of it is dumped on him. Maybe, I hope I'm making sense. I don't know how to put it again. It's dumped on him.
Carry on. You are saying they are just using the personality as an excuse to...
No. What I mean by, I give it to this, that he's saying it's a personality thing, that they didn't vote for him because of who he is. But I'm saying that, will I say 60% of that who he is wasn't actually who he is, it was dumped on him. They might not like me this evening, but I will say this. Now, in this one man's platform, I told you, you can go back to 8 months ago. Anytime you're on holidays, pick it up and start listening to what you people were saying. Somebody, a Yoruba person, came to your platform and virtually called that man bastard. Nobody won that guy. Nobody shut him up. Nobody got so very angry with him. I'm talking about the Owolabi. Somebody is saying sometimes Yorubans don't. In this same platform, Egnimatis came. He said almost a similar thing about another Yoruba man. My beloved Ajani Koko and Alex Gomez didn't like it. He's not supposed to probably say such a thing in a global platform, but he said it anyway. And they cautioned him. Then I asked, why was that guy not cautioned that day on TINUBU? Because what he said about TINUBU was condescending, it was demeaning, it was disheartening. But he said it anyway. And he has been vomiting that. He keep reiterating. Most of you here, apart from a Grimatis that came openly, he said, I'm not supporting TINUBU, but you cannot. He fought on your platform. The rest, we are dancing about it throughout to the end of the election. What happened? Nobody is ready to explain. But it is what it is. I am happy that I have addressed him. He can do whatever he wants to do. He is the president-elect. He is going to be there, whether you like it or not. He is there. So if he decides to play with his life and his career, oh well, hallelujah, praise God. But I want to say something. When you are being designed to die, everything has been planned. You get poisoned. And they believe that that poison, you will not survive it. Do you know why they believe you might not survive it? Because they never know that is God that gave man the wisdom to make that poison. And that same God gave man the wisdom to make an antidote. The only advice I will tell TINUBU is watch your back. The hatred melted on him is unimaginable. And I wouldn't sit down here and anybody will be doing analysis and summary and about it and up and down and why and this. Fine. It has been done. It has been done. He won.
All right.
He won.
All right. Zita, let Babate come in and then we move on. It looks as though the short of that long is that you would just give it to the North. But Babate, you wanted to
Okay,
come
so let me actually came up for this this topic. Thank you, One Man, for the time. Just briefly before I just address this, just to the non-Yorubas, we are let me put it this way. If you live in America, you will know what I'm talking about. If you ask a white person, who are you voting for? They will not tell you who they're voting for, or they will lie about it. That is just about people. We are never too direct, so it's a cultural thing. But let me just leave that aside for now. For this current run, I think it's most likely going to go to the South, because I was just reading something this morning about the APC governors. They sent a memo to TINUBU, and they are insisting that the appointments should be based on your contributions to the elections. So, and if you look at what I mean, Akpabio gave about over 100,000 in his own Senate district to TINUBU. And by the way, One Man, it was the first candidate to drop out of the primaries for TINUBU. If you remember, it was the first to drop out for TINUBU. So loyalty matters. And if you also remember, I think this is will also be a play for the next cycle, because I believe they see Obi as a threat, and they're gonna go with South for Senate President, and North Central for House of Rep, two places where Obi did well. So I think that would be the direction they're gonna go. But I'm not gonna say.
Sorry, Babate. Are you saying they are going to abandon the Southeast completely and then circle wagon them? So that sounds like a circle wagon.
We have 6 posts. We have president, vice president, Senate president, deputy Senate president.
All right.
House, and deputy House speaker. So, the Igbos are going to get deputy speaker. Is that woman, the lady from Abia? She's going to be the deputy speaker. So that's what they're going to get. They're going to get deputy speakership.
And you think that will be sufficient to satiate the marginalization narrative?
No, they got one of the 6. The 6 is 6 major posts. That's you get based. That's what the APC is going for. Is based on your contributions to the seat. And by the way, I think the last time the South got the Senate was in the 80s. John Wyas, is it Wyas from
Joseph Wyas is not from us. Is he from the South?
Yeah, it's South. That was last time they became Senate. You've had 3 senators from the East, or 4 from the Southeast. So they're like, wait a minute, we need to also taste this senator. We never had it since 1999. So in the east of Nigeria, they've only had it one time in the south, and that was Joseph Wyas, yes, in the 82, I'm not sure, it was in the 80s, yeah, because his son is in the Senate now. Maybe they put something.
But see, you see, woman, TINUBU is doing it in his classic style. We know he's going for Akpabio, but he's going to let them vote. It's the same thing he did to Ambode, that I said we'll do open primary, we'll do primary. So rather than saying
can I come in?
Wait, let me land my point before you come. Rather than saying I anoint this guy, is gonna, of course, they're gonna engineer the election. Everybody knows who they're gonna vote for. So at the end of the day, Southeast, Kalu will not say they did not give him a shot.
Right.
We'll just show that he came up.
Not only is APC voting, is everybody voting now. Even everybody votes, right? Even the pretty much everybody votes. So it's not just the APC voting now. So that's why
it depends on how they engineer it.
Right.
But but really APC can vote. I mean, because they have enough numbers in the Senate that they can do the voting by themselves. But I think they're going to show, because there's nothing that's going to satiate the Southeast apart from the presidency. So one man, don't say it again, because nothing will satiate the Southeast. The only thing they want and they've not gotten is that presidency. And that's
to
the
add
only
to,
thing you can
to
give
add to
them.
what you're saying, the guy that TINUBU actually wanted lost to the labor movement.
Nnamani,
That's what he really wanted. Like if that guy had won, it would have been a Senate president. But the guy, it's not that it's not an issue of South East one man.
But you know the guy was in PDP too.
I know, but they were going to pull him into APC. I'm telling you, that's what he really wanted. So, but the issue that they're having now, the ranking senator from the Southeast, that is like the biggest. I mean, the biggest and the most viable to even run is Kalu. But unfortunate, his contribution, it kind of shot itself in the foot with the way he campaigned for. It was like he didn't even
campaign for the Northern and the Senate president. That's
what I'm saying. That he kind of shot himself in the foot the way he went about. Because I saw him on TV on channels talking about, well, if the APC does not zone the ticket to the Southeast, we would prefer that the North, that was after Lawan kind of fell off. He was even saying that he would prefer that the Northerners win it back if the Yorubas don't give it to them on TV. That's not, you're not gonna win. So even the way he's gone about his own campaign during the TINUBU does not. I don't think he's gonna get it. He might go back and become maybe majority whip or something. But I think this goes to Akpabio. Akpabio becomes your Senate president, and that secures that spot, that area of Nigeria for TINUBU in the next 4 years. So that game also helps him against Obi if he's going to run against him again. So Akpabio is your president in the Senate. You are going to get more votes in the South next time. Then you get whoever the current deputy speaker from the is it from Kwara or Kogi? I'm not sure. Then he becomes the speaker that helps you in the North Central for the next run. Then you make what the East will get.
So Babati, is Akpabio not a high risk strategy though? Because he has a character flaw. He has a reputation for an untrustworthiness. Is somewhat of is too unpredictable as a personality, and his ego is too ego led and all of that.
No, you know what? Do you know what I know about him? You know what I know what TINUBU loves. TINUBU loves people that know who they are and are willing to work with them. So the guy is a corrupt politician, right? I know that. One thing about TINUBU is I chop, but we still get the job done. It's like that American way of corruption where you steal your money, you steal, but you still get things done. So it's not like he's not going to steal. He's going to do what he has to do, but he's going to make him work. He understands who he's working with. They are almost the same in that kind of mindset. They know they are both corrupt, but TINUBU will need him to get things done. The person that is least trustworthy is Kalu. You can't trust that kind of person. I wouldn't trust Kalu to put. No way. I'm not putting him in Senate. So the best person for the job is Akpabio. Now the House thing is the tricky part. I don't really know that deputy that much. I've not studied, but I know for sure. I'm forgetting her name from Abia, the House of Rep lady. She's going to be the deputy. So that's what they get. Now the cabinet. Now one man. I'm not sure how that one goes. So let me just stop with the Senate take for now. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Babati. Stay there. There's still a few more for you to go through, but I'm not sure that I agree that Akpabio should be the Senate president. It's just to, but then what's the choice? Even Akpabio or Kalu? It's just are they not the same people really?
We are planning. Woman is also planning for the next run. I'm telling you, these guys think ahead. They're not obedient. They wait 6 months to election to run. They're already planning from now. So if you want to secure your political future, you get South and North Central, you get them in play. Because they already know if Obi runs again, he's not going to win Lagos again. They already know what to do in Southwest. They're going to get more votes in the South, they're going to secure North Central. And how do you secure those places? Get them involved in your government more. So once you secure South, once you can get North Central and South in your own government, and you can secure home base, it has. Don't worry about northeast or northwest. Obi's not going to get anything there. That's not going to change. It's going to be the same stuff. Just focus on his area of strength. North Central, if we get to southeast, that's okay. But just kick him out of South NC and South. Then you win again. So they are also
you know that the PDP, because you are permutating towards OB, but you are
no. PDP is done. At the federal level, PDP is toast. They're done. It's over. I don't see PDP winning anything at the federal level at this point.
They have 4 years to recalibrate. I'm not sure, but
okay. Give me a name. PDP they will still win their state, whatever. But I think PDP is not going to win anything per se anymore at this point. I don't think so. They told. Okay.
All right.
That would be.
I think, if I may say something, I think if they zero it down to a competition between South and Southeast, I think what do you call it? Kalu, I think people like Kalu will get it. And TINUBU has indicated that he favored it, zero down to competition between Southeast and South. And I think that is the direction that the party will take. And if you come to that, Kalu will get it because Ahmed Lawan will support Kalu because he's a very close friend to Kalu. And Kalu supported him during the presidential campaign. So Ahmed Lawan may want to pay back. And Ahmed Lawan carry a lot of weight in the Senate. A lot of senators like him.
Okay. Will you trust? No, if you are TINUBU, will you trust Kano?
Hold on now. Forget about TINUBU. When it's zero down to that, TINUBU will support somebody, but he might not. His candidate might not win at the end of the day because you have to consider the position of other party. We have PDP there. They will support somebody.
I just told you earlier.
Babati.
The governors. Wait. The governors.
Hold on, Babati. The governors.
They have a say too now.
Yeah, the senator and governors are never friends. They never friends because governors in their state senators are enemies of governors. Governors doesn't like them. So when it comes to their own, because they don't interfere in governors, the way the governor administers the state, the way they run the state, they don't have no say. So why must the governor have a say in the way they want to manage the assembly? So they are never friends when it comes to politics, because a lot of governors does not even support some of the senators before they became senator. They work against them in their state. Sometimes, except that senator is a very strong senator, then they can win. So if they zero it down to South and South, I believe Ahmed Lawan will support Idika Kalu. And a lot of PDP might go for Idika Kalu from the east. PDP senators from the east will support Idika Kalu. And they will they don't like Akpabio. PDP people doesn't like Akpabio because of the way Akpabio left the party. So, and remember recently, ATIKU was with Kalu. Maybe that was a game. Maybe they are working out something between them. He's trying to woo ATIKU to influence some of the PDP senators to give him support. And when that happened, he might want to favor them some kind of way in some of the appointment, committees, arrangements within the Senate. So I'm looking at it that Idika Kalu will get it at the end of the day, because PDP in East will look at Idika Kalu as their son.
Idika Kalu is not in contention. Orji Kalu.
Can you put this picture up so you can see what we're talking about here? I think
yes, Orji Kalu. Let me remove
Hello,
it.
one man.
Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear me? Adale Koko, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Carry on.
Yeah, I think, is it Orji Kalu? I'm saying Idika Kalu, sorry.
Yeah, no, that was my little joke. Yeah, so Idika Kalu. He's a different.
So I'm seeing all the PDP senators from the south, from the east, giving that solidarity vote for Orji Kalu. And as well, Leo's other PDP senators around the country to support their own candidate, because they have given so much. And it was because of not giving the presidency that make a lot of them suffer during the election. So they might want to, do some payback, showing support to them this time, so that they can they can get the Senate seat. PDP senators, I don't think they will go for what do you call it? Akpabio. They will not go for Akpabio. They will go for Idika Kalu. So I'm seeing Idika Kalu getting that Senate president seat if they zero it down to a contest between South and Southeast. So that's the way I see it, one man.
All right, Babati, let me speed through the readout, and then you come in, and then we go back to Zita. But let me speed through it, so then we have some backdrop to what we're talking about. The battle for the number 3 citizen, the Senate presidency of the 10th Senate, now appears to be between the Southeast and the South-South geopolitical zones. Over the past couple of days, the call for the Senate president to be a Christian from either the Southeast or South-South has gained significant momentum. This latest development has increased the chances of Senator Orji Kalu, or Idika Kalu as Adale Koko will have it, or Senator Orji Kalu and Senator Godswill Akpabio, who are from the Southeast and South-South zones respectively. Correspondents look at the chances of the two aspirants and the intrigue within the ruling party. The National Working Committee of the All Progressive Congress APC and the President-elect Bola TINUBU are expected to decide on the zoning of the offices. There have been countless meetings at the residence of the President-elect on the zoning of the offices. Correspondents learned that the deliberation have been divided between those calling for the inclusion of the Southeast and those calling for reward based on the outcome of the presidential election. Those opposed to Kalu argued that his inability to deliver votes for TINUBU during the presidential election should count against him. Kalu polled 30,805 votes to win Abia North Senatorial District. However, TINUBU only managed to poll 8,914 votes in the entire Abia state. Akpabio, on the other hand, delivered 132,683 votes, a tally that is more than the 115,401 votes he garnered in his senatorial district election. Some loyalists also pointed to the primary election where Kalu backed Senate President Ahmed Lawan for the APC ticket, whilst Akpabio was the first presidential aspirant to step down and endorse TINUBU during the primary election in June 2022. These are the two main talking points that have shaped the conversation on the choice of the Senate president. It will be recalled that the APC governors recently sent a memo to the president-elect on the appropriate zoning of the offices. The governor stated that contributions to the presidential election must be a factor in the zoning. You'd have thought that then goes to the south, to the northwest. In the memo, governor faulted the voting pattern of the southeast, noting that the region exhibited in the memo, governors faulted the voting pattern of the southeast, noting that the region exhibited exclusionary electoral conduct. The southeast contributed the least to Asiwaju's victory, consistently exhibited the most exclusionary electoral conduct since the advent of the Fourth Republic, and yet also feels entitled to the Senate presidency, it reads. The APC governor went further to state that the APC governors went further to state there is a need to signal to the southeast in order to ensure adequate deterrence for exclusionary electoral conducts. Many believe that the language of the governors show that they are leaning towards the South-South zone. If the South-South loses out in the race for Senate president, there is a possibility that the zone will equally lose out on the Speaker and the Deputy Senate President due to zoning. However, correspondents learned that other voices pushing for the Senate President to be zoned to the South without microzoning, that the Speaker should be zoned to the North without microzoning. So that's the backdrop to that, Babati.
Right. So even based on what you read, you can see where this is heading towards. So, because you have to ask yourself, what is Kalu winning the Senate? What does it do for TINUBU politically, and for the next 4 years? Akpabio being Senate president gets him more votes in the South-South. Kano becoming Senate, it's not going to win. The people in the South are not going to vote for TINUBU in the next 4 years. It's not going to change. If Obi runs again, they're not going to vote for him. So it doesn't do anything for him politically. For the optics, maybe, okay, yeah, we have somebody from the Southeast, yeah. But it does not do anything really. So you have a momentum, you build on that. You gain more followers, you gain the trust of people from other areas where you can at least negotiate with them. Then you secure your own base. So politically, just looking at the planning for the next 4 years, it would be better to go for South-South and North Central. Do I prefer a Southeasterner? Yes. But even the Kano guy is not beloved in his own zone. Right, woman? Kano is not loved by, I believe, he's not, from what I've heard, he's not one of their favorites. So you're going to bank on that guy to...
Babati, Kano is not loved by the people, but I want to tell you, among the senators from their zone, they will vote for him.
I know. I'm discussing the bigger picture now, because
even those
because I have heard from that part of the country that, because the question is that, okay, we should give it to one of them because to pacify them, like one man was saying earlier. But they say, we don't love this guy. This guy actually is not one of us. He betrayed us or whatever, whatnot. So what is the capital? What do you gain politically from that? From somebody that you're trying to pacify them, but the person you are presenting to them is not who they want. So it does not do anything for you politically. So I'm just saying the politics of it does not even work. So go for someone that can actually help you win more votes, earn you more trust in the South-South, open up that channel. Because now, we are discussing changing the constitution of the country. And remember when I was saying last time, I talked about the big elephant in the room. One man, are you there? Do you remember?
We're listening. Yes, you did.
And it was what? That restructuring of the constitution, so that you can have resource control. And if you have somebody from that part of the country that is the Senate president and they've been canvassing for resource control, it makes your job easier. Well, man, let's think about this then. You want to get that thing done, get one of them into the Senate. If you can pass resource control in worship or form, and you have somebody from the South as your Senate president, trust me, next 4 years you're gonna get their vote. This is all strategic, one man. It's not that difficult to fix. What is coming with the South and the Southwest align on doing that?
If the Southeast does not get the Senate presidency, and you are saying, no, there's the deputy Senate presidency, but that really is just an
deputy speaker.
So all of the deputies, it's a bit like a minister of state. If the minister is the real minister, now there's no such thing as minister. If they don't get the Senate presidency, they don't even want the speakership, or they want the if they don't get it, right, then TINUBU is resigned to perpetual conflict with that region for the time of its administration.
Well, man,
you know the backdrop now. You know the backdrop.
One man, do you know why? Because like I said earlier, the person that is running for that is not even beloved by those people. It doesn't change anything.
Yeah, it doesn't matter though, Babati, because at least it's an argument. You can say that I'm not marginalizing you. One of yours is the Senate president. No. Whether they love him or not is a matter of their emotions.
Okay. TINUBU is coming there for one thing that I hope that it does, right? And what Buhari is starting to do, right? Change it to favor regions, right? Change that constitution. And who has been crying for that the most in terms of resource control? The South. Put one of them as the Senate president. You will get their votes. You get their support to do whatever you want to do. This is all politics. You got to think about this, one man. You got to look at it from the bigger picture now. The bigger picture.
And Babati, the South too, they believe in this type of TINUBU's kind of government that give us what belongs to us.
That's
do you understand?
My point. So if you
how you do that kind of thing,
man as the point man in the Senate, I'm telling you, you will get more things done.
Yeah, both in their resources and political positions, they will always. And as it stands now, APC is going to. I think APC will clear South than PDP as it stands now. APC is going to really. They are already setting they already arranged the foundation,
already planning for the next 4 years,
setting up everything for the administration, for TINUBU's administration. So
that's what I'm saying, man.
Yeah, you're right on what you're saying.
And also, if you give North Central the speakership, right, you can take care of the big boys up north. They will understand the Northwest. They will understand. You can give them more seats in your cabinet. You know, they will understand. But for what TINUBU is coming to do in government, the perfect person for that job is that guy. If you have to spend your way through it, get it done, one man. Get it done.
And what about his personality flaws, Akpabio?
That's what I'm saying.
It doesn't matter.
Have you seen this famous TV show on Netflix, House of Cards? Do you remember that TV show, House of Cards?
Yeah, I remember it, but I've not really watched it. Everybody talks about it.
Yeah, it was about pretty much the House of Rep. Somebody wrote from House of Rep to presidency. What they do is they have a dossier, like a profile on everybody. They know your secrets and your weaknesses. So once they know what you're weak and what you're strong with, they will just use that to get things done. They will use you. You will benefit from them, but they will use you to get what they want. So he knows who he's dealing with, is what I'm saying. The man is not wishy-washy. We know he loves money, is corrupt. So what do? You give him what you want to get what you want. You play ball with him. He's more open to play ball with you. You feed him. Okay, guess what? And you know he loves to look good in public, right? Imagine Akpabio in the South, marketing, changing the constitution for resource control with his own people. Imagine him basking in that glory of, my people, I'm here. We will now control our own thing now. Do you know what it does for his ego? My God, that's who you need, one man. You don't need Kano. That is your point guy for changing Nigeria. put in there.
All right, brilliant. You almost convinced me, but I just worry for the Southeast. You know, I just worry for the South. Not that I worry for them, but I worry for that narrative of marginalization being even more amplified. You know, because I think we are tired of it. You know, it's just tiresome, isn't it?
There's nothing you can do. It's going to be there. You can manage it, but it's not going to go away. It does not matter.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Back to you, Zita. Back to you, Zita.
Okay, I'm here.
All right. Round that space, and then I'll take you to a different talking point.
I've rounded it off. I don't have any other things to say.
All right.
I've said the fact I have, in as much as I try as much as possible to push it out. I don't want to spell it out, but I just push through it out. I don't really... most times when I say something, I'm not actually saying it for people to believe me. We have a lot of people at the background listening to me. Most of them know what I'm talking about. And the message I sent, I've sent it to the people I want to send it. So I don't have any other thing to say on that topic.
All right, brother. Yeah.
One man, before you change topic, do you mind if I have a little contribution?
Yes, a very brief interjection, and then I'll move. Good to see you, Fatai.
Yeah, good to see you, one man. Yeah, when it's my turn, I'll probably speak. It's kind of like a little bit difficult to string it all together. But when Madam Zita was laying out that situation there, I 200% I agree with her. I think even TINUBU said it best at Abeokuta. He said, I need like a Kano Emirate, right? Yoruba surround the ball. But I need like a we don't need to sing. Yoruba turn themselves into football. Everybody is kicking around, up and down, here and there. But he said, me, I didn't come to even sing about Ogunde song. I come to collect my promissory note. You, Eleyi, I put you, I made you governor. Eleyi, I made you VP. Eleyi, I did this. Eleyi, I did that. So all those loyalists, I don't know who said some people are his loyalists. No. They are supposed to be loyal to TINUBU. They are supposed to be loyal to TINUBU. No, they are loyal, they are supposed to be loyal, That even when I came onto this platform, actually, as Madam Vista said, perhaps maybe what's his name? Enigmatic was like this voice. Okay, all right. A lot of people now, it's very convenient to say TINUBU is smart, is intelligent, is a genius. I never heard stuff like that. I heard more. Even sometimes one man, you're a little bit guilty of it too. Oh, the looter of Lagos, the days. What looter of Lagos? People that call him looter of Lagos don't understand the Lagos finance structure, right? So only him steal all the money of Lagos, put in his pocket, and the whole Yoruba leaders, the elders, the Obas, they are all looking at him. Only him pack all the money and put in his pocket, and they just look at him and let him pack everything and put in his pocket. What's going on here, right? No, it's not a looter of Lagos, right? Even if you think he stole Lagos money, or you think about some alpha, beta, or whatever it is. Hey, in order to steal money, isn't it money that the tree that you plant that grows that you go and pluck? If somebody comes into an area that is generating 500 million, 600 million, that sometimes civil servants are struggling, are fighting over their salary. And now it's making billions and billions. The structure that could only grow was growing in geometric terms, not even arithmetic progression. Growing boom, 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 boom. Maybe when that money is there, even if he steal it, maybe if he didn't make that money, maybe it's money that you make that you can steal. All those people who are accusing TINUBU of stealing the money. Why didn't you make proposal to Lagos State? It was TINUBU the first governor of Lagos State. Why didn't somebody make that money for Lagos? Why didn't people make proposal for Lagos to be better than TINUBU made it? we understand the likes of Jakonde and blah blah blah. Everybody they did what they could do, and they left footprint. If you take out maybe one or two previous Lagos State governors like Jakonde and co, the rest of the people, why didn't they build that? I mean, build is like everybody start to argue now. What does it mean build? Why did he develop the place? So the man come develop the place, and everybody start accusing of stealing, looting Lagos. Who told you Lagos is looted by TINUBU? Who told you Lagos?
Don't defend indefensible. He looted Lagos.
No, Baba, I will defend TINUBU.
Yeah, Lagos. We can't argue on that. He looted it.
Baba Janle Koko, he looted Lagos. Okay, yeah. So he looted what? Okay, fine. He looted what he created. Was the money there before he came in there?
Was it? I mean, he created. Was it his own personal business? Is Lagos his own personal business? Is it not people's wealth he was stealing from, or he was looting from?
He was stealing from. He was looting. But are you even sure that he was stealing and looting?
Sorry, I thought you came in for looting now. There's been no justification.
No. He didn't loot. No, he didn't loot. He didn't loot. There have been many. No. There have been many audits on Lagos account. By the way, many audits on Lagos. That is general. Everybody like.
Loot. What do you mean by he didn't loot?
What do you mean?
Certification only Agbewiri. I won't the Agbewiri niye. TINUBU is
no. If you talk general politician terms,
Babati, I left you a message in private chat. Hold on, Vatai. I thought you came in for the I thought you were interjecting on the Senate presidency.
Yeah, I was going there. I was going. Okay, when is my time? When is my time? I will revisit this one man. When is my time? I will revisit this. Everybody, but just the last sentence. Everybody that say, he still he did it. That person has to define what he means by he stole the money. Which money is stole? Which particular one? Right? Because all the people stealing all your money, they are all there. Everybody is praising them. Right? The one that even did something is the person, is the one that is going to get the label. But anyway, let's leave it down.
You say
I'm very surprised that people are saying I agree to that extent. I agree with Madam Zita, but the end of the analysis, I mean South. If there is a consensus South person, it will be really strong, and I will agree with that, right? But I don't think Akpabio is a South consensus. Some Southwest big boys are pushing it, and the party. Akpabio is a party boy, right? APC as a party is very complicated, right? Some people are also talking. They also talk numbers. Say number. Akpabio brought some number for. I mean, okay, is that with all those numbers? Are they really attributable to just Akpabio or whatever? By the way, APC did not win Akwa Ibom. That is a state. So that argument about Akpabio this, Akpabio that, this election was very complicated. There's very little what Orji Kalu could do to bring more votes to APC from southeast, right? Akpabio started from, I think, from one law firm in Lagos, Paul Usoro, I think. Not a very big law firm. Akpabio has a very rapid growth, right? You could say he's a genius from that. Maybe it's his brain that brought him that, or maybe there's a lot of support. And now, so TINUBU has to. I mean, so you need somebody to get your back. You don't need somebody to get the back of a party that is complicated, right? You're not going to be hostage to some complicated cabal. Just to put it simply, I don't know. TINUBU and Orji Kalu. And they say, what did they say? Southeast don't feel entitled to the Senate presidency, right? They don't feel entitled. If there's any entitlement feeling, it's just Orji Kalu, right? Even Southeast don't want him, right? The election that went, even the dynamic of Akpabio surrendered his primary to TINUBU early, the first to surrender. Of course, he will surrender now. Is Akpabio, if he's going to go to South, right? It was at the time he surrendered. WIKE was still in the running now. Was Akpabio going to beat WIKE to the presidency? even if he didn't, let's say he won the primary, and WIKE also won. So it was more complicated because he dropped early on. Doesn't mean it was a special favor, right? It could be you read the room, it doesn't work, and okay, maybe. Akpabio's primary was complicated. Now the party saved him. So Akpabio is loyal to a whole lot of, must be loyal to a whole lot of people, right? I don't know. They have thrown it open, right? I would prefer Orji Kalu to be Senate president, right? Orji Kalu he has a lot to lose, to mess up. He's a tremendous businessman, has a lot of things. He's not a today's boy. Orji Kalu is not a today's boy. But I don't know. I don't even know where. But maybe when it gets to my time, I can speak. But I know Orji Kalu is not a today's boy. The story is more complicated, or that he supported Ahmed Lawan in the primary. Those elections was crazy. Unless you understand the reason, the APC primary was very complicated. Even the fact that there are many people, different people in different regions, supporting somebody else was even meant to cancel out somebody else. Except if you know what was the game that was being played, that he was saying, I'm supporting Ahmed Lawan, does not mean he was totally against TINUBU.
The man never went on campaign trail with TINUBU one time. What are you talking about?
Why would he go?
What?
Go to campaign.
The man never campaigned. TINUBU came to his state. He was not there on stage with him. He never campaigned with TINUBU for once.
Okay, but the moment, so get on stage in the midst of those obedient people, Abi. He will get on stage in the midst of those obedient people. How many times did Akpabio go on stage with TINUBU, even in the place where there's no obedience?
Do you watch tape? I mean, are you kidding me? This guy was. Okay, let's just move on.
Was Akpabio on the stage with TINUBU?
He was he was the first person to step down for TINUBU during the primary.
That doesn't mean now. Is he going to beat?
What do you mean? It doesn't matter. It matters. It does matter.
How does it matter now? How does it matter? He's not going to win anyway because he was not going to win.
No, the symbolism matters. It doesn't matter. None of the people that stepped down were going to win, but the symbolism mattered.
Symbolism. So the symbolism is what is going to be used to select the Senate president. Symbolism from somebody that he's not going to win anyway. It's a negotiation point now. It's a negotiation tool now. The negotiation tool. If I know I'm not going to win something, I can use it to do eye service. I'm not going to win anyway. Like, it's so clear. He's not going to win. Gulo Jonathan was just coming from South. So it's like that.
He could have stepped down for Ahmed Lawan, who he has probably a closer relationship. Yeah.
I will step down for a Northerner after Buhari. I mean, it would be like an idiot. It would be like an idiot to step down for Ahmed Lawan. It would be
but hold on, Fatai. That was one of the things that the party audited in the argument for it to go to the South. It was mentioned. Yeah.
That is called politicking. That is not what is either good for TINUBU as his president. I don't mean as a person. I mean as his presidency.
That's not the only thing. He did anti-party activities in Abia by campaigning for his brother against ATIKU.
No, he explained.
So the party doesn't like him for that.
No, he didn't do
anti-party. He campaigned for his brother, and his brother was not.
And he was even suspended himself. I don't know why he was suspended. It was before the election. There was a headline that he was suspended.
His brother is a grown-up man. He wants to contest for governorship, and he said, "I have persuaded him," but he said, "Want to contest? Okay, let him contest." There is no governorship and presidency are two different elections. So his brother contested for.
But he did not campaign for MNK for one day. He did not campaign for MNK for one day.
He stayed out of the
so you use your.
That's not to stay out of something is not anti-party. It's not anti-something. If I stay neutral, not anti. If I don't support either way. This is my blood. This is my party, and I don't want to be involved, and I'm out. So what is anti-party in that one? If they want to get involved, they stay out.
So you are neutral, and they should make you number 3 in the country. You are neutral.
He's neutral in governorship race.
Where do we get the impression that they stayed out? Who said he stayed out?
Fatai, what are you talking about? What is Fatai doing?
What do you
No,
mean?
Fatai just wants him. I don't think Fatai has
don't-
a point. I just think he has a preference for him and he's making arguments for it, which is fair
What do you
enough.
mean I don't have a point? What do you mean? What do you mean? Did you see him with
He
the flag?
he campaigned against his party for his brother. He was with Ahmed Lawan. He went to meet ATIKU. He went to meet ATIKU. I mean, what more do you need to say that
his
this probably
his
is not
brother
the
is
right
not
guy?
in PDP. His brother.
But he campaigned for his brother. Did he campaign for his party person? For
You
the
said he
governorship?
went to meet Atiku. To meet Atiku for what?
That's a recent one. He met ATIKU recently.
He met Atiku recent after the election. So
Yeah, so they can. You may be planning the Saraki option.
Oh my goodness! Oh my! But my one man, I've said I can't get into that low level of argument.
What low level of argument? You're just making nonsense points, and then everybody is calling you out, and you're now saying.
What nonsense? You are making nonsense points.
Hold on, no.
Therefore, what kind of a ridiculous argument is that? He met Atiku yesterday. Everybody that met Atiku yesterday is planning treason. Is planning coup. I don't understand where
How does it not happen? They told you he campaigned against his party. He did not go for his party. He did not campaign for TINUBU. In the primaries, Akpabio was batting for him. So if you want a preference, just say you have a preference and stop making all this secretary's logic.
Do you have a proof of him campaigning against his party?
He campaigned for his brother now.
Do you have a proof?
Yes.
Okay. Can you look at it this way? Can you look at it this way? Okay. How much vote did TINUBU got in Abia State?
Excuse me, that is I don't like the argument. How much
no, it's not. No, just wait. Because
you
don't like
the senatorial election and the presidential election. Hello, Fatai.
Wait.
You can't pick and choose who to argue with, Fatai. Sorry, it's not your platform. You can't pick who to. If you're arguing nonsense, you get called out on it.
Everybody hold. No, everybody. No, hold on. Everybody include. Hold on. Can you hold, please? Hold. So now let's keep the conversation elevated where it has been, and Fatai and everybody else. This is the whole point. You people will push back against you, but you have to come up with a superior logic to take the day. And it's not even winners and losers. We're just progressing a conversation to take it from one point and take it to a better understanding. So it's nothing personal. We're just gathered talking. It's a bit like being in a wine bar. So just start talking.
I understand.
Yeah. So let's keep it at an elevated level.
I love argument, but I don't like people jumping on my skin for no reason. All right. I don't, for whatever any reason anybody has, I don't care. But I don't like
what they are disagreeing with you is the logic of the flow of what you're saying, not you what personally. Because let me give you numbers. Maybe numbers would help. Let me give you some.
Before now, when I say I don't like it, I don't mean I don't want you to give me. Right. I'm saying yes. I already address it. You are saying numbers. Did APC win Akwa Ibom? How are you attributing all numbers?
They came second in Akwa Ibom. What does that really have to do? They came second. They came a distant second.
How are you attributing all numbers from Akwa Ibom to Akwa?
And just to use that term, just to use that term non sequitur. If they didn't win Akwa Ibom, it doesn't matter. The votes that came from Akwa Ibom, they added to what constituted the majority vote that TINUBU got. So every vote took him to victory.
And what was the historical performance of APC in Akwa Ibom compared to Abia? So are you saying that in Abia
is the same? Akwa Ibom is a PDP state. The performance of APC and in Abia and Akwa Ibom is always the same. So in this election, the presidential election and senatorial election took place the same day. Orji Kalu got more votes than what TINUBU got in the entire Abia state. How can you explain that? That means the people that voted for him,
I can explain it simply.
they voted for him and they did not vote for TINUBU.
Okay, would you? How about that logic for Lagos? How many votes did Sanwo-Olu get compared to how much vote did TINUBU get?
It's not that Sanwo-Olu is different from Sanwo-Olu. You are talking about governorship and the election that took place the same day.
The election cycle is the. Okay, by the way, are you even sure that the number that came out of Southeast was the actual number before you even start making all this?
No,
argument?
you can't.
Don't twist it now. Don't twist the direction. Don't twist it.
Can I beg one man? Let's move on.
Can I interject? Let me close up this thing. One man. Let me close it up.
All right. Come in. Come in, and then we'll move on from there. Yeah.
You see, I said it before I started my rhetoric. According to some people, when I said I started on TINUBU and his presidency and his administration, I said one thing. I think Fatai is saying a different thing. As a politician, I say if he wants to continue in his career as a politician, election is a game of numbers. So you cannot overlook numbers. You go for where you will get numbers. You play with people who will give you numbers. You play with people who will support you can trust in your administration. But Fatai, I think Fatai is talking about sharing the position. If he's sharing the position, Fatai is right. But if it is somebody securing his future, like his career, you cannot overlook numbers. That's why I said, and I close by still saying it, TINUBU should go for Northeast, Northwest, North Central, and South. They might not like my voice, but that is what I have to say. Can you move out of this?
All right. Let me move into this space, Zeta. So you have a choice of topics. Kano governor-elect will revisit Sanusi's dethronement. So is Lamido Sanusi, pardon me, is Lamido Sanusi, of course, who has lived probably one of the most admirable lives. If you think about one of the things that has happened to this guy in life, if it happened to one person, you think that you're a winner. Is a prince of one of the premier stools in Nigeria. One, he was the governor of the CBN two, and pardon me. And then he went on to become the emir of his own home emirate. So a very peachy life he has lived. But then, of course, he was dethroned by Ganduje under some sort of controversial circumstances. So now, the governorship in Kano State, as you know, is to change hands to go to the Kwakwanso party. And Kwakwanso now saying that they are going to revisit his dethronement. So you can give us commentaries on that, or you can give us commentaries on Buhari hands-off 2023 census. So pick one of those and let's have your thoughts.
Anyway, I will just say briefly on that. I will just say briefly because that's not actually why I came here. The Kano State, the Sanusi peaches and cream. You know, it is very good when you talk about decentralization. He's still an emir, right? But
it's former now, but current. Yeah.
He's still an emir, is he not?
He's not the emir of Kano.
But he's still an emir.
Yes, he still carries the title. Yeah.
So, you know, it's good to tell Nigeria they should decentralize.
No, he's been dethroned now. What make him?
He's not an emir anymore.
He's not an emir anymore. He's been dethroned.
Anywhere. He's not an emir anywhere. So why is he wearing that thing?
No, he has some funky position. Something I can't even remember what it's called.
It's a Khalifa or something.
Khalifa something.
Yeah.
Of West Africa or something like Sahel or something like that.
Okay. Yeah. The revisiting is to dethrone the person who is there making their mayor.
Oh, yes.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, let them try.
What
One man back to census.
No, it might not be like that.
It has happened before under the military. They did it. They dethrone Dasuki and they installed another person. What is the problem? What's going to happen?
That was Abacha, wasn't it? That was Abacha that did that.
They took Dasuki out and they put another Ado Bayero, or what is the name of that one? I can't remember. And not heaven did not fall now.
No, they may be looking at the processes behind it rather than removing the process. So we can't say what they want to do. You know, if they revisit it, maybe they may make it difficult for the next governor to just jump at any emir and remove that way. So we don't know what they want to do yet. But I don't think it's going to be possible to.
No, the statement. Yeah, they said they want to revisit, and when they revisit, that means that they want to take out this one and put another one, because the one that was dethroned illegally. And
they will destroy that institution if care is not taken.
There's nothing that's going to be destroyed. They have
why will you be taking the emir out as if you are firing football coaches?
Hold on. We have an institution. we had an institution, or rather the kingdom, that have existed over centuries upon centuries. And somebody came, Ganduje, because this guy does not play the same politics with him, he dethroned him, and he broke that kingdom into 5. And you say that is legal? No, it's not. It's not legal.
I didn't say it is legal. I said they may want to review the processes.
Hold on. Remember, this guy went to court. Only
so
that
what happened in court?
He went to court, but he did not ask for his enthronement. He went to court to get he went to court to ask for what was it? What can I remember? What was it? One man. He went to court to pray for he went and asked the court to grant. I can't remember what he went to court for, but the court declared that he should be paid some compensation, and Ganduje should make a publication to apologize.
He was actually Falana that acted for him. I think he went to court to pray that his dethronement was illegal. But he didn't want to force himself back onto the throne.
He doesn't want to. And the court granted him that it was illegal, and that the state government should make a publication to apologize on certain wrong reasons, the lie that they perpetrated against him. The court asked the government to make a publication that the reason they gave was lie and it was illegal, and they should pay him some compensation. So that
he withdrew the court case. He withdrew the court case.
What?
He later withdrew the court case.
He later did what?
He withdrew it. He withdrew the court case.
No, he didn't withdraw the court case. No.
He withdrew it. The Babajale Koko.
He withdrew the court case.
He said it here. He did not withdraw it now.
As far as I'm concerned, is the banishment that they declare illegal, not the dethronement. So because I didn't read it as the dethronement, the banishment. You know, it's just like you were acting against the constitution, because that is against the freedom of movement. When you are saying no, you can't cross this path as if.
Yes,
so
I think you are right.
You're right. Yeah,
I think you are right. I think you are right. Yeah.
Yes, I recall that. Yes, you are right, Ola.
Yes, I think you are right. So I think if the new governor should revisit that dethronement through the court process, he will get his kingdom back. They will enthrone him. because the way they banish him, the way they dethrone him, was illegal. Was illegal in the first place. And not going to fall. If they reverse
5 seconds.
Yes.
How can they put his kingdom back together? Because they splintered the kingdom. They created multiple kingdoms.
They will dethrone because they attained that position through illegal means. They will dethrone them. They will send them back to their home base to go and become Alpha or whatever they want to become.
Alpha, from Emir to Alpha.
Yeah, let them go back to be Alpha.
No, but Ajale Koko, if Kano State Assembly passed the law to split those kingdoms into 5, this is so
they can reverse it because they have majority. NNPP have absolute majority in that state now.
So
you know, sorry, Ola, they split it into 5 emirates. There's one Bill and just about I can't recall the names.
Rano.
Rano.
Yeah. 2019.
Yeah. And then each of those emirates have an emir that was duly and dutifully installed. I think about 3 of them from the Bayero family. For them to reverse that, it will take some doing.
It's a political appointment. It's a political emirate that created. It is not a emirate that is back with anything. No history.
No
history.
There is Kano State Emirate Council Law of 2019.
It's a Ganduje emirate. Forget it.
No. I got you, but they passed it
and nothing will happen.
No,
Ajani Koko, it's a conquest.
You are laughing. Why don't you say they should go and break or you are laughing to 5 Afin? Let's go and break or you are laughing.
Ajani Koko, if they want to do it, they will do it. They depose Alafin before. So
they can't break that kingdom. That one is different.
I'm being facetious. I'm being facetious here. But if Ganduje, its kingdom is created by conquest. So let's assume Ganduje was the conqueror and he created his own new kingdom. And that is how kingdoms have been created. But like I said, I'm being facetious. Don't take me seriously. But I mean, if their house approves it, I don't think they can reverse it. Except the house reverses it themselves.
Ajale Koko, if
I think it's just too far gone.
If the governor of your state decide today that he's going to stay the kingdom of Oyo, the only thing you will do is you will protest. If he backs that in or with legal instruments, honestly, the best you can do is to find a political solution. Once you sign into that law, it become valid. There's nothing you can do. So because the affair to control the kingdom, what Ganduje did, to my understanding, was never out of his authority.
But like, can they reverse the question?
What can you say?
They can reverse it through political means. So that means that if you want to reverse it, then you take it to the state assembly and you reverse it.
That is what you are saying.
No, you can't. Hold on. I'm not sure that you can that simply. You know that there are 5 stools with 5 emirs. So you have to dethrone all 5 of them first before you're able to reverse that. Do you not?
Or make a deal behind the scenes with them. Like, okay, everybody, they are cousins, right? They're all cousins. So you now say, how would your cousin now? It's very hard to say, let's sit down and step down for me to come. Come on now, that would be very.
So he's going to go beyond law. You know, there's going to be some kind of social crisis. So you don't, because sometimes you don't want to wield the power just because you have it. You have to look at the reaction. Now, doing that,
wait, it's not like different ruling houses. They are cousins. Like, it's different.
I know, because that thing can even affect what's the name of Kwankwaso. It can affect his political career too. If it happens that maybe you raise some bad blood, you open a wall for your enemies to work against you. So the politicians they will be calculative. But to me, it's just my subject. I don't know what is going to happen. I think maybe they can form a law around that, and maybe the next governor will not just use maybe as his own.
Let me say something, Ola. You see, those 5, I don't have issue with the last 4. The one that he has issues with is the Bayero guy. That is the most powerful cousin he has. that one also has influence. The other 4-1, you can get rid of them. That one is not difficult. But the one that had the main twin Kano, that Bayero, you know, that one is the grandson of Bayero. That is the one that it has issue with. There's no way that one is stepping down.
You know, Baba. You know, Baba T, that you know, no, you had the floor, but that Bayero, because if we are really going back, it was Kwakwanso that actually installed Sanusi, if you recall. But I recall during that period, it took the kingmakers an inordinately long time for them to announce as Sanusi. And when they originally came out, they gave us the name of Bayero, and then they told them to go and think some more. And it was during that Goodluck Jonathan, they wanted to use Sanusi to propel Buhari into governance, and Bayero was more of a PDP sort of a person. So really, it was even Bayero that was meant to have succeeded his father, not Sanusi. So Sanusi should never have even been the emir of Kano in the first instance. So it's a very convoluted and a very complex.
That's my point. So how can you not say, yeah, cousin, know that I know you? I stole your seat in the first place. Yeah, come and step on again. How would that work? And that guy has influence too. He's also rich. He's also influential in Kano. So how are you going to tell him to step down? That's not going to happen, man.
The way I even see it is that, you know, for us to have the type of Nigeria we have today, you know, when they started creating states. Now, how easy is it for you to just legislate on state now and merge the state together? And you think it's going to be that easy? So that is the same way. It may not be as complex as merging state together, but merging all those kingdoms together when those people when they've tasted power, and when it's not as if they're falling apart with their people, man, I think it's going to. I don't have the sort of political experience, but I think it's going to be like political suicide.
But you know what? It also destroyed the mystique of that throne was also destroyed by dividing it into 5. It made it
yes.
It made it that powerful anymore. So
yeah, look, that is why I called it a legal emirate, and it was done so horridly.
I'm still trying to understand why is it illegal. Why is it illegal when the jurisdiction of what Ganduje did was within the power of the state? You understand? The state may decide today that they don't want emirate in the state. Do you know that? Do you really understand that? The state assembly can decide that they don't want to buy in any state.
No, wait.
Have you ever thought of that?
Look, Ola, they dominated the assembly back then. And the governor, you know who they are. They are the Lord or God of their state when it comes to politics. And that is why he was able to do what he did in such a fast and horrid manner and went away with it without no consequences and anything. So if you have problem with Sanusi, you dethrone him, put another person there to take over that kingdom and not break that kingdom down into 5 emirates. Because it broke it down into 5 emirates, that is the problem I have with him. You don't divide kingdom that have existed for centuries just because of your own political expediency. He broke it down so that he can expand his own political influence in that state. And that is not good for the people. It's not good for the history of that state, of that emirate. So you see, when these politicians are doing bad things, and we don't let them know or stand up against them and their beneficiaries or whatsoever do you call them, if we don't let them know that what they have done is wrong and illegal, then you will strengthen them to do the worst next time. If new administration is coming in to correct the wrongdoing against that emirate. We are talking of emirate that have existed for centuries under one emir.
But let me even ask you what you are saying. If you notice during the campaign, usually you will stop by the Emirates in Kano. Usually now, this time around, this time around, nobody went there because it's lost the mystique. Nobody went to the any Emirates because there's no influence anymore. Before you go to Kano if you're running for office, right? You go to the emir. But this time around, nobody went there. You didn't see TINUBU going or any. No, nobody went there because there's no influence anymore. So, for the sake of your culture, bring it back. Find a way. Beg them, bribe them, do whatever. Bring it back.
Can I interject? Can I interject? I think this is my flaw now.
All right. Yeah. And then Zita round that space off after that. Then we move on. Yeah, Ola first.
Okay. See, the way we are saying this in as if these Emirates have existed for 1,000 years, it's not true. To at least to the fact on ground, this Kano Emirate Council was created in 1903. No, no. Kano Emirate Council was created in 1903.
Not the council, the Emirate. The Emirate is different from the council.
Okay, one man, before they formed that thing, there was a jihad, right? It's not as if it existed from the roof. So that the existed. So as of 1999, we are talking about it was still an Hausa land.
The jihad seized an existing emirate. It did not, and then put it under a different family line. Well, it's always been there.
What I'm saying. It was the conqueror. It was by conquest that because it was not existing the way they are mentioning it now.
But it's always existed. Yeah.
It's when jihadists conquer, that is when they established the Emirates in as far back as 1805 or thereabout. And it was made official in 1903. So it's not as if it has existed for 1,000 years that cannot be undone since the Lord has power. So that's what I just wanted to bring in. I'm done.
All right. Round of verse. Sorry. Round of that space in just a few short sentences, Zita, and then we move on.
Okay. They're saying they're talking as if the Emirate is thanking the Kingdom. I think we are forgetting so quickly what Obasanjo did to the Sokoto Caliphate. He removed all the powers. Go and check it out. He said it and he did it. So did they kill him? Why didn't Buhari bring it back? Woman, please move me to the next one.
All right, brilliant. So Zita, you sent in these images which you said you wanted to speak on, not this one, which is the Northern Lights. If there's you didn't want to speak on this, but this is on my bucket list and it's only down the road from me. It's something I must do to go and witness the, what do you call it? The Aurora, what is it called? The
Aurora Borealis, I mean.
Yes, but they call it the Northern Lights. Look at this. This is not CGI. This is nature. This is nature. But Zita, this is what you wanted to speak on. So should I start it off with this one or this one? Zita. Have we lost Zita?
I'm here. I said, let's start with the first one.
No. We lost you, one man. You the one I went.
No, sorry. Sorry. Yes. So yes. Do you want which image do you want to start with first?
The first one. Well, let me talk first. Then you pull them out when I ask for.
All right.
I noticed there is a little confusion on this. So some young people listening said I should throw more light on it. One man, thank you for the opportunity. There are two types of citizenship that every country gives. Under those citizenship, they have little ones underneath it. For those, most countries call it different names depending on their language. Some call it soil, some call it nationality. I think Nigeria call their own nationality. Then they have the normal one, which countries call different names too. They call it naturalization. For citizenship,
you must be born there. That's son of the soil. And then either parents must be born there. You know, the international law, the jurisprudence debate it in a way that the unity and the fragmentation will come together so that senior authorities don't need to take action for these things to happen. So they just do it, put out the law. They are similar, although some countries have a little differences in their own, but it's just similar for citizenship and naturalization. Apart from the citizenship, the naturalization is the common one that most immigrants do have. They have to, you don't have anybody born there or whatever. Then you come in, you applied, and then you continue the process. Most people in the United States and all over the world, they have that kind of one. Although some people hold it, they call it citizenship, but it's naturalization. Now, citizenship and naturalization is a well-documented process, detailed documented process. You must apply for it. Application, detailed, documented. Some countries will say live 5 years in that particular address. Some will say 2 years, some will say 3 years, but it's still the same thing. You must be living. I'm not talking about employment authorization. I'm not talking about permanent resident. I'm not talking about live and work. I'm talking about citizenship. You must be residing in that country for a certain number of years, depending on the country. And some of them do what we call cumulative. So cumulative simply means if you have been visiting that country over the years, and then they put in the number of times you spend in their country. So if they say 5 years and your cumulative visiting is 3 years or 3.5 years, then you have to live for 1.5 years to complete the 5 years for them to give you that citizenship. That being said, it's a documented process. Application must be there, well processed. There must be residency because you are asking for a space. There must be a number of years to live there. I'm done with that. Then let's go to the honorary. There are 2 types of honorary citizenship. Actually, it doesn't mean anything. One is the one that some states in a country do give. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't guarantee your visa into that country. All they are saying is, thank you, we love you, we appreciate you. Anytime you find your way into our country, you are welcome into our town or city or state. It comes in form of a certificate. They just give it to you. Then the second one, actually, for honorary, is just a pronouncement. You don't need to apply for it. It's a pronouncement. The governor, the mayor, somebody there will pronounce it, and then they make the paper and give to you. That is the state-owned letter. The national one, honorary citizenship, which is for a country. That one, let me start with the United States first. In the United States, all over the world anyway, but let me give an example of United States because I was able to pull out that of United States. In the history of the United States, it is not actually their thing to give honorary certificate of citizenship or honorary citizenship. It's not United States thing. But in the history, you know how old the United States is. They have only given 8 people honorary citizenship. 6 of them are dead people. 2, they gave them in their lifetime. Growing up as a young girl, I remember Mother Teresa. I've forgotten the name of the other one. Mother Teresa, they celebrated it. We watched it on television. These are the only 2 people they gave in their lifetime. It does not guarantee you the status of a citizen. The honorary, but what it does, that one is a little bit weightier
than the one a state in a country can give you. Because that one is either the act of the Congress or Parliament, and then they tell the president to make the pronouncement, or the president makes a pronouncement and the Congress acts. So that one is of high level. And in most countries, if you see the one on the screen, that one is of the United States. They don't really call it passport. They call it a document, but it comes in a passport form. But if you see what is written on it, it is written boldly. The United States own is black. I will talk about Guinea later. It's dark, while they write at the back of this hardcover, at the back of it, they wrote everything. What does it do? It gives you an edge expressed in applying for citizenship. In case, in future, if you want to apply, doesn't really grant you the status of a citizen in that country. It's just simply telling you, thank you, we appreciate you, we love you for the good work you have been doing. Most countries in the world call it passport on a white background. What does that mean? It comes in form of a passport, look like a passport, but if you look closely, you will find out there is nowhere passport is written on it. If you open it, it's plain. All those encryptments of cresting of the country inside of it and all those laser things in a passport, you won't see it. That's why most of them call it passport in a white background. In the country of Guinea, I think their own, the cover is green. It's still called passport in a white background. So that one is a higher level, pronounced. That's why if you open it, you will see where the person is coming from and what they offered him. Like this one here, you will see where the person is coming from by the right-hand side and what they offered him, citizen of the United States. But it's in passport form. Anybody can call it dual citizenship. What am I trying to explain here? That for you to be a citizen of a country, to resort to the dualization of your citizenship, is a well-detailed application, well-detailed process that you have to pass through. It's not a pronouncement made by a president or by a governor or by whatever. Countries make a lot of money bringing people into their country to apply for citizenship of that country. So the difference in two of them is that the one that comes in card, in most countries, at least 172 of them, the ones that come in passport form is the higher level. Pronouncement by a president, I said, pronouncement by a president, act by the parliament, or act by the parliament, telling the president to make the pronouncement, and they prepare the passport. The other small ones that come in a card is just maybe a state, a governor, a mayor, telling you, we appreciate you, we love you. It comes in a card form. I think I've made myself clear now. So when you see that kind of thing circulating, all you need to ask the person is, get you the back cover. Because if they get you the back cover, you will never see anything written there called passport. It will not be called passport. Whether in French, Italy, Italian, Spanish, any language, China, there will be nothing like passport there. Most countries call it document. As you can see, the United States one is called a document, not a passport, but it looks like a passport. Thank you, woman.
All right, brilliant. So hopefully that clears up that space. So a very brief commentary on the census Zeta, just a short and succinct commentary, and then we go on from there to Kulata.
You see,
woman, sorry, woman, can you just come to me because I'm in Nigeria, please?
All right, we'll come to you.
Okay, so let me just be brief so that they go to him. That of census, you see, a lot of stories has been pushed about census. I would like them to do census. Actually, I want that census to be a synergy into identifying Nigerians. How I wish the census will be done with a machine where people can do their biometrics and a card will be printed and give it to them. And the machine will record it. I want that census to go in that way so that every Nigerian will be identified. Every Nigerian's fingerprint will be in a machine. Whether you have a bank account or you don't have a bank account, whether you go for MMM or you don't go for MMM. In future, when you want to open an account, even if you are a baby, the moment you put your fingerprint, everything will synchronize with that one of the census. Then coming to the north, last time we discussed about the census here briefly, I said something. I said, what is the impact of religion and climate in human mobility? Somebody was at the background, at the chat place talking rubbish. Anyway, when you look at a place like this place I am now, is extremely cold. You don't really see people moving about. But the day you go into a party or into a conference, you'll be shocked at the number of people that are there who are living around you. What am I saying in essence is the weather that is impacting them. If you go to the north, most of them stay indoors in a small mansion in Igbo land where nobody's actually living. Cockroaches and rats are living there. The man is somewhere in Lagos or somewhere overseas. In the north, such a house, the man is married to 7 wives with almost 35 children. And they don't live this rowdy life we live in the south. You will see, if you are conversant with them, you will be staying, you will see somebody just sneak out and enter a car and they drive off. They sneak in, they enter the car, they go in. You will not really be able to place the faces of those people. But it is unfair to come and say that they inflate the figures. To what extent? To that extent of that large number. But if you think they do inflate their figures, go home and inflate your own figures. Thank you, woman.
All right, brilliant. Excellently put by Sita. And well done for the clarification on that passport space. I'm not sure that would satiate anybody, but at least we document what is known. So document what is known.
No. Woman, I forgot to say something. Please, just a minute. Somebody, I talk in parables or story. Somebody gave somebody something. And we are confused at what the person gave the person. And the person that you are asking what it is this, it's not this. And the person that gave that person that thing came out to tell you exactly what he gave him. You did not believe him. Then in another place, somebody gave somebody something. He did not come out to explain the kind of thing he gave to him. People sit down in background, in platforms, and try to explain what he was giving, and they believe them. So that is the country we are running. The person that gave me something came out and said, this is what I gave him, but you didn't believe him.
We read it out here.
He gave it to me, and he's the one saying it. You cornered somebody who is working in an administration after him and asked him. The person still said the same thing. This is what we gave him. You are not still satisfied. Another person have that same thing somewhere and is brought up. The people that gave him have not spoken. But people jump around in platforms and make comments that it is like this, it is like this. You believe them. What a word. Thank you, one man. That's why I said TINUBU should watch his back. I know what I'm talking about.
All right, brilliant. Always brilliant by Zita. So up next, Solomon. So Solomon, pick it up from where Zita, because you were interjecting with the census space. So now your thoughts on that space, and especially the rumors about inflated figures in the north.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Mama. Yeah, before now, I used to think it like I was seeing as like I was just saying that I think they inflate the figures in the north, but at the time when I recall certain things, and for instance, even like Friday itself, you go to the mosques, or not just the mosques, just there's this place called Banex, where you just go to that space and you see the way the kind of I'm just giving you instance, so like the way, do you know these people, even though they are mosques, they don't build it to be very very big, but they will cover the full road, and this one is just in the urban space. So we don't talk more of their rural space, how they will be, and the landmass too, how the land is too in that place. And according to what Madam Zita said, the religion and the weather, I think these things make us think that these people are not really they are not really much like the way they used to say they are. I think this weather and religion, it has impact. It makes impact in their space there, in like making their population look shrinked like they are not much, but actually, and the kind of they are very conservative in that in polygamy wherever, and these things will lead them to having like this guy Dogowa. I was surprised seeing that guy. He has 28 children. I was a modern guy. That guy looks like a modern guy, and he's having 28 children. That is how it is too. Even there was a lecturer which the last 2 weeks that he was just advertising his children, like he was celebrating the Salah with his children, with his kids, about like 40 something kids or something like that. And these people, I think they have the numbers. They have the number, and in the south here, you see how people are behaving. The Western life has made them. Even is a good thing though, but it's a good thing. But they you see people have 2 children, have one somebody have one child, and he's cool, he's not even bothered to even have another one, and that's how it is. So the north, they still believe in that, their traditional way of marriage, of marrying more than one wife, religious, not just traditional, religious way of marriage.
All right, but to the wider space, Buhari now postponing the census. I've never really understood. Yes, it's been 17 years since we last had the census, so we really needed to document that space. But I've never understood why they would schedule it then to fall within just a few weeks of leaving government, something that's a monumental piece of work. So what do you make of the timing of the census and then Buhari's subsequent decision to postpone it, that the next administration should handle it?
Yeah, like there's a point Hassan made here that because rumor has it that the North, they keep inflating their numbers and all that. Me, I won't lie to you. I used to be one of those people that say the North inflates their number when it comes to this census thing. But he made me record something that it was even Obasanjo's tenure tenure here that the last census was conducted, and it's something one should still look at. A southern and conducting organizing this stuff, and it still came out that these people had the highest number. So I think we should just everybody should mind their business. What I mean, everybody mind their business. Every geopolitical zone or region should just mind their business and count their own, and bring out their own figures and all that. But Tinubu now, let me tell you the truth, the North are very relaxed with Tinubu, very very relaxed with Tinubu's administration. They're already setting their goals, as in setting their, how do I put, setting their formation now that they will use and play in Tinubu's administration. They are very, very comfortable. So that is why you can see somebody like Buhari not even bothered and saying that the next administration is still part of the reasons why I say next administration should carry out the the census. And see, Renault will always take care of their own. They know that Tinubu already understands where he's coming to be the president, or where he's already the president-elect that will be sworn in by 29th of May, by the grace of God. Yeah, so he already knows that these ones that will take care of themselves. Then he knows where to intrude and where not to intrude. And one thing he needs to do is he needs to bring. This thing should now be computerized. It should not be something they do manually again. They should make it the word is, we've passed that manual and those things that those kind of procedures they are using. They should relax now, bring in computers, as in devices that they can use in carrying out these things effectively. And like what Madam Zita used to say, like identifying Nigerians. Like they should have a proper system that they will use and carry out this work. And I think Tinubu can do it, because him is even though he's an old man, he's still a modern guy. Yeah. And he has people who are still modern with around him. So he should it should be computerized. Like the process should be computerized. And like I said earlier, the North are very relaxed with Tinubu's administration, so they don't have any issues at all with him conducting the stuff.
All right. You said the North is very relaxed with Tinubu's administration, but the administration now starting to take shape. The Senate president, everybody was jostling, of course, and a credible argument from everybody. But Tinubu now makes the executive decision that it should go to the south and to the southeast space. So up in contention then, Akpabio, Kalu. So the argument for both, Solomon.
Yeah, the other day I said they should just give it to Kalu, because he should, and for him, I left an advice for him. He should use this opportunity to redeem his image, especially to the southeast, to our people, that he should redeem his image, because this guy, you won't blame the people, because it is his antecedent that is causing all this problem he's having. How will your people not back you? This is very, very, somehow, for real. Like, your people are not just backing you. They're saying, instead of you to get this thing, let it go to the north. It's really, really bad. But I want him to get that Senate president office. Yeah, but the way the look of things now, I think they are preparing Gospel Akpabio. Like, I saw a headline yesterday that EFCC invited him. So the two things came to my mind, that either they are trying to clarify this guy now, that with this EFCC invitation, they clarify that case wherever, and they see that this guy is innocent of that case and he's good, so that when he gets in there, nobody will come and use any corruption stuff against him. Or maybe they want to use it to dent his image in becoming the Senate president. But I just feel like, especially with the role he played, there's something we talk about. Loyalty is not about money. It's not about how much I will gain from this person. But loyalty is, I feel like loyalty is something you have to be loyal, because it is going to help you a lot more than gaining money. Like somebody like this guy now, money is not his problem. Now he sees his power that he needs. So because of how loyal he was, even though whether he stepped down or not, Tinubu would have still won that primary. But it still means a lot. And he was the first person, not even from Tinubu's region. I was very shocked that day, for real. I never expected somebody like Gospel Akpabio to step down for Tinubu, but he did. And this guy knows, he knows politics. He knows what it is all about, and he did. I think he saw the future. He planned the future. Sorry. So he knows what's up. So that's why he had to take that step. And so look at, even in vote contribution, he was able to get 100,000 votes for Tinubu. is something. It's something. Even how tight that his space was, but he was still able to do this thing. Man, you have to give it up. Give it to this guy. He really did well, and I think he deserves it. If he gets it, he deserves it. Orji Kalu is just so painful that this guy he was able to get 36,000 votes for himself, and he could not get to TINUBU. And the utterances he was making, like the thing should go to the northeast, because the northeast, like, he was just making utterances that he never knew would be used against him in the future. So this is the future for now, like for him now, because those things will sum up, will add up. And like Fatai arguing, that you don't need to argue about this guy. If any decision that APC take, or he's with everything he has done so far, he's not qualified to be the Senate president, to be honest with you. But me, I just want Tinubu to include the Southeast properly, like. But I know that whether they give it to Orji Kalu to not bring.
But Solomon, where is the window for that inclusion? Please don't say infrastructure, because everybody gets infrastructure. So building infrastructures in the Southeast is not a special favor. Every region gets infrastructure. But if the Southeast does not get the Senate presidency, then how are they taken care of?
If they can still be, their needs will still be met, because this guy is going to, he can still be building things there. You can just be doing federal stuff there without, since even if we don't have any representative in the three, like we don't have the Senate president, the office, he can still use his power to that is, I'm talking of TINUBU, to build infrastructures in the Southeast there. So without Senate president or not, but one thing I'm happy about that space is that the people don't really survive through politics, so it's not going to really mean anything but to them. But we need it, because it's a political. We need political power in the South, is at the federal level, for that matter, not just the state one. That will be okay for us. We need the federal level too. So, but it's still, like, I was talking to a Northerner yesterday, and it was like, man, the politics you guys played in the Southeast was very, very bad. How will you put your eggs in one basket? It's just like looking for a pope to come and govern, to come and be the president of Nigeria, And the Pope self have this is an international platform, but let me not cross my boundaries. But there is nobody that is a saint, and let's just try and start being like, let's face reality when it comes to politics, and stop doing more of the kind of like what we just did now. Is really, really, really bad, for real. It's really bad. It's really bad. Like I used to say here, that with these other regions that are supporting you, they are just 15%. At the end of the day, their elders will go and negotiate for them, and things will come for them. But we now, we are our elders, the people drop them, and it's good. But it's in the way it's going to affect somehow. It's going to affect the way we do. Look at when somebody is not, it's due only in this my place, my region, that if we are not supporting the same candidate, we will pack if we have arguments, or maybe because I'm not, it can cause enmity. It's a very, look at the kind of way they reason. It's a very it's very shallow. Like, it's not, that person is just I don't want to use the word like a primitive, but like somebody who is, no, I don't want to use that word, like, but it's been somebody that is reasoning like an ancient person, but like a bush person. No, but it's not good. It's not good. In the north, you see people who are supporting, one is supporting APC, one is supporting PDP, supporting Labour Party. When they argue finish, you see them, they will still come back together and be reasoning. But in this space here, in the Southeast, if you are not supporting Labour Party, say this one, that they look at it like somebody that don't know, like a zombie, like somebody that is a zombie. I could remember then in camp, so a guy that I was like telling him, guy, we don't need to support to be like look. The guy was, he just even abused me. I just had to look at the guy. I say, and he's just coming from one of the cores from the southeast. There, that is where he lives. I just look at me. He don't know that. I just look at him like this one is just a local champion. Even how he claims to know what's up, he's just he's a local champion. If he knows, he don't even know anything. Just this year that he just picked interest in talking about knowing what politics is all about. It's just this year. So I really did not really argue with him. He's a novice. So even on this platform, we have lots of novice here that they come here and they just come here, use their emotions, shout from here and there, and like I don't understand. Even they will carry the because of how their emotion has taken over them, they will still take it and want to be causing enmity here, and it's really, really childish of them. So Orji Kalu, I really wanted him to get that ticket, but the way I see it, Akpabio is likely going to take that position. He's going to be the next Senate president.
All right, brilliant. So anyway, Solomon, you were saying that the way that the census is being conducted manually is a bit past it now, and they should deploy technology. So if the census was taking place in Lagos, Solomon, certainly technology almost certainly would have been deployed. You know, sometimes when you look at Nigeria, it's almost like several countries are in one country. If you take Lagos, for instance, Lagos is on the cusp of the international space, and some of the parts of the countries, they are somewhat almost in the dark ages. So what's leading me to say all this? So this is not politics, but this is Lagos. Solomon, 2 days, it says, Nigerian man in shock after Lagos State automatic number plate recognition camera caught him driving with expired car papers and got automatically fined 60,000 naira. So a lot of people driving abroad, they will be familiar with that narrative, and I'm sure you are familiar with it as well. So sorry, can you hear me? So somebody said my line is breaking.
I can hear you. I can hear you well.
Yeah. So a lot of people are living abroad. They will be familiar with this line, and I'm sure you are familiar with this sort of instance, and I'm sure you are familiar with it as well. You know, sometimes when you are driving past, and you go over the speed limit, I think they allow for a little bit of a margin, but if you go over it sufficient enough, you will just see a light flash, and then you know that the camera has caught you. So you go back home in anticipation of that letter. So it looks as though that system now has been adopted by Lagos. Nigerian man in shock after Lagos State automatic number recognition camera caught him driving with expired car papers and got automatically fined 60,000 naira. So what are you making of that? That's happening in Nigeria. So this is now the Nigeria that we thought we should have.
Yeah. Lagos State. What Lagos State needs now is just they just need to spread this kind of development because this is a development. Like they need to spread it as in all in every corner of that state. Like they need this kind of thing, and Lagos State now is like a template for every other state to copy. But Abuja, but apart from Abuja itself Abuja is really, they are really doing well in Abuja here, for real. They are really doing good in Abuja here. But Lagos State, I would say, is kind of ahead. It's kind of ahead, and it's just that I don't know if it's the planning of Lagos State that is just the problem, like the way they plan the place. Because you won't compare the planning of Abuja to Lagos State. I think the planning of Lagos State is one of the things that makes it look this as if it still is not really developed.
You know, Solomon, I don't think it's the planning. I think it's the population. You know, there are cities like New Delhi, for instance. It's called a mega city. Lagos is, I think Lagos is one of the 5-7. Pardon me. Lagos is one of the 5 or 7 mega cities in the world. And usually a mega city is where you have a dense population of people within a limited geographical space. I think Lagos was not built for the number of people that now live there.
Yeah. I will agree with you. I will agree with you on that. It was not really built for the number of people that live there, and I think that should be that should be one of the reasons why the government now needs to they need to look for alternative in making, since it's not is because it's very populated. They should look for alternative, and that would make the place get better in terms of, like, how do I put it now? Is it the way certain things are going on there? Like, how do I put it? Like, they should just look for alternative that would make
You know what they should do? They should expand it. You know, places like Badagry,
something like that. Yeah.
They should expand it because it's too concentrated.
Yes. They should decongest the as in, like, by expanding it. Yeah, and like they are really trying. Me seeing space like that, where that Dangote is, it Lekki Ibejo, where Dangote refineries and all that. But with time, I think they should start going in there now, and there are people already going. They are really trying in that space. So, but they need to do more of that kind of work. But in terms of but you will not still lie. It's still backward in a way that the kind of revenue that is being generated, that they get from that state, they should have used it to do more than this one they are doing. Let me not lie to you. The place is trying, but it should be better than the way it is now. For real, that the government should release funds. They should do more. They should do more. This is why we're here saying that because of this stuff we just saw now, and Lagos should be more than this. To be honest with you, Lagos should be, because it's the 5th largest economy in Africa, or where is it? Yeah, or in the world. It should be in Africa.
Not in the world, or in Africa.
In Africa, sorry. So they should.
Can I interject?
Yeah.
You see, this thing that they are showing now, I think, is very good, and I've always been advocate of something like this, so that you take out all those police that are mounting a legal roadblock, and they'll be asking after particular things they are not supposed to ask after. But then, things like this thing has been existing since 2019. Maybe it's not going in full force now, because I think they were testing it then that they will alert you ahead. Because this guy that is saying it, that if he lives in Lagos, he must have received alert about the day that this thing is going to expire, because that was the test run they did in 2019. And I remember that time that I was even making a suggestion that they should not even make it that you just fine. I think there should be some kind of legislation that maybe should work from state to the federal government, that there must be a way for, let's say, for people that are working in the corporate environment, there must be a way to be able to pass the debt directly, so that just like you're deducting taxes, if you can find a way to deduct whatever fine you are giving people, and then you arrange with all these road transport workers too, find a way that if any of them commit all this kind of traffic offense too, you should find a way to penalize them instead of deploying police to the road. Then there are some incoming vehicle to Lagos too. There should be some kind of framework between the states or among the states for them to establish something. The point I was proving that time was that if you start doing things like this, don't be surprised that even those people that are breaking traffic lights, traffic rules, everyone will start misbehaving without the need for police, because by the time you start losing revenue, you start losing money from the source, and you are unable to do something. Honestly, there's nothing, this is my own belief, there's nothing that can control people when you know that your hard-earned money is being lost just to your foolishness based on the way you drive. I think that's one of the best way to control that traffic in Lagos, not by putting police on the road. So that's just what I wanted to add.
All right, brilliant.
I think in every mega city, police has to be on the road. Even New York, they pass red light almost all the time. It's because of the population. I mean, India, if you go to New Delhi, they disobey it. It's almost like every city that has population. In New York, there's always this police people on this major road that they direct it, try to make people obey it more often. It's more like that. But if you see the smaller cities, they tend to obey it because there's no much people in a hurry. If you like Enugu, they obey it. If you go to which other city am I going to? Even Abuja, they obey it, when they have it, when they see it anyway, because most roads in Nigeria doesn't even have, traffic
So
lights.
are you saying police still control traffic in New York? That you
Yeah,
station
yeah.
police like, I
Yeah,
don't
they
know.
still do. They do.
Because what I know police just say is this: once you are pulled over for breaking traffic
No,
offense,
they do.
then you are getting the merit point for sure.
They do in
But
New York, yeah.
if it is red light, you cross red light without police pulling you over, then you don't pay. But you still pay the ticket. The only thing you won't be able to pay is that you won't get the merit point because they cannot establish the person that is driving. So you don't know the driver's license to pass the merit point to. So to me, I think this is a way forward. It's a welcome idea, at least to eliminate some kind of insanity in Lagos State.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant.
Yeah. Okay, I can hear you, woman.
No. Yeah. Round of that space, and then I want to take you to one more talking point, and then I'll go into Kulata.
Yeah. So Lagos State government should do better. Like they should upgrade this city more than the way it is now. I won't say that they are trying because they're supposed to have passed this level with the kind of revenue they generate in that state. So they should do better. They should do better. Yeah, woman. Let's go to the next headline.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Solomon. So Solomon, if this happens, it will be a first in Nigeria. So I'll just speed through it. It says MBF slams Buhari's remark on relocating to Niger Republic, says he is not committed to Nigeria. So it's a short read, so let me just speed through it. President Muhammadu Buhari's comment on relocating to Niger Republic after handing over on the 29th of May has drawn condemnation from the Middle Belt Forum, MBF, saying the remark was an indication that he's not committed to Nigeria. It will be recalled that sorry, mute yourself for a moment. It will be recalled that the president had recently said that he can't. Let's do that again. President Muhammadu Buhari's comment on relocating to Niger Republic after handing over on May the 29th has drawn condemnation from the Middle Belt Forum, saying the remark was an indication he's not committed to Nigeria. It will be recalled that the president had recently said that he can't wait to go home to Daura, and if they make any noise to disturb me in Daura, I would leave for Niger Republic. The president said this during Salah homage to the State House. The president said this during a Salah homage to the State House by residents of the FCT led by the FCT Minister Mohammed Bello. The MBF, in a statement on Friday by its national chairman, Dr. Boutros Pogu, described Buhari's remark as unfortunate, maintaining that the comment simply showed that the president had never been committed to Nigeria in the first place. Pogu said, yes, he has to retire after May the 29th because it is a constitutional provision that after his tenure, he has to leave office for the new president to come in. But to say that if things become unpleasant, he will move to Niger Republic is unfortunate. That is to say that he had never been committed to Nigeria in the first place. A Nigerian president who has served his country should be here to die with Nigeria and Nigerians if he believed in the Nigeria he was president. So for him to make the statement, it may just mean that he did not believe in Nigeria in the first place, and it is unfortunate, and on it goes. So let me leave it there. But really, I was just saying, if this happens, it will be a first in Nigeria. Because to my recollection, I'm not aware of anybody that has ever presided over that country that then left the country after their tenure to go and live in a foreign land. So, and by the way, Buhari had always been accused of not really being a Nigerian. Always really the speculation, and even some people feel the evidence is that it's from Niger Republic. So, what are you then making then of Buhari's comments that after the end of his tenure, he will go back home to his home country?
Yeah, woman. See, I think we need to be bringing more of these northern people to this platform. Like, we need them in this platform even more than, I don't want to even say more than some of the southeast people, because they come here to just come and make noise and cry anyhow.
Leave this alone now. Leave this alone. You can't help it.
No. I'm not.
Let me even make a comment before, because I need to. Just excuse me, because I need to advise Solomon.
Man, shut up. Who do you want to? What do you? How old are you?
Settle down. That was my fault.
This should not. Why will you advise me?
I'm sorry.
Don't ever make that answer your life to say why you want to advise me. If anybody on this platform want to advise me,
sir. I'm not. I don't want to advise you, sir. You're older than me and everything.
Yeah, I said it nonsense. You want to say, and let's move on.
Anyway, one man. The thing is that I don't know what is up with Solomon, and it's been. Sometimes I think about it. Even some people.
You are being childish.
Hold on. Wait. Can you hold on? Let him get it. So have your say, Ades.
Yeah. Well, everybody knows me. Most of the time, Solomon make comment, even on the comment section, throw insults. I don't reply, because the truth is, the person he's trying to provocate is almost like angerless. I don't have no sense of anger. That's the thing, and I don't see myself falling into that lane with you, because I know what I have and no point of going there
shut
with
up. You only come here to brag. You are too childish. Woman, let's leave this guy.
No problem.
He's venting for nothing. How is somebody making comments?
Let me finish.
Sorry,
Let me finish now.
Somebody was making comments. Can't you just keep quiet and listen to the person? Not that there's anything upstairs in your head. Listen to the person so that they will educate you. You come here, you just interjecting anyhow. She was making a point. It was like she's same speech every time, because you know the year.
It's obvious.
Sound you so that you will have something upstairs. You understand?
It's obvious that
you should focus.
Okay.
I don't know why you're bringing up this
sir.
issue now. Something in the private chat.
No. It's obvious that you're smarter than me, and I'm very childish.
I'm not smarter than you,
but I'm just telling you that I just do yourself a favor and quit and stop it. I'm trying to do you a favor as someone that is talking to a brother. Do you understand me? Because you're not doing me. You're not doing me. You're not doing me. Just to be frank with you, you're doing yourself. Okay. You can continue.
If you misbehave on this platform, moderator will correct you. Do you understand? So you can't come here and be saying if you do anyhow, or you try to bully anybody or say what is not in line, I would correct you. You get? If you do it again, I'll still correct you. I'm not somebody that I don't have anything against you. I'm here to make sure things are right here. You understand? Anybody that makes any comment that is not good, I will correct the person. That is just the truth, even in the comment section. So if you come here and you try to say things or insult people, because you like to insult people indirectly, and you come to pretend say that you're
No, I'm not insulting you, brother.
Let me talk about Buhari's.
All right,
continue.
All right. So there it is. So Buhari retiring back to his home country, Niger.
Yeah. This guy he's the real comment was that if he gets too disturbed, he will retire. He will go back to Niger. Sorry. I don't think that they will not disturb him in the north. Do you know that people still love this guy in the north? Like somebody that I was talking to today from the north, he said his house is full. Like how many houses? Like he can count how many houses. Like they are not even up to 5 houses that demarcates his house to BUHARI'S house. Like this guy, he because they see him as a man of integrity and all that. That he even made me know that this guy only has one bank account, that was Union Bank, and it was because of when he want to buy take loan to buy a house, that he just have only how many houses? 3 houses, that he don't have any house anywhere in the world, only in his place there. So I was like, wow. And they will not disturb him, because the real comment to this thing attached to this stuff is that if he gets too disturbed, he will relocate to Niger. So, and these northern people, they are not hypocrites, that they will say their own, and what they will stand on it, like the way he has said it now, because they still recognize their relatives in other countries and all that. So that is why he sees, because he have his other relative, he does his own tribe people too are still in other countries. So they will always feel free. Look at Sudan. Sudan is like their second home too. That is how it is. And I the other day I discovered that they have at least 80 million Hausas in this West Africa, and or in Africa as a whole. So these people, they really he's just talking about his second home, because they are the same tribes people and all that. So I don't think he will go to Niger, and they will not disturb him. But if they disturb him, he might definitely go.
Do you think Buhari over-favored Niger Republic throughout his administration? Do you know that the most prestigious road in Abuja was renamed after the former president of Niger, Condé, and is building a railway into that country and all of this sort of stuff? Do you think he over-favored that country throughout his tenure?
He did, though. I won't lie to you. He did. Like them. Do you know most of the cars that even come into Nigeria here, that in that Apapa seaport there, that they transport them down to Niger, and they will sell them even at cheaper rates to them than even the people in the south. Do you understand? So this guy really knows his route and his people. So I won't take it down from him. He's a human being. He really knows his people, and he really favored them. And maybe because of something like this now, this kind of thing he just said, maybe if eventually they disturb him, he don't need to even stress to enter any vehicle to Niger. You just take a train down to Niger without stress. So this guy, he really favored those not just Niger. Like I feel like even it boils down to their religious whatever. Look at Morocco, the pipe, this thing that are connected from Nigeria to Morocco. If people would think, Morocco and Nigeria are the two African countries that have the caliphates are set up, like, so yeah, they have the Cali or something like that. So they must have a relationship too. So it's not just apart from Niger, I think their religious stuff too. So you will not still take I'm not using that against them too. So this guy, he did for them. He tried for them too. But it's still bad that Nigeria is still undergoing certain hardship, and you're still using our funds to fund other places. It's not really making sense.
Can I interject a little?
Yeah. Come in later.
Just to put a little fun to it. I don't think there is anything wrong in what Buhari said. He's Jubril Air Sudan. So because Sudan is having some issues, he would like to go to.
It'll be Mukhtar El Niger.
So he will make do with Muntala or Mossack Niger for now till Sudan settles themselves. I'm just kidding. By the way,
they are going
Best
to
and
the new prime minister is going to look for you, Madam Zita, with these things you are doing here. The new prime minister, because right now there is a new prime minister, and with his cabinet, they will really look for you. So please don't be
what
doing
did
all
I
these
do
things you are
now? You
doing.
want to arrest me?
Don't be doing this to you are doing. Let me tell you, because don't worry, Sha, don't worry. But I've just advised you, just don't be
The
doing
new
all these
prime
things.
minister of where? The new prime minister of where?
You want me to? I'm not going to say it.
Oh
but
no.
don't worry.
Okay. All right. Zita is a wanted woman. So brief thoughts on the Sanusi space. Just a very short commentary on that, and then we go on to Kulata and then move the conversation on.
Yeah, Sanusi, that guy, like Ola said earlier, is a good orator. Yeah. He talks well. When he's talking, you just be he must catch your attention. You would want to know what this guy like. That he's really a religious guy. Like that position he holds, that as Caliph of the is that in concerns is Sahel. I think Sahel region. Yeah. So this guy is a good preacher, but with what he did to Jonathan, I don't rate him at all. To be honest with you, I don't rate him at all. Because he feels too entitled to me. The way he talks, like even though the confidence, yeah, it's good to be a confident person, but the level of entitlement in his approach is not something I like. I mean, people will say he's being bold, but I just feel he's being entitled. And the way he challenged Jonathan, I did not like it at all, for real. I did not like it at all. He really the guy did not try. But in terms of meaning well for the North, not just Nigeria, let him not deceive people. I can have most of his interviews saved in my YouTube. He's talking about the North, elevating the North, elevating. He's a good one. He did well. He's doing well there, and I think I like his friendship with RUFAI. I like his friendship with RUFAI. The kind of ideology they share is. But let me not lie to you, one man. I don't see it picturing there. They just go in the line of their founding father, Sir Amadou Bello. Let me just give him that, sir, because for me, I don't really. Those ones, they were championing the North, not the full Nigeria. So I don't really see them as my hero. I even call somebody like Ojukwu, even if people fought him, I will call him my hero because he had my interest at heart. Do you understand? To an extent, even though he had selfish some atoms of selfishness in his decisions, but he had, just like Michael Okpara too, he had my interest at heart. But somebody like this, they were not really. And I like them because they really drew the boundary and made us understand that we're different people, but we can live together with understanding, and nobody should cross the boundary. But just that sometimes our people will want to do like they too know, and they will want to be crossing boundary, and they will be shouting that see. These people have told you like we are different people, but we can be together with understanding. Let's roll on that level, and not you coming to do like you're wiser or you know more than they do. No, they know themselves, they know their where they are coming from, they know where they are. So they've already told you how it should be. So Sanusi, I see Sanusi, the likes of Sanusi and RUFAI like that. They champion the North. They want the elevation of the North. They want the development of the North, and it's a good thing. I want our leaders to start doing like that. Not people coming to be saying that you want to. Let me not just go there, but.
Solomon, just from when Hassan's submission earlier, and in the course of his narration, he was saying that he felt that the two ideal people that could really govern Nigeria well was Lamido Sanusi and Adesina. So if you had like a magic wand, and if you had like godlike powers to have one pick, who would you pick to be the president of Nigeria? Who would your choice be? I said to him that my choice would be RUFAI. But who would you, if you had the one say, the final say, who would that be?
Is it from every region or just from
from the whole country? From the whole country. If you had to pick, who would you pick?
Man, if not, Soludo is just an arrogant man. He's arrogant. Let me be honest to you. He's really arrogant. If not, he's somebody that
Solomon, what's wrong with arrogance? I mean, self-confidence.
Let me tell you, somebody can be
If a self-confident man needs to be a bit arrogant.
No. Kolata, see. Even let me tell you, he's even one of the persons that looks up to this man. Like, this guy told me that Soludo used to be one of his role models, and this guy is even good, and I think he's even better when it comes to intellect than Soludo. For real, it's very sound.
Are you guys confusing his confidence for arrogance?
Kolata, no.
His self-assuredness.
No. His own. He uses it to intimidate people. Let me tell you the truth. Like, even this, they've referenced certain.
Who are you comparing? Who are you comparing?
I'm not comparing him to anybody. I'm just scrutinizing his personality, letting you know why I say he's an arrogant person. No, I'm not comparing him with Sanusi. I'm not comparing Soludo. Okay. I'm talking about Soludo as a person. I'm not comparing with Sanusi. Can you hear me? I'm not comparing him with Sanusi. I'm just saying as a person. He's using his because it's not because you are educated or because of you use it to bully people. Like one of the debates that was held in which year? I think it was even this his administration before he won this election. And the way he was trying to make other people feel less of themselves and all that is not good. I think as an educated person, you should behave normal. You are acquiring those knowledge for you to be a normal human being and not just I see the feeling like
Solomon, he has to pretend. It doesn't work out that way. For very smart people like Soludo, I'm sure he'll be running out of patience with a lot of people, like in his daily life, because he can see far ahead of everybody. So that means he has to slow himself down. So it may be frustrating for him. So that may be coming across as arrogant, but it may just be how he deals with his daily life because he's the smartest guy in the room.
Well, that is your own opinion, but for me, I just see him as an arrogant person. But I think
I want to support
Solomon. I think hello.
I think I want to support Solomon.
I think Kolata was right.
Hold on for Ajale Kokozita.
I think I want to support Solomon because as a politician and as a leader, you can't be arrogant in the course of calling out public service. You have to do it in such a way that doesn't you have to carry out your public duty well, and not with arrogancy, with statement you make or the meaning of people or the way you how do I say? I mean, should be able to conduct himself with high sense and high level of humility and not arrogancy. No, political leader doesn't. It shouldn't be one of the quality or what you see in anybody who is a political leader. If you are a business leader, you are running a business, different thing entirely. You own that business. You are general manager of that business. You are given responsibility by shareholder. Manage it in the best way that you can achieve profit and return for the people. Fine. But political power, political leaders, no. Arrogancy should be taken out completely. And we have seen it in him.
But we don't know how he's arrogant. Can I interject? You can make an example. I'm trying to wrap my head around how Soludo is arrogant. It's just because of his analysis or how he's able to identify problem and offer solution, because I don't see him as an arrogant person. So I find it difficult because Soludo is not boastful, to the best of my knowledge.
I have watched, even before this last election, there was a video where he was threatening people in Anambra State that in this area, if you don't vote for Apuka, we will deal with you, we will deny you a lot of things.
Oh, Baba Johnny,
We watch it now. Oh, hold on, Madam Sita. We watch it. I watched that video.
My campaign now.
No, that is arrogance. That is what kind of stupid campaign is that? I mean, you can't threaten the people that, oh, if you don't vote for me, we will deal with, you will be the last in our consideration for anything. Really?
No, that was just politics.
No, it's not politics. It's not politics.
That was just politics.
It shouldn't be welcome. It shouldn't be welcome. It's not politics. It's part of the arrogancy we're talking about. It's part of the arrogancy. And you're threatening your people? No, it's a bad politics.
You know, Ajale Koko, you know, what people say as arrogance, you know, when people sometimes in the course of life, they get, all right, okay, somebody wants to pick up a phone.
I'm listening.
Oh, all right, when people in the course of life, they are used to getting things right, then they start to trust their instinct a lot more, and they're a bit more impatient with people who are not on board with them. So that's usually what comes across as arrogance. It's just people who are through the course of life, they've tested their instincts, and they found more often than not that their instincts are oftentimes right. And then that can come across as a bit abrupt, which some people say as arrogance. But
one man, let me tell you, see, I will let other talks. This guy is not a politician. Everybody should get that right. He doesn't know how to empathize with people. He doesn't know how to pretend. He doesn't know how to act like a politician by the way you talk, by the way you comport yourself. He doesn't know it. And you can't be a political leader if you don't have the element of, simplicity in the way you consult yourself or the way you talk to people. If you want to show arrogance or laud your interests, or you think pursue your goal with, disrespect of people, it is no political leaders, because you are servant of the people. You should be arrogant to them because they hire you to serve them. But the fact that they put you in a position of leadership should not mean that you should intimidate them with your unruly character. No. So we have seen it in him. Solomon is right. Solomon is right. And every one of you knows that this guy is an arrogant guy, the way he talks and the way he has said is that, whatever, if I want to do something, I will pursue it, and I will not care about what the consequence is going to be. Really. No. A politician doesn't do that. Politician does know how to talk to people, talk nice to people, negotiate with them, dialogue with them, and try to win them in a civilized manner, and not disrespect your people and show arrogancy in the way you pursue your achieving your goal. So that's my take. I support Solomon in that respect.
Can I?
All right, brilliant. Yeah, Zita. So some people may suggest that a little bit of arrogance is actually a necessary trait in leadership. Some people will suggest that you have to be a bit arrogant to be an effective leader, Zita.
I wouldn't call it arrogance. Let me say this. When you hire commissioners hire PAs, hire people, place people in high esteem. I notice in the part of the world I come from, when they deliver, you show dismay, surprise, shock. And with that, it comes in your utterances. They see it as arrogance. More especially when you are somebody who is very intelligent and brilliant, you always expect high, very high expectation from others. That is one. But I will conclude this, my submission, by telling you people a story. Back to the Omo Owolabi. I worked in a company in Nigeria.
Hold on, Zeta. Omoluabi.
Okay.
Omoluabi. Yeah, carry on.
Yeah. I worked in a company. When you say something is an ideal, it's too good to be real. But an ideal is something, if you want to talk about an ideal firm, that company is one of the ideal firms in the world. They employed Yorubans, but the Yorubans brought a lot of Yorubans. And in the project we are doing, the general manager is a Yoruba. They're listening to me now. There is one chap, not really too brilliant, but Yorubans being what they are. The general manager was promoted. A white man was coming in. So he was doing a handover. It got to this guy that the Yoruba man has promoted his Yoruba boy to a head of department. It got to the boy. This Yoruba man praised the boy to the white man. How intelligent, how smart, how he can get his job done, and blah, 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 blah. Now, unfortunately, the guy didn't know he was talking to a white man. So this white man with the impression, I'm trying to show you how some people do see others as being arrogant. I am not saying because this man was introduced to this guy that way as an intelligent, but I'm trying to tell you how people see others as being arrogant. This guy, this white man decided to be handing over most of the job with relaxation. You know what you mean? You have a good staff, you give him job to do, you go home and drink champagne. And then he find out that this Yoruba young chap is not good. Anytime this guy presents a job, this white man shows shock and dismay. It's not that he's being rude and arrogant, but for people like me, who have seen a lot in life, I could understand the white man. But most of us could not understand him. In fact, he ended up, there's what we call GPA, his assessment. He assessed the guy so badly that the guy cannot but take early retirement and leave the company. So sometimes the white man that came, according to the company, they personally pulled him from Netherlands. He has a job, a good job in Netherlands. They purposely pulled him from Netherlands to go and come and handle that multi-billion-dollar worth of contract from that Yoruba man because of a lot of things going on in the project. So the company felt he's the one to correct that thing and turn the neck of the project to the right direction. So he's a very, extremely brilliant chap. So he came and it wasn't the information he get about most of us wasn't the deliverable he was seeing. So you could see it in his voice. You could see him in sometimes he feels uneasy. I think that's what Soludo is battling. I wouldn't actually call it arrogancy. I will call it when you are that high, every time you have to bring yourself lower to get something done. That's the way I see it.
All right, brilliant. All
yeah.
right, brilliant.
Roma, let me just conclude by this. For me, my candidate, I think, because I want the Southeast to still take part in this thing. From the Southeast, I would like somebody like Emeka Ihedioha to just, because I think it's just the person that I feel right now.
PDP.
I feel like he will be good for the game. Yeah. Whether he joins any party, I think I will support him. And my other person would be first, but what Obi did now, he's not going anywhere in Nigeria again, and he's not going to be the president of Nigeria. So disobedient, they should just wake up and.
You know, those are my two favorite politicians in the Southeast that you just mentioned.
Obi used to be my favorite. Like
not Obi, Emeka Ihedioha and Charles Soludo. Those are my two favorite politicians. I really rate them highly, and Kingsley Moghalu, of course. Yeah, Kingsley Moghalu as well.
Yeah, but Kingsley Moghalu, let me not use this word, that he has not matured enough to come into the federal space, like in terms of this presidency of it. But Emeka is number one. That as it stands now, Obi has already kicked himself out of the game. I see Emeka now as somebody that if he comes out tomorrow, people will rally around him. And sorry, let me just address this last thing. I don't have issues with Dex Woma, to be honest with you. I don't. He's least of my problem. Him coming to preach class here. There's certain level certain people you need to just put class aside. When you've too much do class, you just have to just let them know, understand their own place. Because you are somebody not be talking, you say what I have. Only empty vessels that make those kind of noise. I don't have anything against him, for real. I don't have anything against him. Yeah, Oma. Thank you, everybody.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Let's go from you for time to Kulata. So Kulata, I wanted to pick it up from where it's on the screen now, and I'm saying that it may well just be joshing. You know, Buhari actually has a sense of humor, but it's one of those acerbic, very, very straight-faced sort of humor. It's a very humorous man, and you want to imagine that he was saying this in humor. But he's saying if the noise is too much, and by saying if the noise is too much, it's not talking about the sound of the malus around. It's if politicians are coming to him constantly to try and leverage him, is what he's really saying. If the noise is too much, he's saying he will relocate to Niger Republic. So if you're saying that in jest or not, it's quite unfortunate. He's standing accused anyway of both his ancestral heritage not being from Nigeria, which a lot of people speculate, and him favoring that country, which a lot of people complain. But Buhari's assertion, if he does relocate to Niger Republic, that will be a first in time for Nigeria.
Yeah, I mean, Buhari is normally a mischievous guy, based on what I've heard from people that know him. So that may be tongue in cheek, but it may also be real because he comes from a border town. His dad that he did not know growing up, apparently he's from Niger. Dara and Niger, it's almost the same. It's a border town. So he has family in Niger as we speak. His mom is from Kanuri. His dad is the Fulani. He did not know his dad. He did not know his dad growing up. So maybe he's made family. He's met his people, and he may carry out the threat. But I think it's tongue in cheek. I think it's just being cheeky. I don't really think it's anything serious. Buhari is not going anywhere. He's going to Daura. I don't think it's relocating. I mean, it will be unheard of for a Nigerian president to relocate to a neighboring country. I mean, what can far? As in, why will he do that? No. He must be joking.
At Kulata, he's going to his country.
His country.
As former president, you know, he will have his own security details. So will they carry the security details from Nigeria to Republic of Niger? I don't think so.
That's why I think he's tongue in cheek.
So he was telling the politicians, see, don't do me like Obasanjo. Don't come to me after I leave the office. So otherwise, I will leave the country for you. But I don't think he will leave too.
No, I don't think he's leaving. I think it's just joshing. I think he's just joking around. I don't think it's serious. Well, I mean,
just from what Ola said, before I move you on, just from what Ola said, just before I move you on to the next talking point, Obasanjo stands alone as being the most vocal of the former heads of states and presidents we have in Nigeria. You hardly hear a word from Gowon, Babangida, Abdul Salami, and anytime you do hear them, it's some nationalistic keep the peace sort of a narrative. But Obasanjo stands alone. If anybody is boiling water in their house, Obasanjo wants to have an opinion about it. What is it with that guy, Kolata?
Obasanjo has a God complex. He never ever wanted to relinquish that power. I think he lives his life with a lot of regrets because a lot of his actions led us to where we are. Because he was looking for puppets. I mean, after I lost that third term bid, he was looking for puppets to replace him. Never anybody that will be of equal intellect or equal powers. And that's why he's not supporting the likes of TINUBU and co. Nor did he support the likes of Donald Duke. I mean, in my opinion, rather than pick someone like Jonathan, he had the option of picking someone like Donald Duke. Even if he picked Drive, would have ended up with Donald Duke. That maybe would have been better. I don't know, but I think Donald Duke would have been better than Jonathan. But Obasanjo being Obasanjo always wants to be in the news, dictate the terms, write stupid letters, and I mean, it's just overbearing. It's just an overbearing old man. He needs to find something better to do with his time.
Do you think in his head he still imagines he's the president of that country?
I think well, I don't fault him for this, but I think it's still the best thing that has happened to Nigeria as per president. So he feels, I don't know why he will feel this, but maybe he feels a heavy burden in his heart that he has to kind of like weigh in on anything Nigeria and try and dictate to people or dictate to us how we should live or how we should vote, not minding his business. So I mean, at this point in time, is a ridiculous. It's getting ridiculous because all his letters and all, nobody takes them seriously anymore. Before, if Obasanjo wrote a letter, it will be a big deal. But now, I mean, Obasanjo is now an obedient. Imagine, he's an obedient. So who cares what Obasanjo thinks nowadays? Because it doesn't matter. Obasanjo doesn't. He doesn't. I mean, there was a time when he said if Obasanjo supported the candidate, that candidate will win elections. But now, Obasanjo supporting the candidate doesn't mean crap. So I think he's over. I mean, I said he's overstayed his welcome, but I don't want him to die or anything. But he's overplayed his hands. And at this point in time, he's turning to a nuisance. So right now, he has high nuisance value. It's almost like it's almost. Let me not say what I was going to say. All right, continue. I'm not going to say what I was going to say.
All right. I think we all know what. Yes, I think we all know what you're thinking, even if you don't say it. But moving swiftly on. So now this one is still not a policy position. It's in the realms of speculation. But all of the activities within that sector indicates in this direction. New Naira note scarcity. CBN may phase out newly redesigned notes, and Nigerians say. So they say Nigerians say, so both from the business sector and more crucially within banking, they are telling us then that it looks as though the new Naira note barely landed is now departing. The bankers are telling us that they're not stocking them with it, so then the ATM not able to disperse it. And then the people, the traders, they are saying that they don't see it within circulation. And it just seems to have died a quiet life. So was it a special purpose project for the elections? If they do decide to face this thing out, should somebody pay a price?
I think it was not a well thought out project for the elections, though the legitimacy to the policy itself. But the way they decided to implement it was full of issues. So you remember during that election that we brought some news that shows that they were out of paper, that they had to back order printing paper. You remember that news?
Yes, and then there was a backlog.
And that there was a backlog, and they immediately came out to deny that they had enough to print whatever billion. So you can see that apparently that news must be true, because why won't they be able to have printed sufficient money now, given all these weeks? So I don't think it was a haphazard policy implemented in a hurry, and I still think there must be scarcity of the paper to print the money, and that's why we're not getting any new currency available. Now, as regards to if you can, I think I already spoke about this earlier on. You can't imprison them, CBN, just like that, because it did not commit a crime. He was only sloppy in his work. Though the best that can happen is for the House of Assembly to be chasing him around and look for something to rope on his head and then refer him to DSS or refer him to one of those places. So if they have to do a probe on the whole thing, because it's a waste of our money, and that is their own purview. That's where they come in, because the CBN and the presidency can make monetary policy decisions, but if it costs the government money, the House and the Senate control the purse. So if they consider it a waste of money, if they abandon it, that's a waste of money. Then they can now summon them to question how that money got wasted, and then they can do their own investigation. And within their investigation, if they find anything shady, then they can go after him. Then they can make a referral. If they find any criminal activity, they can make a criminal referral. But outside of that, if there's nothing found, the best you can get is maybe some civil case about people that lost money. And that civil case is probably not going to go anywhere, because I don't know how you can win it. I mean, winning civil case against the federal government in Nigeria is going to be hard. So, practical terms, I don't think it's going to go anywhere. One man. If they shut it down.
So Ajale Koko's argument that is an because what Ajale Koko was saying about economic sabotage, that's a treasonable offense, and that's a criminal offense.
Economic sabotage is not a treasonable offense. It has nothing to do with treason. Again, you can't even prove economics. Yeah, I'm sure. Why will economic sabotage be a treasonable offense? It can't be a treasonable offense. And again, you can't say it's economic sabotage when it's a policy that the president approved. So are you trying to tell me that the president is trying to sabotage the economy of his people? If his president is trying to sabotage, the reprieve for that is to impeach him, and nobody impeached him. So you really can't call, it's not going to be an easy case. The best case is, like I said, is to take it to the House of Assembly, and then they investigate how the money was used. And then they can make some noise about it. But then it's going to die in the House, because they may feel it has enough money to bribe everybody that needs to be bribed. So I don't think it's going anywhere. But,
all right, brilliant. Yeah, carry on.
But why will they shut it down is the question. Like, why can't they just look to print? Why can't they look to print more money with this new currency? Why?
I think you already...
Can I interject?
Yeah, go on.
Kulata, when a president signs a policy, and then the person who is supposed to carry out the policy sabotages it, you think that's not a crime?
When you say sabotage it, you have to be able to prove that it's sabotage, especially if the person has been working in lockstep with the presidency in doing this, because this is an exclusive of the presidency and the CBN. So it doesn't really involve that many parties in the first place. And if it shows evidence that it's been reporting all this stuff, So you can't just say that, except you guys just make a noise about wasting of money.
No, not that. Something deeper than that. The president,
Like what?
He signed a policy. You are asked to carry it out. You sabotaged it. They have evidence.
In the case, how do you prove?
They will
How
prove
do you
it.
prove that I sabotaged it? How? Because if we say there's a backlog of supplies to print the money, because they're supposed to be printing the money in Nigerian printing press, and if there's no supplies, then you can't call that a sabotage. You can call that
ask you a question.
careless.
How much was spent?
I can't remember the amount, but it was a lot of money.
I'm
I can't
just
remember the
saying
amount.
the kind of sabotage we can look into. How much was spent? How much was used? How much came out? Where are the rest?
Yes, but if you ask me that, and I tell you I've already placed order in Chubbs or whatever in Germany for paper, and is on back order till so month, and if they go and trace that, audit that, and make that finding, then I'm in the right. But you can now call me that, okay, why didn't you postpone that policy when you knew there was back order? Then that's a different story now. Then I have to come up with something while I was sloppy. It's so hard to prove. That's what I'm trying to say. It's not a simple case. I know Gianluca mostly spoke out of
Kulata, it's economic sabotage.
Let me tell you something. You see that Iflefu, or whatever you people call him, they have a dossier on him. Unless they don't want to jail him.
No, they want to jail him now. Remember, they were chasing him all over the place that he ran out of the country.
If they want to jail him, Kulata, they're gonna jail him. Unless they don't want
to. They're gonna jail him on something unrelated.
Yeah, Kulata, I know.
Kulata,
although
what Emefiele did was economic sabotage. See, the only thing you may want to say, whether you say maybe he did it intentionally or unintentionally, is what they want to prove. There's nothing. Because look at it this way. You know the volume of currency that the country will need. You know how much they will need, at least in circulation. And you still went ahead. When you know the top line.
Wait, before you go too far, in theory, money did not go out of circulation because money was in digital, was supposed to be theoretically, I say theoretically, supposed to be in digital circulation. The only thing that was mopped up was the instrument, the cash instrument was mopped up, which now impacted the velocity of money.
I'm still telling you that you know your country, you should know how much cash in circulation, you should know how digitalized your country is. You cannot claim ignorance of those facts. You cannot.
But the president approved it, though. Shouldn't the president have done the due? Because the president was supposed to consult with the finance ministry to ask all these questions. But the president skipped it, and then the finance minister was pissed. So Emefiele can tell you, say, I did my own work. I took it to the president. The president was supposed to do this. The president just approved it. Then what am I supposed to do if the president approved it?
Then when there was uproar in the country to warn of the consequences, even the made references to where this thing happened before. And the National Assembly,
can I interject?
Performing the duty of check and balance. You understand?
Hold on. Simba, you have to mute because you have to mute the YouTube because we're hearing double feed about carry on, Ola.
So the attention or the implication of what Emefiele was about to do, people drew his attention to it. They made the samples. They even triggered the National Assembly to call these guys to order. Because that's
World Bank to one thing externally. He got one from World Bank and whatever. He got. Yeah.
Both external.
Let me interject.
Sorry, guys. Sorry, guys. Give me 5 minutes. Carry on. Kolata, keep an eye on them so that they don't. Give me 5 minutes. Okay. Carry on.
So when all those warnings were there, they even read the implication to this guy. So I didn't understand. See, there's nothing this guy can say. It's only because we've made everything political in that country. What this guy did is a serious crime. You know, they were even debating the type of penalty they should attach. Don't let me mention they even made it even to the point of you know what the people that anybody that do this can the person even face penalty, you know, capital. You understand? That's how terrible what this guy did. This guy can never claim the ignorance of what he was doing, but just because of that political blindness, because they were going to get at someone, the reason they went, so they can't say they don't know the consequence. You already knew that the consequence of this is to mop up currency, and you should even know the consequence of what you are going to do if you do not prepare very well. Are you telling me that this guy was not aware? At least you will take delivery of some new notes. Are you saying he was not in tune with such kind of distribution of new notes? So to me, because we are making it political, doesn't mean that this
Ola, it's supposed to be a cashless policy, right? Cashless. So they've already, I mean, the initial premise is cash will be reduced. So that was the plan, to reduce cash, not money, cash. So well, all you're saying that they didn't know that there won't be cash. Of course, because that's the plan. It's supposed to be a cash. I mean, they're supposed to turn Nigeria to cashless, and like India did. And if assuming it was well executed, we will not have this problem. So the only reason we're talking about this is because the work was sloppy. So you cannot criminalize someone.
Yeah, Coletta.
So, Coletta, who will you blame for the sloppiness? Who will you blame for the sloppiness?
I'll blame him for the sloppiness, but the sloppiness is not a crime.
Coletta, although you're right, yeah, everything you're saying is right, but I'm saying it kind of in this angle because indirectly, Emefiele and Buhari disobeyed Supreme Court, and that is more like a criminal offense. But the way I'm seeing it is, even if you're going to charge Emefiele or trying to persecute Emefiele for that disobedience, it's almost as if you're going to persecute Buhari, which we know is almost impossible, because it's Buhari that would give Emefiele order to go back on that implementation or whatever he was doing. So if Buhari didn't do it, that means you have to persecute Buhari before you come to Emefiele. That is just it. And with the way it's going, I don't see anybody persecuting anybody. What Emefiele did was on his right, but the Supreme Court he disobeyed, indirectly disobeyed, was the problem. What I think is going to be the problem. Yeah.
If we are to bring the Supreme Court matter here, that means we have to also now persecute Malami, because Malami is the Attorney General, is the one working on behalf of, is the government's lawyer, and is the one supposed to kind of like talk to the lawyer and the lawyers in Aso Rock that, all right, guys, Buhari needs to do this. Order this Emefiele guy to follow the Supreme Court, whatever. Buhari kept quiet. He ignored it. Malami was trying to fight it. So you just can't. I mean, if we really want to do this thing properly, we need to. First of all, is the ones closest to crime is that disobedience of the Supreme Court order. But do you now say that is Emefiele, or you say that is Malami, or we say joint? Because if we rope in Malami, then Buhari as the president needs to be roped in too. Who is going to now do that? That's why I think it's a dead end. I don't think it's going to go anywhere. Because the number of people that you need to rope in to really persecute this matter is too much. But if you only want to isolate Emefiele, then you can isolate him and now start with, okay, we gave you so money to print this, to do this. Why did this fail? Account for it. Then when they account for it, they can be doing investigation into, okay, how did you guys use this fund or not? Then if they find any shadiness or crime, then they can rope Emefiele. And that, in that case, they won't have to disturb Malami and disturb Buhari. So it really has to be a legislative process. That's a practical way to do it.
What if they can established, Kulata, that he knowingly misled Buhari because I think in that narrative space of the currency change, one of the things that came out was that Buhari asked him if the Nigerian Mint, if he had the capacity, and he gave the assurances that the capacity was there, and patently the capacity was not there. So he knowingly misled the Buhari in the course of making that decision.
So when we say capacity of printer, meaning printer that can churn out print so volume per day, or the supplies, which is the paper.
Well, no, it's to get the money to the banks now. Everything to come together for it to be
you know, when you get to court, when you get court is the place where you can be talking about the definition of is. What is the definition? I remember that Bill Clinton. You have to tell me what is. Like, it's when it gets to court. So if he purposefully misled the president, it's still not something in court. It's still something that will have to be in House of Assembly. That is where all those kind of things. It's like Benghazi trial. Those kind of trial. It's going to be in the House of Assembly. It's not going to be in the court. So it's a political matter. It's not a criminal matter, except the House of Assembly makes a criminal referral. But in that case, will you now say it's perjury? You can't say it's perjury because you can prove that he did not knowingly misinform the president. It was based on what a low-level CBN staffer told him. If you're a leader, you have to trust all the people, all these guys that report to you. And based on what they report to you, that's what you're going to report to the president. You can't micromanage. I mean, imagine that kind of CBN. How many people are in that organization? And it's the top dog. So as a C-level person, or if you're dealing with a C-level person, you need to know that you will never, ever know all the details. Otherwise, you will never even get to that level in the first place. So Emefiele has a lot of way out to explain why maybe someone misled him, and then he unknowingly misled the president. So in that case, it's still all right. You did this. It's still going to be a sloppy job. It's still not crime. So it's a tough call to call crime, except there's something scandalous that during the investigation they found, maybe a sidebar thing, and then they can use that and dump everything. But you can't say because you are angry. Anger doesn't determine that someone is a criminal. That's how you feel. So it's a tough. While it sounds ridiculous that why can't they just put this guy in prison, I don't think it's that straightforward.
No, they can be.
All right, brilliant. Hold on, Ola. I think Simba wanted to come into that space. Simba, did you want to come in? Simba, they say law. Simba, did you want to come in? All right. Sorry, carry on, Ola. I thought you wanted to come in. Yeah, carry on, Ola.
No, I was just going to tell Kulata that you technically you explaining though, but to me. It doesn't. Okay, Simba has come. Okay, let's Simba continue. Go ahead, Simba.
Yeah, no. You wanted to come into that conversation, Simba?
Yes. Okay, sorry. I wanted to ask Kulata that what was the reason given for the changing of note in the first place, and are those reasons still there or they have been eliminated?
The reasons are still there. The government has a vision for cashless policy. They've always had
you mentioned those
for a long time. Cashless policy, like reduce the reliance on cash, make transaction, reduce security issues. So because people will not be carrying cash all over the place, and whatever efficiencies you gain from reduce costs because you'll print less currency while all the money is digitized. That means you won't be printing notes. You'll reduce costs and security reasons. There are a myriad of reasons, like the world is going cash. So it's kind of like a valid thing because you don't want a society that heavily relies on cash. That's a non-developed society.
Sorry. Kolata, can I ask you a question, please?
Okay.
Yeah, like, are you trying to say that, like, in this whole thing you just said now, are you taking out this thing as a fact that they were trying to politic with this cashless policy of it thing?
No, I'm not. I'm purposefully avoiding the political aspect of it because we know it's politics, but you are not just going to say, oh, it's because I want ATIKU to win or because of politics, I'm going to do cashless policy. You have to have a valid policy that you back up, that you can back up with valid reasons. So I'm staying away from the political aspect of it as a tool. I'm putting the government, the official government justification for the cashless policy. Nobody's going to say I'm using it as a political tool. Are you crazy? You can't say that now. So they're justifying it with valid reasons because ultimately, whether with politics or no politics, they're still going to implement some form of cashless policy. It's just a matter of time. They still have to implement it because
you see, Kulata, I got your logic, except one thing, because I got your logic perfectly. That is difficult to prove. But you see, people around the world, they are not stupid. They know what is happening. What am I saying is this: you want to implement cashless policy. Even the society where you want to implement that, you've not even driven the thing enough for them to embrace. All you want to do is just to use it by fiat, by say, okay, you are by dictator. You want to pull it like forcing that by you dictate to them instead of encouraging them. Now, you know, someone made analysis that time. The volume of cash in circulation in Nigeria is relatively similar to what you find in the United Kingdom and some even advanced country where they are even supposed to be advanced, more advanced than Nigeria when it comes to cashless policy. So, to me, I understand what we are saying that it's difficult to, but honestly, I think if lawyers can just find something to at least send signal to anybody that will find themselves in that position of a Emirate tomorrow, that you can't just behave any way you like. It's unfortunate that it's difficult to prove but that National Assembly.
If I'm a lawyer, what you just said doesn't really mean much because I can say the United Kingdom that you use as an example is not the reference model. Maybe Singapore is the reference model because Singapore has way more cashless. Or China where everything is, what's the name of that app again? Everything is in that app. What's that app called again in China? I can't remember. Like in China, you hardly see anybody using cash. They use WeChat. Is it WeChat? I think it's WeChat. Yeah, they will use WeChat for every single thing.
Yeah.
They use WeChat for every single thing. So we can say China is more developed in the UK than this, and we're following the model because UK infrastructure allows this. We're starting all over.
The technology is there, but the penetration, do you have it in Nigeria? That's what I think. Little details we are talking about. So,
but it's not something indictable. Or that's what I'm trying to say. It's not something that is damnable. That we caught you because you know the standard.
We have to find a way. We have to find a way because we can't just be.
You can you can catch mouse in another way. Maybe you find some other. You know, before this thing, when the military ran to America, they had already found some cases for him. They said he was funding IPOB. They already found that. They can use that against him. But what I'm saying is, they may not be able to use this cashless against him. They may use that IPOB one that he funds. They said he sent money to IPOB. They can use all that stuff against him. But this cashless one, it go hard because the presidency is involved. That's the problem. That's the biggest problem.
I think Aduaka will, despite performing his duty as this Nigerian system, still find a way to deal with him, right? I think they still find a way to deal with Emefiele to send a signal to people that you don't behave anyhow, even if your office dictates that you can do anyhow. If the office is protecting you, because that's the only way we can strengthen our institution. We don't allow these people. I don't know if lawyers can find a way. They must send signal to this guy that anybody coming to that position tomorrow, you don't do that because see how many people have been affected.
You're still looking at it from the emotional angle. This cashless policy was 100% within the realms of why Emefiele CBN governor is one of his duties. So it did not step out of line. It just did not do a good job. So if you don't do a good job, you get fired, right? and people may sue you, civil suit. So if it's criminal, then that's a different case. In this case, it's not criminal. It was just sloppy. And that's not enough to say you're going to prison.
Okay.
It's unpalatable. I know. It's unpalatable. I know. It's just as I think about it from a legal perspective, it's just hard. Maybe if Ogbeni was here, it would have helped us.
All right. A lot of people would like to see him in prison, though. That much we can say. A lot of people would like to see him in prison, but a lot of people would like to see this guy back in the position that he once previously occupied. If you want to think of a king in the north, you probably want to think of this guy. It cuts all of the images of it, and it looks as though we're about to see a part 2, the return of Lanudo Sanusi on the stool of his ancestors. Kano governor-elect will revisit Sanusi's dethronement. This is Kwakwanso. So the narrative around that, the return of Sanusi, one thing, but really one of the things that struck me first was why Kwakwanso is speaking on behalf of the governor-elect. Is this a sign of things to come? And then, of course, Sanusi returns to his throne. All of that, Kulata.
Sanusi cannot return to that throne. I don't think it's possible anymore. I think maybe they'll just make some noise about it. I think it's long gone. It's moved on. It will be too disruptive of a change. So I think the new governor, the governor-elect of Kano, is making a political statement. I don't think they can do anything material at this point, because it's just too disruptive. Like, you now have 5 emirates, and when you guys were talking about it earlier, I think there's historical backing for all these emirates. I don't think they just made them out of thin air. I think that was what was in existence before they consolidated them into a single one. So it's not like it has there's some history to it. So it's not something that they can easily reverse like that, especially if the people have gotten used to it. It will be too disruptive of a change. But from a political messaging, I think it hits all the right notes for people that supported you, thinking that you'll be able to change that decision. Meanwhile, they will not be able to change that decision. It's all grandstanding and politics. So nothing is going to come out of that, in my opinion.
All right, brilliant. And to this space, then, you know, in Nigeria, they always do things upside down, and this yet again another example of things being done upside down. So at the 11th hour of an administration, they were looking to conduct a census. It was always an idea that had no traction, and of course now Buhari's postpones it and passes on the responsibility to the incoming administration. So the fact that the country needs a census, I don't think anybody is going to quibble that. But the timing of it in an 8-year administration, because I think they were meant to do it every 10 years. So in an 8-year administration, to leave it to virtually weeks from office to want to carry out this big piece of work, Buhari now hands it over to TINUBU. So your thoughts on that space, Kulata?
I mean, it's census anywhere is hot potatoes. It's the political ramifications of a census is just too high, and I think it was a misguided idea to try and do census towards at the twilight of your I mean, nobody will have trusted the result of that census. Let's not lie. A president is about to leave, and then you do census last minute. Nobody's going to trust that. It will have just been a waste of money because you'll have to do another census. So I think good idea for pulling it back and letting TINUBU run it, because now people may give it the benefit of the doubt, because first TINUBU is a southerner, and they will not second guess. I mean, I won't say they will not second guess. Maybe they will second. They will not. They won't second guess it if Tinubu does it compared to if Buhari had done it at the twilight of his administration. So, but the census, I would prefer that it's biometric. The census we did in the United States last year, nobody took my fingerprint or anything. It was all manual. That's strange. So I hope the one in Nigeria is biometric, and we can get our. I mean, we can really count how many we are. But I think we're really close to the number that they claim we are. I think we're close to that 200. I think we're close to that 200 million. I don't think we're far from that.
I don't know how you, if I may interject. Yeah, I think what they are claiming is going to be biometric, but then I think despite that it's going to be biometric, we've got to be very careful too, because even an external person can come to Nigeria and see associate with someone in Nigeria and see do biometric. So I think that is why we still need to delay as long as we can to even establish some other criteria to make this thing credible, So, for example, are they going to add like whether you attended school in Nigeria, all those stuff that I'm just trying to make something that can make
so
this thing
the
credible.
census questions, do we know what the census questions are?
Exactly. That's where we are. Because now, when you are saying that we're close to 200, I know where you are going to. Do you know how they've been calculating our population since? They use the number of houses in Nigeria and they cross it to average number of people per household. So we have, as of 2021, we have over 40 million. So someone will just use, okay, we have 40 million. This is average number of people they expect per household. I said this is population of Nigeria. I think that kind of that may not be necessarily true in Nigeria, because Nigeria is not a standard you want to when you are talking of prosperity measure or poverty in there. So I think we just need to get our data right the first time. And I've seen people here believe that there are more people in the north more than the south and all those kind of justification, which I see. Let us put the proper this thing in place, because beavers already demystify some kind of belief that in a certain area we used to have this number of voters, So, but beaver is telling us that those areas we used to think they were just allocated figure. So it becomes impossible under beavers to just allocate. And I think if they do something similar, to beavers, and we are able to regulate it properly. So all those stories of some people, they're not so because they are LAR, you cannot enter into that place. You go carry that biometric machine to those LAR and let them operate, and let us use that to establish our data once and for all. Because people are forgetting that there are incentives to rigging our population. One of it is political, and the other is amassing or slashing the resources, the allocation of that resources. So we use this incentive to manipulate the census figure. We always find all those in there. This time around, I think the best bet is to get it right, because I still remember in 2006 or 2007 when TINUBU was about to leave power, when they conducted his own census. They left Lagos population around 8 or 9 million, while that of Kano was slightly even more than. Now, how do you explain that? Yeah, you say they give birth to so many children in the north, but how many people live the northern part of the country, the southern part of the country, and goes to Lagos every day? You have to look at how many people enter Lagos every day too. So a lot of things to be considered. There are many houses. There are more houses in Lagos more than any part in terms of the rate at which people build houses in Lagos and Ogun State, more than any part of the country. So how come that those things will not reflect in our own population? Meanwhile, when Lagos State conducted their own personal census, I think they arrived at something around 70 million or thereabout, which to me, I will believe that higher population in Lagos, because you can see the impact of overpopulation on Lagos infrastructure already. You can see that impact of population on even so many things, including revenue generation and so many other things, and the number of vehicles you find in Lagos. So to me, it's a good thing that they hands off and let us go and prepare properly. And if you want to do population census, do it in such a way that, not because of the census, and some people will quickly move from Lagos to the north, to the east, no, find a way that people in Lagos stay in Lagos and people in the north stay in the north stay in the north. So it's not as if you quickly traverse whenever there's population. So with those things, you don't get accurate figures. So attach the population to where you are living, to your house. All those things are very important, not to your local government office, to your address, where you live, where your children school. So if it is possible, start submitting certificate, start submitting your children report card, start submitting your church activities. I'm just making something so to make sure that we're able to tie you down. Even if it's possible, what with the telecommunication, look at the point of interchange of your phone call whenever you are making call. Is it that Lagos you use mostly, or all of a sudden you run to the north when you want to do those things?
That's extreme now. Ola, that's extreme. How
it's
can
not
they
extreme. It's not extreme. We need to get this thing right for because see, this planning is good for the national security. Now, you can't go to Kano now that you say you have 15 million there. And meanwhile, 6 million to that population left Lagos to that Kano. That's the misrepresentation of your data, because we need to plan appropriately. For example, if you are supposed to plan for let's say 25 million people, you want to secure them with the number of policing system, the number of water supply. You want to plan now, about 6 million move away. Then you are planning for 18 for 90 million. It doesn't make sense because you already have wrong data to plan for your people. So we must get it right this time around. I think it's a good thing that I believe Nigerians force these people to answer, and then the money they want to spend on this census too is going to have economic implication too if they disburse that money now, because the incoming government will have a lot to do because we need revenue. I will spend that on census now. It may create some unnecessary crisis. So let us figure out how to do it. Thank you.
So, but I mean, who is funding this census? Are we self-funding it, or is it one of these international agencies?
I think it's a mix. I think the Nigerian state chips in, but I think the international agencies that chip in as well, both with funding and more to it the technology.
So those international we are talking about, their funding, are they really free? Because that's the thing we need to find out too. What's their interest? That okay, I want to support 600 billion worth of, for example, I don't know the exact figure, 600 billion worth of activities. So why am I presenting why will I give you my machine free of charge? For what purpose? What am I supposed to get there? That's where we will be very careful, because now we see some kind of aids in Nigeria today, but we can't still explain why we have some kind of illegal mining in Nigeria. You know, during that COVID period when they say they brought some Chinese expert to come and work in Nigeria that disappeared to work on our train, they could not link them to the train. And eventually, maybe some of them were even linked with some kind of illegal mining activities going on in Nigeria. So what's the cost of those include all those organizations that are supporting? What's the benefit? You understand? I'm running an economy. I'm giving you machine worth several millions of dollars. For what purpose? So I don't think there's any.
I think there's a global push to document just how many people are on this planet. So for the purposes, all the conspiracy theories about our one world government and all of that.
But they have methods of projecting the population by heat maps, and there are different ways that they can use to estimate population, and they're pretty accurate. So, I mean, we should do it, but I don't think everybody thinking we're going to be less than 200 million. I think you'll be disappointed. I think we're largely closer to our estimate. I think that's what we'll discover. But let's see. Let's keep our fingers crossed.
Even despite several millions of Nigerians outside the country, we're still close to 200 million. I don't believe. I know that by satellite, you can do all those stuff.
Okay, I was talking to some guys on another platform, and we're looking at Ghana. We started looking at the population of towns in Ghana. So when we saw that outside of Accra and Kumasi, the rest were towns. The next 3 or 4 towns were like the size of Elisha, the size of Ife, not as big as Ibadan. But when you look at Nigeria, look at Benin City, look at Ado Ekiti, look at Ogomosho, look at Ilorin, look at what's it called, Bida. Look, I mean, we have cities with millions and hundreds of thousands. We have a lot of those cities in each state. In Delta State, I mean, look at Warri, look at the capital. When you go to Anambra, when you go to, so we're a lot. I don't think we're a lot because each state, my state will maybe between 3 million to 5 million. And that's one of the, it's one of the smaller states. And we have 36 states, right? So if we say average of 5 million in 36 states, that's already 180 million. And then we have states like Lagos, and we have states like Lagos and states like Kano.
Okay, this INI registration, how many are they be able to capture, and what percentage are they be able to capture there? Because see, there are some things that we tell our population, although you apply ratio. For example, it is very easy, but you won't get the accurate. You will be able to round it off. How many Nigerians are registered phone line users? For example, you will be able to cut, okay, if they are adults, what percentage of adults are we expecting? What percentage of people are poor? So you'll be able to do some kind of estimation. So when you look at people registering for some certain services, like in number, like voters card, by the time you try to do some kind of aggregation, you find it, you apply some kind of probability logic. You find it difficult to say we are up to 200 million. I don't
find it difficult, Ola. I don't find it difficult.
200 million is too much.
No, because voter registration.
I think we are more than that.
Okay.
I think we are more than that too.
We are more than that.
Okay.
From a documentary somebody did, I think we are more than that. We are more
I know
than
some
that.
people are saying they are
That's why-
about 230 million, but I don't believe it.
That's why I said this census, let it be something like identification for Nigerians. And when they finish doing it, if you don't have that identification, you can never be allowed to do anything in Nigeria. That way, more people will come. Census, I would like them to do it as an office where if we are not able to capture, you can go there to be captured. So that they do it in form of identification, children, so that even if you are an adult in future, you go anywhere to do something, that your fingerprint will stay record. So that way, you know that we are more than 200 million. We are
Madam Zita.
Mm-hmm.
The NIN, I don't know why we like to multiplicate so many things in Nigeria.
No. I'm not saying
No, what I know, let me just put this point, because presently, if you want to buy a SIM card in Nigeria, you need NIN. If you want to write WIKE in Nigeria, you need NIN. If you want to open an account in Nigeria, you need NIN. So there is nothing that you want to do now. Even if you want to get your international passport now in Nigeria, you need NIN.
The NIN include children?
Everybody.
Everybody. And we just have 90 million registered today.
Hold on, let me finish now. Now the Russia. And as it is now, it is compulsory that when you have your child, you go to Population Council to register him.
Yes.
Pick that NIN.
No, it's not. The problem with that NIN is not at point of birth. But whenever that child wants to do anything, whether I want to be enrolled in any institution, you want to do any examination, you want to open bank account, anything that I want to do, even if you want to even your driver license, you need NIN.
You don't understand what if NIN. If you believe that NIN has counted Nigeria, then that is...
No, I'm not saying it has counted Nigeria. I'm not saying it cannot.
the fingerprint that we take from you during the census should be synchronized to your NIM. The moment
Exactly.
they
Okay,
capture
I agree with you, because the first this thing that we do, the what's it called now, national ID card. What happened to it was that they said the data missed. So now what they are trying to do now is that since 2013, 2014, they were trying to do another national identification card, this ININ, and they be asking people, what, Nigerians, if we are not compelled to do certain things, people will just
now
don't do
you
it.
understand me.
So what they are not tying a lot of things to it so that people will go and do the registration.
Let me tell you something. Maybe I don't know whether you people are used to doing something for Nigerians or doing something for expatriates. In Nigeria, outside of Nigeria, Nigerian birth certificate is not recognized. You know that? Do you know that?
What do you mean that it's not recognized? Where they did not recognize?
If you want to do anything and the government of another nation want to see your birth certificate, they require it from the population census.
Yes. So
not in the US, even here I am. They want to do something. Maybe they said, okay, we need to see your birth certificate. You bring out your birth certificate because most of us do have birth certificate. If you have, never mind. If you have present your birth certificate, if it is Nigerian birth certificate, they will say no. They want it to be an attachment from the census.
No.
Population.
No. That's not correct.
Anyway.
The one I have, it doesn't have population census now.
You don't understand. I repeat myself, Baba Jali could get me right.
Yeah.
You want to do something with the government. I'm not talking about immigration. No. I don't know most countries about their immigration. But you want to do something with a government outside of Nigeria. For some of us who have birth certificate, not baptism card, me, I get birth certificate. If you present it to them, they will ask a backup from Population Council. Go to the Nigerian website and find it. I was even angry when I came here, but the lawyer referenced me to what the Nigerian website told them. It's an international law. So when you are telling the world what you want to expect from your people, that was what Nigeria told them. I was shocked. It's just like somebody telling me on Monday that the vernacular, Nigerian vernacular, is Pidgin English. I was shocked. I told him we have three major languages, Yoruba, Hausa, and Igbo. And that's our vernacular. He said, no, the Nigerian vernacular is Pidgin English. I never knew Nigeria has told the world that it is until I went to Nigerian website. I was shocked. So,
which is a good thing.
No, it's not a good thing.
Why should your native language be vernacular?
That's what it's
Do
called.
Do we really
now.
know the meaning of vernacular?
Vernacular is native language now, bros. Have fun.
It's a derogatory word.
No, vernacular is native language. That's the meaning. And then in Nigerian website, they said Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba is called national language. That's what they call it in Nigerian language, in Nigerian website. A white man was telling me just on Monday, I have to abandon the discussion because he said, no, Zita, your vernacular is Pidgin English. And I didn't quite like it when I saw it in our website because I want us to protect our culture and our language. Yoruba used to be our vernacular. Hausa used to be our vernacular. Igbo used to be our vernacular. I don't know what changed. So, Baba Jani Koko, if you go to Nigerian website and ask, demand, every country browse to that place, they say it's from the Population Council. Never mind.
Vita, let me back your argument. I wanted to do visa for my children, and at the Saudi embassy, what they actually requested for is their birth certificates as registered by Nigeria Population Commission. So, and I have to go and do those things before I could get visa for them. So I think you are right in that. That's what they require now, and you can get it if you want to get it.
There is age you can be before you can get it. At your age now, if you go to Nigerian population census, they will. I am not likely to receive it because it appears like fake. I think it has certain year, I think 92 or thereabout, I can't remember. But not people born within a certain period of time.
Everybody, go check it.
No,
everybody.
No, Mama Zik, I use the birth certificate.
Go there and check it now. When you check it, then you can come back and tell me it's
Madam
not true.
Sister, I use my birth certificate. That's right. Nobody asked for any birth certificate after the one I got in the year of my birth. But for those people born within a particular period of time, they requested for the one issued by Nigeria Population Census. I know exactly what I'm saying.
And that is exactly what I was trying to say the other time, that here in the United States, your birth certificate from Nigeria, whether it is, what do you call it, National Population Commission, or the one that we got in back in the days, all are recognized.
Even some people are using declaration of age from court.
I don't know about that one. It might be, but our old certificate, and that doesn't have National Population Commission on top of it or on it, is equally recognized here. Anyone that you presented recognize it.
Exactly, because like my birth certificate that I was bearing in Mushin municipality, for example, we see how old that certificate. They recognize it. That's what I use whenever I want to use my birth certificate. But there's a particular age. Once you present it,
there might be a time lag put to it.
No, see, have you tried? I don't know. I've not tried. Have you tried to go to Nigerian Population Census? You take your old certificate there to issue new one for you, and they did that? I doubt it.
No, I'm not saying for me. I said for my children. I'm not saying for me.
That's exactly
because my own,
saying.
Nobody asked me for national population. I didn't even have that one.
Exactly. Even if you go to them, look, let me tell you how I know. See, someone went to those people to issue Nigerian population census. Whether it has changed now, I don't know, because the person was born in the 70s. The National Population Census said no, they can't issue that. So that the thing they can use is to just go and use something like affidavit.
And that's the declaration of it that I'm talking about.
Exactly. So, but you can. So that's the way it is. They recognize the old one, even though they know that Nigeria has multiple standards, because that happened when people were presenting their driver's license. You will even think that these people, they don't even have all those security features of those driver's license. You'll be shocked. They know. You know, once they put it under the security lights, they will know that, oh, this is not original. They will
Simba,
tell you the year.
Did you say your own children's own came in form of declaration of age from census?
No, it's birth certificate from Nigerian Population Commission.
Thank you. You see, we do something earlier than when just as I told you people, I was shocked when I saw somebody told me on Monday that Nigerian vernacular is now Pidgin English. I was shocked because the time I left Nigeria, that wasn't what it is. So I quickly rushed to Nigerian website, and it was true. That is one. Two, I repeat myself again. Go back to that place and check what the world, Nigeria is telling the world. For some countries, they will tell you the time Nigeria started telling them that you can only accept the one from Population Council. So go back and check what Nigeria has just said. I don't know when they put out that thing. Maybe you did before they put that law. So go back to their website and see what they're saying.
Thank you.
And that is why I said maybe that it was enacted maybe after some years. It might not be something right from beginning. Maybe they
Yes,
accepted
that's
it to
what I'm
certain
saying
age.
now. And I told you I was shocked when the government of this place was telling me you have to go. And I was trying to tell this thing. The lawyer now opened the website and showed me.
But initially, they went there with the one they issued for them in the hospital, but it was rejected. So we have to go and get the one from the National Population Commission.
Yeah, and it comes in form of a birth certificate.
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
So all people like us, we won't be able to get from National Population. What do I even need it for?
What do you even need it for? Go back.
Kulata, they didn't have birth certificate in 1802 now. What do you mean? 1802.
I actually think it's new. It's a new law. I don't think it's
Hold on. Sorry, Ajale Koko. Patrick, can you check your phone? Sorry, carry on. Ajale Koko, carry on.
No, I was trying to say something.
No, I said check your phone. Check your phone.
Okay.
Yeah. Carry on, Ajale Koko.
Kulata, if they run the Nigerian population today, you won't be counted now.
They have to count me now. We are getting Agbole now for Osun State. For my family house, they must count me.
You are just now. You are just Jara citizens. Jara.
But I mean, right now, I don't even have a valid.
Diaspora, we are Jara. we won't be counted.
But we're not supposed to be counted, though. We're not supposed to be.
So, but under normal circumstances, we should be counted because we are
citizens. No, what do you mean that we won't be counted?
It depends. It depends on there are two types of census. And it depends on the type of census that we are doing, because the census is for the people living in a certain particular geographical area. If you are not living there, then you are not supposed to be counted. But so we have de facto and the jure. So the people that are living in a place, if it is de facto, then it's only that people living in Nigeria they be counted. But if they use the jure, they can count the people away. But it will be very difficult to count people not staying in a particular area. It's a very difficult situation.
It will be double counting for someone like us if they count us, because they counted us in America last year, and in Nigeria now count us again. That would be double world population counting.
No, Kulata, there is something somebody told me. Do you have an account in Nigeria?
I think I have. Yeah, I think I still have. Yes.
Okay. Somebody was telling me that if you go to that whatever they call it, to try to register yourself, that it will generate a number. That same number that it will be when you get to the place for your finger trip. So already is connected to your bank account, your BVN. So it's connected to your BVN already. For people who have bank accounts in Nigeria that have BVN number, they already have whatever number.
NIN.
They already have it.
No, sister, are you saying if I have BVN, I didn't register for NIN number?
Yes, go to their website. I tried it. Go to their website.
May I check?
Go to
their website. All that we need when you go to Nigeria and try to register now, it's just, I would say, formality, because even if you put your fingerprint, it's still that same number that was generated. Here you are, that you wanted to register. It will generate a number because it's already hiked to your BVN. That's why I said Buhari did some work in security.
Yeah, even for, like, there was a time as of last year or last 2 years, they said if you don't link your NIN to your SIM card, you'll be blocked. That SIM card that phone number will be blocked. So you have to link your NIN to your SIM card for you to retain that phone number. So
You are very right. That was how I came into that, because I used to have a Nigerian number for
it was
something.
Pantami that really carried out that stuff.
Yeah, so when I lost that Nigerian SIM card,
they use that
in fact,
propaganda against it.
Hello.
Let me tell you what happened to me last year. I bought some SIM card. I wanted to use it for camera in my farm in Nigeria, and immediately they asked for my NIN. Then I put my fingerprint. The thing just pop up that I've registered 4 SIM, and that is the maximum I can register.
Wow.
So yes, it pop up that I've registered 4 SIM already, that I can't register any further SIM. So I have to use my wife to register those SIM, because she only registered 1, and so she used it. I registered 3 with her name. So those are the ones I'm using now. So it's like there's some things that are going on in that country that we don't even know, and a lot of things is going on.
Yeah, that's why I told one man to call them. We want to keep Buhari's legacy on one-man platform, so that if TINUBU do anything, we want to know whether it's Buhari that have done it or really TINUBU.
Can you not register a business name for a phone? Like XYZ Limited, can you not use that to register a number?
Well, because Nigeria,
the name of the owner of the XYZ, that's what we get the SIM card. That's what my brother told me anyway.
Okay, so you mean a company register a SIM card?
Yeah, corporate ownership.
Even let me tell you, if you want to register any company, there will still be name attached to that company. With corporate affairs, I register a company, but it's still my BVN and my identity that is on that company. So it has to be attached to an individual.
No, well, but because to all intents and purposes, a company stands as an entity by itself. So after you've exhausted your complement of 4,
yes, they can do that one for you, but it will still be tied to somebody.
Yes, of course.
So somebody has to bear that responsibility.
So this is a security measure, right? So they can tie fingerprints and all that stuff to cell phones.
Exactly.
Okay.
Very soon they will start behaving like Norwegians.
Madam Zita, I beg, if you have the link, I beg, send it to this private channel, because I just share my account. I can't even find my NIN, and I don't want to spend money locally. If I have a way to attach, I don't have NIN yet, so I don't know, and I need to.
I don't have NIN too. If one wants to go and apply for passport now, does one need NIN?
I don't know if it is possible, because they have an application.
According to them, you need NIN.
They have an application. NIN has an application online.
That's what I'm saying now. When
yes,
I registered for mine here. I registered for mine here in the UK. There was a time they did a road tour of it worldwide.
No. Even without the road tour, you can register on the application. The moment you register, it will generate a number, and that's your number. Even if you go back to Nigeria to register, that will still be your number.
But where about the biometric capturing? That's
it will not be biometric capturing, and it's just simple, because already if you have a BVN, the moment it generates that number, it's already tied to your BVN.
Me, I don't have BVN.
I will download the app now. I'm on their website, so maybe I will try it. I can even.
Is it Kulata that doesn't have BVN?
I don't have BVN. I've abandoned Nigeria since I just started coming back.
If you know how much I spent to register BVN, I flew from my place to Toronto to register. At that time, I even made a mistake. It was even cheaper for me to even fly directly to the US. You know, I spent over $1,000 just to register BVN in Canada.
Kulata, there were Nigerian banks in US that you can register with BVN with, you know.
Where is Nigerian bank in Atlanta? I don't know.
No,
I don't know. I've not bothered to find out, because I've not been traveling to Nigeria for a long time now. So since my passport expired, now I want to travel. I want to go home now, but I want to use my Nigerian passport to enter and then use my Yankee passport to get out.
But
So
I think somebody in that department was telling me that they're trying to do something that we have, just like what they do here. Wherever you are in the world, it can capture your picture and your fingerprint. You register online with your picture. All you need to do is to keep clicking. It will take your photograph and everything. If you didn't get it right, it will tell you didn't get it right.
But have you checked the consulates on the Nigerian embassy, because they have all the paraphernalia of all these people in the embassy? They can do some of these things.
I've not checked. I'm always busy during the week. I can't even see my own face. So maybe I have to take a day off or something to go and
because
check
here in Nigerian consulates here. In fact, the day I went there to renew my passport, that was the same day I got my passport. And they have immigration officers.
Do you need BVN do you need BVN for your passport?
No, you don't need BVN. All you need is just your old passport.
I still have a copy of my
But you need the NIM to renew your passport.
Can I apply for the NIM at the embassy?
I think there should be a way out. If you tell them that you've been away for long, they can't deny you your citizenship.
If you have your old passport, it's like you can register online. That's what we're saying. It's like if you need to take your old passport, you can use your old passport to register. Because to me, my passport don't expire till.
My passport don't expire now. So because I've never needed my Nigerian passport for a long time.
When you took your last passport, did they take your fingerprint?
You can't even remember that.
I can't remember.
No, how long have you been outside Nigeria? That will tell you then.
Oh, me?
20,
no, it's over 20 years now. It's over 20 years. Over 20 years now.
Okay. So no talking then.
Don't take.
Don't worry yourself. You want to just go and get.
You are not even a Nigerian, so let's forget
that. You know, see my accent. Yoruba boy.
It doesn't matter.
Just go and get Nigerian visa on your US passport and travel, go and come back. Don't worry yourself. Yeah, that's the most easiest way. But if you want to get the NIM, I may talk to somebody and see if it is possible, because they have some private organization that travel around the United States.
But even if you want to travel, you can get it when you get to Nigeria now.
And when you get to Nigeria,
but I'll get a Nigerian visa.
But if you want to process your, renew your passport, you will still need your NIM. So some of these organizations that travel around to do it for people here, I know somebody, I may contact him and see
please.
if they can do it. So I can maybe, when I talk to him, if he said it is possible that they are still doing it, and then you can exchange your number, and both of you will see how you're gonna maybe you go and meet him in any state that they are doing it presently, and then you go and do your own there. All you just need to go with is your old passport. They will need that your information on your own passport.
The biometric page.
Your biometric and everything. Those are the things that they will enter into the system, and they will take your photograph there and capture you, and then and they will later, you will make payment, maybe $60 or $70, for the NIM, and then they will mail it to you later. So that's the way I did my own. So I will talk to someone that I know. Maybe if it is still possible, then I will let you know.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, Kulata.
I can go and do it in Nigeria. Last.
I think you can actually travel with your expired passport to Nigeria. The only thing is you can't leave with it.
No,
Don't try it.
I'll take my.
That one, there's a big problem there. They can take you. You see the custom in Nigeria or all those immigration, they can make a fool of you when you get to Nigeria. They will.
Yeah, but this is government directive. It's something new that they said.
Anybody that did that, what they did.
Yeah, I have lots of people that have done it.
But you know how long ago my passport expired, yeah?
What the government said is as long as it's Nigerian passport.
Kulata, I want for you.
I don't need that now. Like, they use my Yankee passport everywhere. Okay. No problem.
You know, it's a 5-year lifespan for the if they are using it to run a racket. You know, it's a 5-year lifespan for the Nigerian passport.
It's too short now. It needs to be like 10 years.
No, there is a 10 years now.
If I renew it, I'll just get it for 10 years.
10 years.
They have 10 years now if you want.
With how many pages?
No, it depends on what it can get 62, can get 32. So it depends on how you travel. So
I mean, how many times do I go to Nigeria? I hardly go to Nigeria now. So it's not I need this.
No, it's not about going to Nigeria alone now. Some people travel often. So that
is my Nigerian passport that I'll be using to travel, that I'll be begging for a visa.
No, you are talking about yourself. We are talking generally. Some people use Nigerian passport. If you have another passport, that's for you. Some people use Nigerian passport and they travel often.
Oh, okay. I mean, yeah. If you don't have an option, because it's that's stressful.
I cannot. I cannot recall the last. Actually, it's been a while since I've been to at least 4 or 5 years.
Even let me even tell you now. Even if you get it, Nigeria before in Nigeria, some people issued fake driver license and all those things, even a plate number. But presently, you can know by the time they give you a driver license or a plate number. There is a website or an application on your phone that you can use to check whether what they give you is authentic or not.
Really? People are not complaining that Nigeria is not changing.
I don't know. You know that. Let me tell you, most of us in diaspora, we have lost touch, and that's why sometimes when we talk and then when we try to say, okay, this is what is going on. Some people, maybe because they stay long there, they tend to say, no, it's not possible. No, it's wrong. No, it's not. So, well, whatever. I think we should actually see how we can project our country in a very good image. I think that's what I want to say. There's a lot of things going on in that country that
how can you project your country in a good image when your president is a drug baron and he eats agbado?
Oh, woman, why are you saying this?
No, that's what they say now. You know what is
it's because of the shenanigans of some people. Let me tell you, here there was a day. One of my colleagues, an Egyptian.
Please, can I say something? One man.
Okay.
You see what I'm talking about? I came here this yesterday evening and then said all I said. You see what you just said?
What was that?
Can an Igbo boy say that about P2P in a live platform? You see, I am not really. You might say it as a joke, but it's not a joke. Look at your numbers. Look at the number of people listening. You see, when this
not an awful lot.
Anyway, never mind.
But no, that was a tongue in cheek. That was a throw in the direction of the obedience space. I think that was sarcasm. What I just did there, sarcasm. But yeah. So Kulata, you were saying that the country is changing rapidly. So when I came across. Yeah, I'm not sure if you can see your screen, but when I came across this, it's only a tweet by somebody, but I thought, wow. It says a Nigerian man in shock after Lagos State automatic number plate recognition camera caught him driving with expired car papers and got automatically fined 60,000 naira. So you know those things that will just that will just capture your license plate, and then they know all the details of your life, and that's in Lagos now. Before when I was last in Lagos, they were still using wheelbarrow to move people around, but
when I used to drive in Lagos, there were no traffic lights in Lagos. When I used to drive in Lagos, that was a long time ago. No traffic lights in Lagos. But now, I mean, these are some of the American wonder I saw when I first moved to America. That like, so if I speed now, all the cameras here, I did not believe. I mean, it took me a while to wrap my head around. So I'll just drive past one road, then camera will now catch my number plate. That I beg is impossible, Joe. Me, I was a fresh Niger boy then until I got a couple of tickets. That's when I realized that, yeah, this is true. So we now have it in Lagos. That's fantastic, because I mean, this is more revenue for Lagos State, obviously. And I mean, I wish other states can adopt something similar, because you don't need the manpower now to be capturing all this. You just need the technology. And with technology, you can't lie, you can't bribe anybody. The pictures are there as evidence. It is what it is. I'm sure there's a cloud storage somewhere that will be storing all these things. So there's enough space. So this is a good. I mean, I don't know why we badmouth our country too much. We badmouth Nigeria too much. We made a lot of advancements in some certain areas. And we can say a lot of it is in Lagos, but at least it's still somewhere in Nigeria. So, I mean, this is getting closer and closer and closer. I mean, where are we going to be in another 8 years? We will have made more advancements, but we just cannot sit down and acknowledge it.
You know, there's some quantum leaps. There's some quantum leaps that is going to happen within the next, let's use that time span that you've just, within next 8 years, that could totally, in fact, that would totally transform that country. You know, they are building the rail network, as we continue to make noise about the country, quite a few of it completed under Buhari. Dangote will finish those seaports. They are opening up the southeast, the second Niger bridge, electricity next to be tackled, and before you know it, then if you are away from Nigeria in 10 years, you will travel from the UK and land in Lagos, and you think you never left the UK.
Yeah, because I'm seeing some pictures in some areas of Lagos. I'm like, this looks like somewhere in Malaysia. It looks like somewhere in Kuala Lumpur, like because of the vegetation, obviously. And so it's modern. I mean, it could be somewhere in Bangkok. It's just modern, nice looking, some landscaping here and there. I'm like, when did Lagos start having park? When I was in Lagos, there was no park. I mean, look at the transformation that happened in Oshodi. Oshodi, that used to be like, I mean, remember Oshodi then, dangerous and all whatnot. And you don't want to be caught in Oshodi, inside Molue or inside Okada or something. So it's no longer the Nigeria over 20 years ago. It's that everything was like trash. Things have changed. Things have changed. But I don't know if things have changed in the interior area. Not everything be Lagos.
Yes, that's where I was going to.
In Ibadan now, what does Ibadan look like? I did some school in Ibadan, some secondary school in Ibadan. I wonder what Ibadan looks like now. Has it changed? Because if it's still, I mean, Yoruba land, no, you cannot take away those rustic brown roofs. Those Makbo.
They should get rid of them, you know. They should get rid of them.
Where will they get rid of them? Where's the money to replace those things? Those those rusted brown roofs, like you just look at every Yoruba town, ancient town, you just see all those things, they litter all those places. Well, they'll never get rid of them. But I don't know how people still live in those places, but they have a choice. So, I mean, I want to see the interior.
Yes, you know, I was going to say the chasm though between. We're talking about Lagos using number recognition technology. But then I wonder if that is the same situation in Jalingo, where you probably don't even have a motor vehicle, never mind that number recognition. The chasm between
One man, don't underestimate this north. Let me tell you, can even see sophisticated, like exotic cars in the north than even in the south, to be honest with you.
Do you get? And
when don't use Abuja eye to judge you,
no, I'm not using
Solomon.
Abuja eye. I don't. Let me not even talk of Kano. Let me not talk of Kano. For real, let's not be underestimating these people for this part of Nigeria. They
Sorry,
are
Oma.
really.
You know, it's like when you go to US for the first time in Nigeria and you speak very good English, they look at you strangely. In those days, so they think everybody is living on the tree. Because you have not visited the place, you think the place is, you can only imagine. Some of them
Yeah.
think that Nigeria is a jungle. And when you just get to the street on there, they just kill you. It's because you have not been there now. You'll be surprised that it's better
But
than Oyo.
Patrick.
10 times.
Patrick, if you go to
You were doing well. No, you were doing well until you met. Nowhere is better than Oyo.
Patrick, if you go to towns like Oyo that you mentioned like this, like Abeokuta, what will you see when you go to those towns now?
In Abeokuta, no, Abeokuta is a very new place now. You know, I used to
Which
work
kind
there.
of place? Patrick Kilonso now. You won't see all those brown roof republic.
No. You see, there are Abeokuta. There are two faces in Abeokuta. Those old side of Abeokuta, that's in the interior of Abeokuta, Itoku. They are already developed, and the way they were built is difficult. You have to be demolishing everywhere. So there is a new phase of Abeokuta. Abeokuta, three phases like that. There's a part of Abeokuta growing towards Lagos. That's from Ibara to Kobakpe to like that. That one is going towards Shagamu. There's another side of Abeokuta growing towards Ibadan. That's from UNAB to Ashero. Those are new locations. And that's the way Abeokuta was originally built to develop, so that the town can expand towards those areas. So those new expansions have very good buildings, properly planned and well developed. But those ancient ones, like those houses they built when they built Centenary Hall those days when colonials came, you can't demolish all of them now. That's the problem. And the same problem we have in Ibadan. All those Agbeni, all those Bere,
Mako,
you can't demolish them. But if you want something, go to Bodija now. You will see Onireke is still, Oluyole. Those are the new areas towards Akpata, all those new estates coming up. So that's the point. You know, the same thing with Lagos. There are places in Lagos you can't do anything about, but you have to open up new places like Lekki and open up new places like Banana Island. If not, nothing will happen in Lagos now. There are still slums in Lagos. Those slums, you can't do anything to them.
So Patrick, even those Lekki like day before yesterday, he trained in Lekki. My brother in Lekki, like the videos he sent me, like if you see the way the flood there, they let them tackle those ones first before they start opening new sites in those places. Let them tackle those floods.
They can't tackle those floods now. You know Lagos is sinking, right?
I don't know that one. I'm just saying that.
Lagos is a sinking city.
There's no drainage system.
The drainage system there, I think, is very poor.
So they didn't do the planning of that Lekki very well with modern town facility that they're supposed to put in place to make it a modern. They just build beautiful house, and they start some road, and they just be showing off that as if they are living in the best of the blessed. And when there's a little rain, everywhere will be flooded. I mean, that's insane. I've never seen that kind of place in my life.
Everybody wants to move there.
Mm-hmm.
If I look at Lagos and I look at Abuja, I think when you people give RUFAI the kind of hype at times where one man talk about RUFAI, I think apart from the way he's a by God, like to me, I feel he's somebody who is being too tribalistic and too religious. But if aside those things, his planning sense is something that we should. That I think
Do you know that he picked a color for the promenade in Kaduna State? He said,
wow.
all the main drive-throughs, the big high roads. He picked a color for all the houses there. It must be white or something. and anybody that doesn't paint it white, it just wants to create. It created an aesthetic for the state. And the
He's a
guy is
very
a genius.
organized man.
It will make a great president. But let me digress just for a microsecond. I want to show you guys something, and I want to see if anybody can identify this. Do you know what that is?
Flag of Nigeria.
No. You don't know.
What's this?
You know, we have a bank holiday on Monday in the UK. So a bank holiday is a public holiday. So we have a public holiday on Monday in the
Workers'
UK.
Day, Abi.
Huh?
Mayday.
No.
Mayday.
It's because of this thing you are looking at on your screen.
What is this?
Nobody knows.
No idea.
It's called the Stone of Destiny.
Never heard of it. Never.
All right. So on Monday, Charles is going to be officially crowned as the king of the United Kingdom and the Commonwealth, and even your country, Patrick, Canada, and all of that. But before the only thing he has to do to become the king is to sit on that.
This?
Yes.
What is the historical significance of this?
I never even knew anything about it until just a couple of days ago. So it's called the Stone of Scone, but it's really called the Stone of Destiny. But it's in a place called Scone in Scotland, so they call it the Stone of Scone. It says also known as the also sorry, feedback from somebody there. Oh, hold on, is that you? Oh yeah. Also known as the Stone of Destiny and often referred to in England as the Coronation Stone, is an oblong block of red sandstone that has been used for centuries in the coronation of monarchs in Scotland. It is also known as Jacob's Pillow. Anyway, let me just read it. Maybe it's captured there, but it has biblical references. It says it's an oblong block of red sandstone that has been used for centuries in the coronation of the monarchs in Scotland. It is also known as Jacob's Pillow Stone and the Tarnished Stone, etc., etc. Historically, the artifact was kept in the there's a biblical reference. It is actually gotten from. Oh yes, I think this might be it. Yeah, I think it actually goes to the Genesis narrative, and they rescued it from. They stole it really from those sort of Israel sort of space. I don't know the full details of it because, like I said, it's something new to me as well. But when the king of England is for him to become the king of England, all he has to do is to sit on that.
So how long has this tradition been?
It dates back centuries.
Wow, never ever heard.
Unbelievable, isn't it? And that happens on Monday.
So this is like their own juju now. You have to sit on this before you become king or queen.
You know, that was what I thought. Yes, that was what I thought. When I first came across the info, that was what I thought. The Stone of Destiny.
Yeah. I just feel bad sometimes when I just see this kind of things from the English people, the way they still preserve their tradition. But we black people, we just try to, when we just get to this their space, we just want to we start forgetting our own stuff, like certain things that there's still this kind of thing now. To you now, you might feel that is diabolical, but to them now,
it is diabolic. I mean, if we were doing this, they would describe it as diabolical.
Yeah. Sorry, that was what I was trying to say. Sorry. So, but there are certain things too we are supposed to. Some things that beautiful things that we're supposed to still preserve and still do. not that to still retain our culture and all that, and it's really, really, really bad. And it's only black people that actually, I don't want to say especially we Nigerians, but it's just black. Let me say the whole black
Mental
Africans.
slavery now.
Eze, you know,
Yeah.
Come on.
Eze,
Babaja, I can't hear you, Babaja. Can you
I said now
recap?
mental slavery. Now mental slavery. So
Eze.
Yeah.
Mentally.
You see, if this thing happens in Nigeria, you know, we demonize it. We will say it's too backward. Is that so?
And you will see the Christians leader we preach against him, Muslim leader we preach against him in the church. Oh, these are the abolisha, these are these and that they will demonize it that you are saying. But look at them now. They protect it, they preserve it, and for centuries that Akpoti Okuta is still standing there. And they will have security watching, they will have security people watching this thing 24/7. Nobody can ever touch it.
Baba, in fact, the funny thing is that they might even be using it as a tourist attraction, and they will be using it to make money. Our people will be visiting it and will be saying, "Oh, see, it's very good. Look at it."
They will say, in Jesus' name, I stop it or something.
I rebuke it.
I reject it in Jesus' name.
Rebuke.
I
reject it.
I bind it in the lake of fire.
And then they start to talk in German and they say they are talking in tongues. And it's just yes. Oh my goodness me. What to call oh God. You know. Thank you, Father.
like you know when we were talking about the liberation of Africa, when we start being conservative with things, not like there are some things that we're supposed to do away with too, but there are certain things too we're still supposed to retain. Like when we start this, like what Baba just said now, mental slavery, when we start liberating ourselves, our reasoning from this mental slavery of a thing, it's still part of the liberation of Africa. It's even one of the major aspect of liberating Africa, like bringing out the Africanity in you, and still going down to our natural resources. Like in Nigeria here, let me tell you the truth. I feel like the north is have more beautiful spaces than the south. To be honest with you, places like this Bauchi, Yakari, wherever, and some other states in the north. If you should see how beautiful this place, like me seeing them online.
Northern part are more beautiful than southern part.
Of course. If like the way people go on holidays, maybe like as we're we're about to enter summer now, you see people traveling to different other countries. Not the only African countries they go to now is Rwanda. Maybe like where maybe, but I know it's majorly Rwanda. Other people now, some will not be going to like going to the Asian countries, or going to maybe like some countries but our own country here that we're supposed to patronize, and this our own country here, and our government who are really doing bad. If they can even do this tourist something as a proper means of generating revenue, I see we're going to really make money, because if I look at this not finish, I'll say no. Apart from, if not for the way the political space is, I will say no. We have to still part of the reasons why I say we need to still be together in this country, because the north is beautiful. To be honest with you, when they pride in their north, when they talk with confidence about the north, these guys, at times you need to look at the reason why they are talking like this. The north is really beautiful than even the south, to be honest with you.
Do you know the story of Jacob and Esau? In the Bible. So just for the benefit of Jacob, he used through trickery. He stole his father's blessing from Esau, who who was the firstborn. So as a result of that, he had to flee. And then when he was fleeing, he found himself in the wilderness, and then he fell asleep, and he had a vision. So when he was falling asleep, he rested his head on a rock, and it is this rock.
This rock, I don't understand.
Yeah.
You believe this story?
That's the narrative of this.
It's a lie. It's a lie. Those are the things that they do for us.
That's the narrative of this stone. They say it's Jacob's stone, the stone of destiny.
So he ran away from Israel, and he came to Scotland or wherever.
No. They, like I said, they took it from the Middle East. You know, when they were raiding and pillaging everywhere in the world, they took it from the Middle East.
Jacob Aferugba bukun yẹn ni nǹkan máa sọ story ẹ̀ pé.
Baba Ajare Koko, if you look at all the story in the Bible, everything is about cheating.
Àwọn Aferugba bukun.
Kéènì Ferugba bukun.
You're talking about Tinubu's style of Nigerian style of election.
Àpótí tó fi èrúgbà bùkún lè òun lọ gbé wá pé káwọn náà máa fi gbà òun lọ fi kó wa lẹ́rú torí wọn.
No. You know what one man says is this: in the artwork, when some artists are making their artwork, they always have some kind of story behind whatever art piece they are presenting. That's what one man just said there. Now you can draw something now, you can make some artwork and not build a story around it. I think that's what one man was trying to narrate. Not that Esau came to or Jacob came to went to England. No, we all know that. Jacob,
No. Hold on, Ola. They took this from the Middle East, so it wasn't originally in England. Do you know those? This has been in England for centuries, and they took it out of the Middle East.
I got your point. Did they really take this stone from that, or they build they build this and now build that story around it? They got two different things.
That there's always that as well.
Yeah. So because that's what I learned. That's what I learned in high school about artwork. You know, when we started story of abstract, you say, look at this. What can you see from this? What can you see from that? I will start telling some kind of story around the artwork. So that's what I believe we were trying to say. Because we all know that Jacob, Esau, they were never Caucasian. So I don't know. We have
one man. Like the way these English people. Okay.
Hello, can you give me 1 second? One man, can you please, if you wrap up the story, can you let me just say my mind and go to, because already morning I will let you go.
Sorry.
But after
it was just a little diversion.
But people were still talking about it. After you finish.
No, Fatai, I'm okay. You can go ahead. I'm okay.
Yes. So to you then, Fatai, come in. Fatai.
I kind of like chose not to interject anything. I'll just say a few things and then I'll go away. I don't even know where to start, but I'll just start somewhere.
Do you want me to line it up for you?
No. I think probably the only two stories I would probably be interested in the Orji Kalu story, and then along the line, Emefiele. Not really. I don't really care that much about it, because with regard to Emefiele, I already made. Well, I remember the time before even it became fashionable, even serious economists were still advocating for the policy, and I was having serious argument on your show. Remember the pari passu stuff. So that one is kind of there. I will not have a country anymore. Like if everybody goes scot-free, right? It's not what happened with the Naira, whatever. It's not normal central bank governor stuff, right? So if you're either even if you're in banking or you are in whatever, So if you're an expert and you use your expertise to do damage to a customer, for example, or you make your expertise make an investor lose a lot of money. Many people in Europe go to jail for that, right? So that's not sending you to jail in your capacity as a governor of CBN, right? If it's extraordinary misuse of your office attracts a lot. So if you use your office to deceive the president who doesn't know anything about economics, right? So there's a question there. So people are sitting on the intel. So I never got it why Buhari never fired Emefiele, right? If you had fired Emefiele, they would have discovered a lot of things. So, but it's okay. I mean, they would do whatever they do. You know, it doesn't really matter. But it's a disgrace. You can't destroy the whole country that much, and then nothing happens to you. There is no punishment for any. What do you have to do to even minimum lose your job? What do you have to do? I don't know. But anyway, that's just. I already made my point from the time before it became a crisis. Even serious people even loved it. I already made my point, and so that's why sometimes really I don't really care that much if I say my opinion. Right? It's free opinion, right? It's not like I'm not getting paid for it. So if somebody likes it, you take it. If somebody don't like it, it's just my opinion, right? Maybe in a few weeks, in a few months, in a few years, the realization will come. So it doesn't really bother me. It's only in the spirit of national discourse, right? So I don't care about adulation. Somebody likes me, somebody doesn't like me, it doesn't bother me. I get more than enough adulation that I can deal with than I can deal with from renowned professors. So I don't really care what anybody thinks of me. But there is just one thing that I have a natural, maybe as a result of experiences or whatever, I have a natural aversion for when I see, it doesn't even have to be anything. I'm not a family of TINUBU, right? But I have a natural aversion for when people are crucified for what the lower lawyers would call without evidence, right? On your platform here, even the people that everybody prays around, right? You don't even need to dig deep. You can find, you see right there what they all are doing, right? But for somebody, nobody has any evidence on. Obasanjo went after him. EFCC went after him. American government went after him. Everybody went after him. But I'm supposed to believe some social media stuff that is the looter of everywhere. Okay. If he's the looter of everywhere and nobody can't find anything on me, I like him. That even makes me like him even more, because he looks to me like he's smarter than everybody. So that's just the little I would say about that. All I'm saying is that as a personal sensibility, I tend to be like, without even anything, without substance, just crucify somebody. Even this Orji Kalu issue, right? Why crucify the guy, right? Over nothing. So nobody knows when Obasanjo. There is one thing that Orji Kalu, TINUBU, and ATIKU have in common. The three of them, what they have in common is Obasanjo's Koboko. Obasanjo went with big Koboko after the three of them. The three of them have that same thing in common. And so when I was speaking earlier, and then I heard, oh, well, Orji Kalu met ATIKU. Like, this is not a serious discussion to me. I'm out of it. A politician meets a politician. Therefore, that's supposed to be like a James Bond. Oh, James Bond, there's something plot going on. What? That's like a Google search result kind of a stuff to me. So Orji Kalu's wife passed away. And not Orji Kalu goes to meet him. ATIKU goes with his team or whatever to visit him. And that is James Bond kind of stuff. Didn't TINUBU himself meet ATIKU at the airport in the heat of the campaign? In the heat of the campaign, they were laughing. They were jolly good fellow. In the midst of the campaign, the two enemies in that campaign. They meet and they were laughing. And that's why I said, what the heck? This is not a serious discussion. I don't, anybody that's making that serious, I don't want to have anything to do with that, such a person. And so that's that. So the number one person that doesn't want Orji Kalu to be Senate president is the obedience, right? And I can understand it because they know how to play the game, right? So if Orji Kalu becomes president, to an extent, you've taken away a little bit of what they need to keep the movement
their
alive.
narrative.
Not totally, yeah, not totally, but you take a little bit out. But imagine, okay, if there's no Senate presidency going to the Southeast, where is the serious position that is going to go to the Southwest in this administration? It's not, for certainly, it's not going to be House of Speaker or House of Rep, because that will go to the North. So the movement is back alive. The movement is back, and I don't say that they shouldn't have it. Right? It's a game. It's game of politics. They can have their moment. And already I spoke about it so many times. Even if you remember, maybe 3-4 times I spoke about it. Even the last time I was speaking about it, I said the only serious argument I see in all of these competence, the only serious argument that I see is the numbers argument. But I said it's up to the people. You can follow whatever model you like, but just eat the consequences, right? That's all. So when I say I don't like the numbers argument, I'm not afraid of argument. I love argument, right? I love argument. That's what I do. Business analysis, case analysis, that's what I do. So I don't care about somebody, especially when the argument is not more than Wikipedia and search result argument. I will eat it up so easily. I love it. But I don't like people jumping on me with repetitive, pointless arguments, right? If it's a serious argument leading somewhere, I love it. But why do I always matter? It's not even like it's my job. So what obligation do I have to be responding to pointless argument? And that's the point I was making, right? I already made the point many times. Many times. Hey, the argument number is good number. I even said, like, even quote for quote, it's like behaviorism, right? You reward positivity, so you get more positivity. So if Southeast don't give numbers to APC, yeah, it makes sense not to reward that negativity, right? But an argument is as good as the context of that argument, right? So if you look at the climate, the current climate, right? Are you going to tell me that the only thing you will consider is the number? That's why I don't like it, because it looks to me too one-directional. I even remember that's even the phrase I used. It looks to me too much one-directional. They didn't bring, but because people are jumping in, and I say, okay, fine, let's even open it up. Because you are saying number. APC didn't win Akwa Ibom, right? What is the historical performance of APC in the Southeast, right? In a similar scenario, when in 2015, when Goodluck Jonathan was Southeasterner, right? APC got about 5-point-something% in Abia State. It kind of goes along with the historical. Orji Kalu is not going to take his machine gun and say, everybody, go and vote for APC. When everybody is carrying around a Kekere and Kobi, it's not going to work. So you're not going to shoot the guy. You're not going to crucify the guy in the midst of a situation where everybody is shouting around Kekere and Kobi, and you say the only thing you will talk about is the number. As a matter of fact, APC did not even win Akwa Ibom. And the numbers APC got out of Akwa Ibom, is it all due to Akpabio? I don't hate Akpabio. What's my own? I don't have anything to do with Akpabio. It just feels to me that, my opinion, I think that I even use the expression, I see it as a low-hanging fruit. I wouldn't even debate it, but except I made my point, except people jumping on my skin. But of course, if people are not jumping on my skin, I'm going to respond to everybody. And when I put a line on the table, I don't run away from what I put on. Every single thing I say, I don't run away. I will defend it with my last breath, right? Doesn't matter to me. But Orji Kalu is a story, and I love that as well. It's a story of a person that you can say from grass to grace, right? It's a genuine story of a nobody who rose up through many things, businesses, whatever. Even in international arena, Orji Kalu, maybe not big, maybe not the biggest player, but it's not an unknown, not a totally unknown quantity. That's a serious person that even any shenanigan rubs up on his skin as well. So whatever it is, doesn't even matter. It's my opinion. In my opinion, I think it's a good fit, right? I think also when I see a TINUBU go to prostrate for his mother, that's a good symbolism. That's a better symbolism than to say ATIKU meets Orji Kalu. I've never even heard that in my life as a serious argument that a politician meets a politician, and therefore I'm supposed to take out some MI5, some James Bond kind of narrative out of that, right? But it's okay. I am not hungry for anybody to carry my opinion, right? Many times, one man, I went to Dr. Damage's show to talk about red time. When it was not even fashionable, everybody is crying out. I look at it, I say, I don't need to give my CV, one man, by the way. But I look at it, I say, oh, wow, this doesn't work. Even though people shut me down and everything like that, I made my point. Now, even serious people of INEC and this, many weeks after now it's so, everybody has come to, is now having their come to Jesus moment. Oh yeah, indeed. Oh, maybe if they listened to me that day, maybe they wouldn't, maybe Peter Obi wouldn't go and make a mess of himself on national television, But now, of course, Peter Obi it's not easy for him to go on national television anymore since that time, because now everybody knows it. You don't want him to make any more mess of himself. But that's what I said. I don't need anybody's adulation. I don't need anybody to say, oh, whatever. Kwankwaso will sweep everywhere. What did I say? I say Kwankwaso is a kind of person. Kwankwaso he's not even going to sweep northwest. Oh no. If you remember that day I was doing this presentation, everybody was jumping. Oh no, Kwankwaso. No, it's not a factor in the big picture of the election. It's a Kano. Doesn't matter before anybody sees. Before everybody could think about it, I said, Peter Obi, WIKE is going to fold into TINUBU. Before it was, I can just keep going around. You don't need to take my opinion, But whatever model they want to use, right? Whatever model they want to use, they can use it. As a matter of fact, maybe they don't even want to take Akpabio. Maybe they want to take where did they even get the biggest number? From Kano. Maybe they can even put Jibrin. Oh, even better than Jibrin. They can even put RUFAI. Because RUFAI really worked hard for TINUBU. Or they can even put Ganduje. Or they can put who got the biggest number. They can even put Maman Daura. So it's your problem. How is it my problem? I'm not getting salary from there, so it doesn't matter. It's just, for some reason, I just find it pleasurable that for whatever it's worth, I consider it a contribution to national discourse. I lose all my sleep. Okay, forget about that. I don't want to talk about that. So, so that's my point. But over the past few days, few weeks, whatever, it's become very difficult for me to even interject, right? I don't like to interject anybody anymore, right? Except I'm really pressed, right? It's not for anything, no. It's just because I listen to something, I'm like, what the heck is going on? I don't want to mention anybody's name. Or I listen to some argument like crude oil, crude price is the major factor in pump price. Well, you can go to America, you go from Texas to California, the price is double. Can you tell me crude price is the biggest price? I listen to a lot of things. My head is just banging. So many things. Where do I stop?
Hey,
brother, I don't want to argue. I don't want to engage. I just want to speak my mind and go away.
Okay, maybe.
Hold on, Fatai. Take an interjection.
I think we should talk about that. What's it called? Crude price. So all this passive aggressive stuff. I mean, goes away because there are many documentations that it will be good to educate people to see the average cost of gas worldwide and the percentage contributions, rather than focusing on one aspect of the refining cost. You look at the big picture, crude price on the average for the past decade or more is like 54%. And I have the document, I forwarded it to one man, World Economic Forum, that we can share. So rather than all discussing all this, we can rather just educate the public from a pump price perspective, what takes the biggest share of the price, which is crude. So, I mean, going on and on about all this stuff, your man just bring the document, let everybody read it, and so everybody gets educated.
Okay, I take your point. Here's all I will say about it. So, if you have a variation of 5%, 10% increase plus or minus in crude price, it has no effect on pump price. If you have a double,
it does have an effect. If your crude price goes low, like it was low early on.
Yes.
Yeah. If
Please don't let us entertain this argument today.
No.
It will not help us in any way.
No.
I'm going to bed. I'm going to bed.
I'm not even arguing. All I'm saying is this: if you have a 50% jump up or down, it's going to reflect. If you have a no, I'm not. I just lie.
Okay, go on. Yeah.
If you have a major jump up or down, it's going to affect it. If you just have some tiny normal variation, fluctuation of crude price, of course, it has no effect. Other things, local factors, have even bigger effect. Even taxes have bigger effect on pump price than even crude. But that's it.
Hold on, Kolata. Is this what you were referencing? I think I found what you.
Hold on, second, let me move away. I don't want to stop people sleeping.
Is this what you're talking about?
Yeah, but the document itself from World Economic Forum and some petroleum stuff, that's the graph from it. But there's the actual document of it that goes through. And even with that, you can see on the average, the cost of refined petrol, the biggest chunk of that price is crude. It's over 50% on the average. You have to take the average. And over time, you're going to get some, if you get wild fluctuation in the crude price, then it will change. But that's the average out over decades. And the document is there. It's in your what's it called, Instagram. So if we're going to use it to educate people, we can use it to educate people. Or we shouldn't be making statements out of thin air.
Sorry, is it this one?
Is this one that says World Economic? I think that's one of them. That's one of them. That's from the EIA Energy. So that's from the EIA. Yes, it's similar information. This one too is useful. And then there's the World Economic Forum one. Then you can see that if you scroll down, you see the breakdown between the cost of crude, the taxes, what else? The refining cost, and then for the old refineries, they've already amortized, so they could put more stuff into their profitability or afford to reduce their cost. And if it's like Dangote's refinery where everything is still fresh, it will have to bump up more. So we can kind of like extrapolate, okay, where can we save from this breakdown?
What argument are you making about amortization?
Older refineries, their refining cost is lower because all the loans and all that stuff, all that has gone away. So scroll down, one man. No, scroll down. You'll see
amortization.
Scroll down. I deal with the level I'm on. I don't deal with analysts at this point. Scroll down.
One man, is it possible to have another section for this?
Scroll down.
So that maybe
I want to educate people. Just scroll down. so we don't be having all this.
We're at the bottom now.
No, where's the graph part? Open the World Economic Forum one. Okay, you see, okay, you can stay there. You can stay there. Now, this is the average from 2013 to 2022. How you land on the cost. So if, for example, when you start buying from Dangote, the crude price is international, fine. The taxes, you can vary the taxes. Maybe the government or whatever can give some tax break. The distribution and marketing is going to be the cost that the marketers will incur. Then the refining cost is where you can get savings based on the volumes that they refine. So each refinery will have a capacity of maybe 60% or 70% that they have to hit. And based on that.
Yesterday it was only 60.
No,
yesterday, I mean.
Who's that? Oh, maybe that's a separate conversation.
Oh no, I think somebody unmuted. So
someone unmuted. So this is the breakdown. So when I'm looking at this, I'm looking at, okay, if Dangote starts supplying us crude, maybe, I don't know if government will give him a discount on crude, but let's say crude is crude, right? Depending on the type of crude, whether sweet Brent or whatever. Crude price is pretty standard internationally, except NNPC, or they have some deal that they give him on discount. We'll be able to save money in where's the shipping and distribution, in the distribution cost, because it will be made locally. Government should be able to give us some tax breaks. And then the refining cost, Dangote still has to charge to cover his loans and then to make a profit. So I'm not sure we'll be able to make a break there. But when you look at general crude, these are petrol price, this is where it breaks down to. So when you talk about increase in volume and all that stuff, it's your refining cost that may drive. You got more volume, that may be able to lower your cost of refining because it's not like smaller volume. That's like the scale of production. And that you get that in almost every industry. The higher the scale, the more discount you may be able to seek. And it also depends on the kind of contract you used to buy, the crude from the refiner. So at the end of the day, you get this kind of variation. And it's from obvious, you can see that on the average, the crude takes half the percentage of how much refined petrol costs to land to your door. So when you tell me that crude oil is not a significant cost in the price of petrol, this obviously tells you that's not true.
Well, I don't think.
So I have to go to bed. I'm disturbing my people. I don't have time for all this argument. I don't want to argue with managers at work.
Now you have to take a response. Now you interjected me.
Let's do it another time. I have this is quick my time.
2 seconds. No, 10 second response.
We can talk about this in one of the morning sessions. One month. I have to go to bed.
All right. All right. Thank you for time.
Before it goes, can you clarify amortization there? Even just that. Can you clarify?
When you've been running a refinery, when you've run a business, significant operation, loans and everything, your payments, you will have paid a lot of your costs back at the point. Older refineries won't be carrying all sorts of stuff.
Don't worry.
So let me explain my point before you jump in.
Don't worry. It's already because you
know what, man, forget about it. I don't argue. I don't have this kind of conversations with managers in my. I don't have this kind of conversations with people that report to me at work. So this is waste of my time. One man, talk to you later. We can bring this up later. This is low level. This is too low level for me. Sorry, I don't deal with this kind of conversations in real life. This is this kind of stuff.
Hold on, settle down. All right, thank you, Kolata. Thank you for turning up. So back to you, Fatai.
Yeah.
Sorry, Fatai. Give me 1 microsecond. As I come back to you, Fatai, let me because I don't think I've had the chance to acknowledge Ayo. So just give me just microseconds to acknowledge Ayo. So here is Ayo doing as he always does. So that's Ayo. Thank you. So thank you, Ayo, and thank you, Alexander Gomez. It was only really Alexander Gomez today. So thank you, and Prince Daddy. So thank you, Alexander Gomez and Prince Daddy. So thank you. So thank you all of those. Back to you, Fatai. As Patrick will take charge, but I'm still listening. But back to you, Fatai.
Yeah, thank you, Omar. The only point I would just make regarding that is that is not amortization 100%. It doesn't know anything about amortization. Number one. Number two, one day here, somebody made a reference to bell curve, something bell curve one day. So when you want to talk about averages, right? So average of something over a period of time, you are taking into account when the price was so high and when the price was so when you talk about average, it includes even the extreme prices, right? So that is not saying anything, right? So when they take a stock of the prices over a period of time, but when the prices is in the middle range, but when the price is in the extreme, right? So you just say average. Saying average on its own without talking about, let's say, I don't know, the variations, that standard variation. I don't want to get too technical. You just say average. Average could mean if I take 1,000 and I take 100 and I take 2 and I take 500, by the time you average it, it will be closer to 1,000. Does that mean that doesn't say anything about the 2 that is there somewhere? So talk say average, just put up some average, doesn't say anything. And the point I was making is that when the price of crude is really high, yes, it drives it. But in the normal of fluctuation of crude prices, it's not the biggest factor, right? If you go from California, where the tax is maybe 50%, and you go to Texas, maybe it's 10%. Of course, the biggest driver in that kind of a scenario of pump price is not the crude price. It's not the crude price. The crude price has been shredded along the production. As Madam Zita reminded us the other day, economy of scale. Or you can talk about scalability if you're talking just the product. Or you can talk about economy of scale when you talk about the composition of everything. And that's it. And that's the point. But that's even the point. That's the larger point I'm making. That's the larger point I'm making. I don't have a problem with engagement. I love engagement, right? I love engagement. But people jumping on your skin to be using the Google search result argument to be jumping your skin. It kind of frustrates me. Link on you from Wikipedia. Therefore, I should have dictator in Nigeria. Those kind of argument, whatever. Well, that's my point about Orji Kalu, right? Sometimes right? So you don't know where the likes of the Kalu and TINUBU and even ATIKU, where they've all been coming from, right? And you just crucify the guy like that. The guy went to his mom, to the man's mom, and say, "Yeah, I want to prostrate to as we do in Yoruba land." But you want to crucify the guy, whatever. They've been whipping. Obasanjo has been whipping the three of them, not more than the three of them, for a long time. The three of them have that in common, with also Ribadu. We're whipping them like this, not small whipping, big whipping, to Ribadu to a small extent. But these three of them, Atiku, whatever, now they have different whatever. They've been whipping them, so they could have that in common. Because somebody goes to see him, doesn't mean it's all of them all over Google. Some people or Naira land, everybody chatting themselves, but that's not a space for a serious conversation, and that's the point I was making. In the spirit of camaraderie, I'm a lover of people. I would like to think of myself like that. But if there is no camaraderie, I don't care even a single bit about anybody's adulation. I don't care anybody loves me, anybody hates me. I love myself. I love Fatai. That's the only thing that matters to me. You know? I don't know what else. I think basically I've said like half of my mind. One mind, if you want to ask me any question before I go.
It's one man say there. No, he said he want to step away that Patrick will take over.
Yeah, I'm here.
No, yeah.
Okay.
I think
brother.
one of those things that one man discussed is this about Sanusi. You know, one thing.
Yeah.
Now, one thing I agree about Sanusi the other time is Sanusi is not like how he present himself. We swear those people that know Sanusi, they know that what he says sometimes may not be what he's doing. And that's my argument. But what he's saying now is that about the plan to review his dethronement, or how do we say it? So how easy do you think that's going to be?
No, I don't. I don't even have enough set mind to think about that area, Kano. Is there another topic? Sorry, brother.
Yeah, there's a topic of you've spoken about Orji Kalu, right?
Yeah.
Position.
The Orji Kalu, they can do whatever they want to do. They can put Akpabio. They can even put the RUFAI. Why? I'm not a politician. Yeah. They can do whatever they want. It's up to them. I just say my opinion. That's it. Anybody can do it. I'm not the decision maker. Do whatever they want. It doesn't matter to me.
Buhari postponing the census and suspending the census, rather, I think to be done by the next government. Have you addressed that?
No. Oh, brother, I would like to. Brother, thank you very much. I just would like to go and get a rest.
Oh, okay then. Okay then.
Thank you. Thank you, Podolsky, brother.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Has Ajale Wuko been able to address the issues? Is Ajale Wuko still there? Okay, Ajale Wuko is okay. All right. Then I think Ola you have addressed the issues, right? Hello?
Patrick.
Ajale Wuko.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, have you addressed the talking point?
No.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So where do you like? Would you like to take it? Are you taking it from let's even address that Buhari issue. To me, it's just a It's just it was just only being funny that if they disturb him, he's going to Dara actually, but if they disturb him, you would have to just go to Niger Republic. What are you saying about that? And then the Middle Belt Forum is taking it serious.
Well, first of all, let me greet our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, subscribe if you haven't done so. It's a reckless statement. A president of Nigeria that enjoy the best of the best that anybody can enjoy in Nigeria, to make such a statement that after retiring to Daura, and if Nigerians doesn't give him a breathing space, he will have to go and retire finally in Niger Republic. That statement constitute unpatriotic stance as a president of the country. It shouldn't come out from his own mouth as a president and commander-in-chief of armed forces. That statement indicates that he has a loyal a divided loyalty between Nigeria and the Republic of Niger. It is very unguided and very unfortunate statement. It shouldn't be coming out from the mouth of a president of Nigeria who is retiring. It's not good. I don't know whether he wasn't thinking when he made that statement, but it's a very bad statement. Some people, some of us could perceive that statement as nothing or not a big deal. But if we are serious people and a very serious country that take the interest of the country so important, I think the country in entirety should condemn this man. The statement does not indicate at all that he really have a genuine and unshaky love for that country. It's a bad statement.
You don't think he was just joking or something?
No, that kind of joke should be a living room joke without no camera, without maybe with some of his close associates, but not a statement that a president should make in the public. It showed a total unpatriotic of a leader making that statement in the public. That's the way I perceive it, and that's the way I think we should perceive it. Condemnation should rise to high heaven for this statement, and maybe that might force him to make another statement to apologize or to tell us that, oh, look, I was just joking, or something like that. And some other leaders can learn from that misguided statement, and nobody will ever make such a unfortunate statement again. So that's the way I see it.
Yes, I also want to thank you, Ajanuka. I want you to address the Senate presidency position now. I heard you saying that Orji Kalu has a strong chance that because he has the backing of Lawan, and that if they leave it open, the same way Buhari left the primaries open, and that Orji Kalu is likely to emerge. But I want to remind you that the emergence of Lawal has to do with TINUBU. That's the truth, because Lawal was supposed to be the one when Saraki was there in 2015, but they played him out. And eventually he came up in 2019, and that was with the support of TINUBU. So if TINUBU is rooting for Akpabio now, do you see Lawan having the capacity to push for Orji Kalu, even though their Senate would have been dissolved and stuff like that? What do you think about that?
You see, politics is a matter of interest. No permanent friend, no permanent enemy, but permanent interest. So if Lawan is still showing interest to retain that position. Do you know that, Patrick?
You want to still be Senate president?
Yes, it's still showing interest to be the Senate, to still retain that position. So for that reason, I think that if he cannot get it, he will like one of his surrogate or one of his close ally within the Senate to get it, so that his interests and that of his own inner caucus can be well protected.
Okay.
Yeah. So for that reason, and I know that Kalu is one of his close ally.
I think they were classmates in the university.
Huh?
I think they were classmates in the university.
Oh yes, that is
they
true.
were
That's
roommates.
another.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were roommates in the university.
Yeah. They are classmates. Yeah, you got that. Yeah, they are classmates, and you remember that Kanu.
No, he said roommates. I think they were roommates in the university.
Yeah, they were roommates. Yeah, they were sleeping, dining, eating together, sleeping together, and doing everything together when they were in the college. So, I am looking at it in the for the reason of protecting his political interests in the Senate. That it will surely support Kanu. Remember that the position that Kanu hold right now in the Senate, he was instrumental to it too. What do you call this guy? Lawan.
Yeah.
Yes. So Kanu is one of his guys, reliable political ally in the Senate. And I think since one of his political allies is going for that position, it won't mind to lobby around some other political ally there to support him, so that them within that caucus can still dominate the committee's head of committee's position in the Senate, and doing that will keep his political interest intact, and that of his own and that of his ally, together in that in that Senate. So what I'm seeing happening is that kind of Saraki political arrangement.
Okay. You might just use the PDP.
The PDP will support him, and the Labour, because once the PDP and the Labour get the hint that TINUBU is not backing Kanu, they will want to show their strength that TINUBU ally is not sitting on that position as Senate president. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah. So the PDP, being an opposition party, will like to have an input by supporting somebody that they can negotiate with. There's no way they can negotiate with whoever TINUBU is supporting, because that one will be 100% APC interest. You understand what I'm saying? So, but Kanu, if TINUBU and the power that be are not supporting Kanu, but he have Lawan and some APC supporting him, and with the merger with PDP and Labour Party, they will negotiate for some position.
Yes.
And all of them together will now govern that Senate, and then kick TINUBU and his people out from the game. So it is politics. Everybody fighting for his own political interest. And that interest is what really matter when it comes to situation like this. So the fact that TINUBU supported Lawan 8 years ago, it doesn't mean that Lawan will give him support now. I mean, we saw what happened with
But what do you think will happen to the governors?
The governors?
Because the governors are taking a position too. Do you think they will have... because your argument was that the senators are usually at loggerheads with the governors.
Yes.
But not in this time, because you discovered that those old senators, a large number of them didn't return. Then this primary, the Congress in this dispensation were controlled by the governors. So all the new governors all the new senators are probably allies of the governor.
You see?
In the past, it used to be like that. They used to fight. But now all the new senators are allies of the governor because the state governors were the one that controlled the state Congress that produced the senators. That's why all those old senators didn't return.
Okay.
So the governor's influence in this National Assembly is stronger than we used to have in the past.
Okay.
That's the dimension to this thing.
You see, if APC should have divided house, what I mean by, if they are divided along people contesting for this position, that is going to be the problem for them.
Yes, sure.
Yeah, that is going to be because Talangba Obalanu. I'm sorry, Togri Obalanu. Alangba Olekowabe. So if they are divided alongside two persons contesting for that position, then PDP and the rest of the party will support one. And that might defeat that person that the party is supporting. So because they have the number two, how many of the, I think APC constitute 55 members in the Senate, maybe 50 or 55. So let's say like 20 of them, if 20 should break away and add up with PDP that got like 33 and Labour and others, they will overwhelm the other
Ajali
person.
Koko, good evening.
Yes.
How are you guys? Good evening. Good evening. Padoski, I think you have the mantle. How are you, my brother?
No, you can.
No. You know, I just came back from. I just finished church. I'm still having a meeting in the church. I just want to ask Ajali Koko one question. How long do you think those Labour Party in the Senate in the next is it 9th or 10th Senate? How long do you see them surviving in Labour Party, not defecting to the ruling party? Do you think they can survive the pressure? Yes.
They won't join the ruling party. They will not go to APC. What they will do.
Why did you say that?
Yeah, because I think they are committed to the interest of their party. They knew that
Ajale Koko, instead of their party or Peter Obi?
Yes, Peter Obi.
Most of them join Labour Party because of Peter Obi. It's not because of Labour Party. Do you know that?
I agree. Let's agree that that is the. Let's agree that yes, that is the situation. But they will still stand with Obi, and they will. What I see them doing is that they will ally with PDP. They will constitute opposition parties against APC. So that is what I see them doing. They will not go with APC, but they will join PDP and then serve as opposition parties. It used to be one party, But now they are going to have parties against APC, and that is not. That is it's good for our democracy. It will send a signal to APC to stand upright and do the right thing, because the opposition might frustrate their effort. They might not let anything go for APC if APC does not carry them along in their agenda or in anything that they want to do for the country. If they don't carry them along, they will frustrate them, and TINUBU will become a president that cannot achieve anything. So right now, I will expect the party to do some arrangement between themselves, maybe microzone it. They have to be firm in their decision, and they have to be firm in their decision, and they have to straightforward.
Professor Ajale Koko,
Yes.
if PDP, if the Labour Party join the PDP, can they overwhelm the APC with the numbers? I don't think so.
No, they will not overwhelm the APC if APC is intact. But if APC is divided,
APC is like to be divided.
If APC is divided among themselves, no. Whoever the team work with, we
emerge.
Orji
Kalu just need like 10 or 15 APC.
15 APC. 15. If they get 20, that will be massive. That will be massive.
If you get 20 APC, the
that
rest
will be massive.
The opposition will vote as a bloc.
They will vote as a bloc because they know that the other person is a TINUBU man, and they want to shame TINUBU that, oh, you cannot have the control of the Senate. So the APC have to come together. TINUBU particularly must play politics now. Politics of firmness and decisiveness, that this is what I want. I want this thing to go to Southeast. He have to microzone it. It mustn't play that game that is playing that, oh, let's leave it between the South and this thing. No. He have to be firm. He have to let the people, the leaders of the party know this is what we have to do so that we can keep ourselves as one entity and serve Nigerian right. If we among ourselves cannot choose a person to lead us, then we're not ready to serve Nigerian people. So the Bukola Saraki arrangement could resurface, and that is going to be very, very bad for them. That's going to be very, very fun for them, because PDP will be the backbone of that new person. If they should support Orji Kalu and TINUBU is against, and the party is against, they support Orji Kalu, and Orji Kalu finally emerge as the winner, they will be his backbone, and they will dictate to him what they want, and and it will follow them.
Because of course, we need them to stay there now.
Oh yes,
we continue to need them to stay there.
To stay there, yes. It will follow their instruction. It will work with them, and it will stand up against his own party. Because without them, he won't be the Senate president. So TINUBU have to know what he's doing. I don't know the decision. When I heard him said, "Oh, it should be between," I say, "What kind of game is TINUBU trying to play? This is not safe." I don't know. Maybe they are working something behind the door.
They must be working something out.
Yes. Maybe they are doing something behind the door. Maybe this statement is to the public, not to offend their supporter. Who are those? I want to bankunjo.
àwọn tó yẹ àwọn ló máa ń dá wàhálà táwọn máa sọ oríṣiríṣi lórí internet táwọn máa pariwo maybe you just say okay àwọn báńkúnjọ let me just say this to them so that they can say oh yeah so that they won't offend the supporter outside the gate that doesn't know what is going on inside the living room. So it might be so, but I think APC have to get it right. Otherwise, if they play a game, it's going to be very dangerous for them. So that's the way I see it, Batoski.
Is there any other issue you want to address?
What else do we have?
I think you have touched virtually everything.
I think Buhari, is it Buhari?
What did you have addressed the census. I've heard that you've spoken about that one. Then you've spoken about the
No, I've not talked about the census. So.
Okay, the census.
Yeah, I've not talked about it. What did he say about census?
He was talking about the postponing it and stuff like that. And we just spoke about if there was no real major issue other than okay, the North appears to be claimed to be more, and but when you go to the North, you only see land and stuff like that. But one of our northern brother on the platform made us, and it was logical. He said, "How do you compare someone who has 4 wives?" And they can have like 2 children within 4 years each. You now compare that to someone in a region that has only 1 wife and is also doing family planning. You understand? It doesn't really. Yeah.
So
I think that nailed it for me.
I think the reason why they have to postpone it is that they don't even have the infrastructure on the ground to carry it out effectively. If our electoral body is having challenges, high neck, that we persistently put into use, are having serious challenges. Talk less of the population census that never be used at all. They never test run anything. They don't show any indication that they have anything on the ground. How can those people conduct what do you call it? Conduct census. There's no, is it what do you call it? Is it orientation, or what do you call this thing? This campaign. It's not campaign. What do they call it?
National orientation.
Is it orientation? Okay, maybe it's orientation. Yeah, there's no national orientation.
Yeah. That sensitization.
Nobody knows that anything is going to happen. We didn't hear about it. There is nothing. So that is clear on it. So what are we talking about? So it's a commission that is a living dead. It is a living dead commission. It's not a commission that is ready for anything. So they cannot do anything. I mean, to prepare for census, we have to prepare ahead of time. We have to do some orientation. We have to do some radio, jingle, television announcement, and that can get people prepared for it. But it is not on the ground, and most of the places that in the north that we have banditry that are ravaging many villages and towns in the north. How would they be able to count people in those places? A lot of people, 1/3 of the population of Benue are in ADP camp, and we have many local governments that are under the control of these criminals. How would they be able to carry out? I don't get it in that country. Population is important. Census is. Population census is important to be carried out every 10 years in every country, so that they can know their population. That can help them to plan ahead of time, plan their their economy planning and other things. But in our own, we have many places that people cannot even go. How would they be able to count them? So I don't know. So I think it's because of non-availability of infrastructure on the ground to carry out that job. That might be responsible for the reason why they postpone it. And on Buhari and Emefiele, that did they say that they're trying to phase out this new note?
The new Naira notes.
The new Naira note. I think it's just like I said,
just wasted our money and wasted people's time.
Wasted, yeah. I think that is we amount to criminality and economic sabotage, and they should be tried. They should be slammed in jail. Emefiele and Buhari, like I said earlier, should live the rest of their life in jail if that should happen, because the useless policy that they run, almost brought down the economic base of that country, almost brought down the financial base of that country, and the productivity base of that country as well, almost brought down. People, the losses that were recorded as a country was more than the budget of that country for the fiscal year of 2023. I think our budget was like 20 trillion naira. The loss recorded within the short period of 3 months in terms of losses, more than the budget for the year. So I don't. So such people that committed such economic sabotage against the country should not be let go. They should not let them go. They should be punished. People died during this time because some people ran out of cash. They couldn't access their bank to have cash for their medical need and some for their social need, for their social engagement and some other thing. They can't get money. Businesses closed down. A lot of businesses, small businesses, closed down. A lot of businesses are languishing in debt because they cannot pay their debt. They can't pay their loan as at when due. So they are reversed backward financially, and I don't. It's so bad that they have to come to realization now that, let us what do you call it? Let us phrase out this currency. So that means that everything was fraudulently packaged for Nigerians to punish Nigerian people and put the people through hardship and pains and suffering. So I don't think such people should get away freely without being punished. So the policy for redesigning of the note of the note is so bad that it has set a lot of people. It has tested us backward as a country, financially, economically, and in any way you want to measure it. The same way a lot of people have been set backward. And to capture, to regain from it might take years. Years. So it's so unfortunate that they are trying to phase it out, and so we can continue to, we can go back to the old note. And I suggested that politicians aspiring for position that time should be punished at the People's Court. People should see those politicians that are supporting this thing openly as people that doesn't have the interests of the people at heart. People should punish them by not taking them serious again, by not voting for them. Because, for example, Peter Obi, who was so desperate for votes, then said openly on the national TV that people should go through the pains now for better days ahead. Say people should take that policy, go through the pains for better days ahead. So where is the better days ahead? The policy that took people through pains. A lot of people were jumping over the fence. I've never seen women jumping over the fence in Nigeria before. I have never seen it. I saw it this time. Due to the desperation to get into the banking premises so that they can get cash with skate. Come out for Gono. Obìnrin.
To get their own money.
And you see bankers too jumping over the fence
to escape.
Kíyàn lọ síbi iṣẹ́, kíbi iṣẹ́ tún dìde ọ̀ràn pé wọ́n máa pààyàn síbi iṣẹ́ lórí nǹkan tó ń ṣe wọ́n ló ṣe tó jẹ́ pé gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì Buhari àti Emefiele lọ ṣe, and they want to punish you and ordinary folk like them just because you are working in a bank. You turn to the Nigerian state now turn you to a criminal that people want to come and lynch at your place of work. That is sad.
Sad, actually.
Sad. So I think I will leave it there.
Yeah, let me take it. Thank you, Ajaniku. Let me take it to Simba. Do we still have Simba?
Simba has gone now. I think it's Ola that is there. Is Ola still even there, Papa?
I think Ola has spoken. Then we can close it now.
Yeah, let's close it. So
thank you very much, Ajaniku.
Good night. Thank you very much.
Tomorrow is another day.
Thank you.
God bless you.
Bye.
TINUBU, ààrẹ Tinubu.